Bang!
With a loud thud, Yuan fell heavily to the ground, and the sharp pain made her gasp in shock. She looked at the broken rope that had just fallen in front of her, feeling confused for a moment. A large amount of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded her mind. Yuan sat stunned on the ground, staring at her thin, chicken-foot-like hands for a long time before she accepted the fact that she had become one of the many who had traveled across worlds. Looking out the window at the moonlight, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Just as she was about to get up, she heard some women whispering outside the door. "Elder sister-in-law, do you think Mother Hua's grains are enough to bring back such a thin girl to bring good luck? Will it really help fourth brother get better? I think it's uncertain. Some things bring good luck, and some bring death. Since this afternoon, after Yuan came to our house, fourth brother's face looks worse and worse," said another voice. "Elder sister-in-law, don't say that carelessly. Be careful not to make Mother angry." The voices outside gradually faded away. At this moment, Yuan finally sorted out the messy memories in her mind. The original owner was also named Yuan, living in the Daqing dynasty, which was now the 57th year of Daqing. Yuan was only 15 years old, not yet of marriageable age. Due to a severe drought and famine, her parents sold her to the Gu family to help their son Yuan, who had been injured in an accident and was now in a coma, to bring good luck. The original owner's father was a scholar, so she grew up with a somewhat proud and delicate attitude, feeling she was better than others and destined for greatness. Unwilling to marry a living dead person, she secretly hanged herself with a rope when she arrived at the Gu family. Yuan glanced at Yuan on the bed. Being in a coma was a difficult medical problem even in her modern, advanced medical world. But as a postdoctoral researcher in traditional Chinese medicine, she still felt a bit eager to try. She habitually checked Yuan's pulse. The pulse was faint and blocked, clearly caused by blood clots in the brain, which explained his coma. In her memory, Yuan was a famous genius in the area. At 12, he had already passed the imperial examination, and now he was 16. He was originally studying at the county school, and if he took the imperial exam this year, he might even become a Guian recommended scholar. But fate was cruel. On his way home from a break, Yuan was attacked by bandits. When his family found him, he was covered in wounds and unconscious in a pool of blood. After being taken to the medical clinic, although she saved his life, he became like a living dead. It seems Yuan hurt his head during the fight with the mountain bandits.
Yuan silently sighed.
She wanted to treat Yuan, but she currently had nothing. If her space was still available, she could try using the new medicine and acupuncture she developed to help reduce the blood stasis and heal him. Suddenly, a package of silver needles appeared in her hand. Yuan was stunned and blinked in surprise. Her heart filled with joy. Her space had really returned. She quickly entered her space to check. Inside, everything was exactly the same as before she traveled. She looked at the abundant food, fabrics, various crops, and medicinal seed materials stored there, and felt at ease. In her space, there was a medical laboratory she had built over many years. Inside, all kinds of modern medical equipment were available. On the shelves, there were many medicine bottles. These medicines were developed in cooperation with top medical experts worldwide to tackle difficult diseases, though most were not yet publicly available. Among them, one medicine for dispersing blood stasis and treating a coma had passed animal tests with excellent results. Although it hadn't been tested on humans yet, she thought that Yuan's condition was urgent, and she had to try her best. After finding the medicine on the shelf, she took the bottle and the acupuncture kit and quickly left her space. She poured out the pills and fed them to Yuan. Then, she skillfully inserted the silver needles into acupuncture points on Yuan's head and gently turned them. As each needle was inserted into the points, Yuan's fingers, which had been resting by his side, moved slightly. Yuan noticed this tiny movement and felt encouraged. She continued to manipulate the needles in Yuan's head. However, even after finishing the acupuncture, Yuan showed no further signs of movement. Yuan removed the needles and checked his pulse again. The blood stasis seemed to have eased somewhat, and his pulse was more steady and stronger than before. Although Yuan hadn't woken up, Yuan felt a little disappointed. These things couldn't be rushed. Her body was very weak from malnutrition, and after just a short time of acupuncture, her forehead was covered in sweat. Her stomach was growling loudly, feeling empty and burning painfully. It seemed that her body was not only frail but also suffering from a stomach illness caused by long-term hunger. She quickly entered the space again, found some bread and milk from her stored supplies, and ate them to feel better. While eating, she looked outside the laboratory. Her space was large. Besides building a medical lab, there were vast black lands outside. Although these lands looked fertile, they actually couldn't grow anything. It's such a pity. If only they could produce food, she wouldn't have to worry during these hard times. After filling her stomach, Yuan left the space. She was truly exhausted. She lay down on the other side of Yuan's big bed and soon fell asleep. She didn't notice that after she lay down, Yuan's eyelids moved, his brows furrowed, and he opened his eyes. "Fourth brother, you're awake." The next day, Yuan was awakened by a happy shout. "Mother, come quickly. Fourth brother is awake." The girl excitedly called out, then nervously asked Yuan, "Fourth brother, are you really awake?
How do you feel now?
Is anything uncomfortable? I'll go find the doctor to check on you."
No need, Yen.
"I feel fine now, no discomfort," came a clear, magnetic voice. "Really awake?" A surprised woman's voice responded. Then came a choked-up voice from the woman. "That's good. That's good to wake up." Yuan remembered this voice. It's Yuan's mother, Mrs. Chun. "Fourth, you've been lying here so long. You must be hungry. I'll go make some food for you, Mrs. Chun said happily, looking at Yuan. She took a few steps back, then turned around and happily looked at Yuan. "Yen, you're still not up?" By now, Yuan had already dressed and opened the door. She looked at Mrs. Chun with her clear, beautiful eyes and said, "Sorry, I got up late." Actually, her current identity was that of someone calling Mrs. Chun mother, but she had just tried to say it and simply couldn't.
Mrs. Chun didn't mind.
She kindly took her hand and, with a gentle, smiling face, said, "Yen, you're really our family's lucky star." The doctor once said that Fourth might not wake up anytime soon, or might never wake up. But ever since you came to our home, Fourth has woken up. When Fourth's sister arrived, Fourth brother woke up. He was clear-headed and healthy, with no signs of the illness the doctor said might cause him to become confused or paralyzed after waking. "Fourth sister, you are a great benefactor to Fourth brother and our family." The girl, who had a round face like Mrs. Chun, looked at Yuan with a warm smile in her big, bright eyes that curved like crescent moons. It was clear she was truly grateful to Yuan. Yuan politely smiled and said, "Maybe I was just lucky. When I arrived, the medicine I took earlier must have started working." Mrs. Chun gently patted Yuan's hand and said affectionately, "Yuan, you came late last night and didn't get a chance to meet everyone. This is your younger sister, Yen. When you come to our Gu family, you can settle down peacefully here. Neither your mother nor Fourth brother will treat you badly." Yuan was momentarily unsure how to respond. She hadn't planned to stay in this family. Rescuing Yuan-chun was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Now, she realized she knew nothing about the ancient Daqing dynasty. The original owner was a girl who stayed at home all her life. If she left the Gu family now, she didn't know where to go. It might be better to stay for a while. Yuan pretended to be shy and softly replied, Mrs. Chun happily said to Yuan, "Fourth, you stay here and chat with Yen, and I will go make some food." Mrs. Chun pulled Yen out of the room. Yuan looked at Yuan, who was only 16 but already tall and graceful. Maybe because he had been studying and hadn't seen much sunlight, his skin was pale and cool. He had a handsome face with sharp features, a high nose, thin lips, and deep, dark eyes that looked more captivating than modern male stars. But for some reason, Yuan felt that there was a hint of sadness hidden in his eyes. His presence was calm and steady, unlike a typical 16-year-old boy. She was momentarily lost in her thoughts. "Do you want to go home?" Yuan asked gently, while Yuan was lost in her mind. Yuan was startled. Did Yuan want to send her away as soon as he woke up? Yuan understood her expression and said, "Your mother bought you to help me recover. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave without worry. The things your family gave you are my apology, and you don't need to return them." Because of this, Yuan's opinion of Yuan improved even more. She shook her head firmly. "I don't want to go back. Since my parents could sell me once, they could sell me again. Besides, my family can't afford food." Yuan heard her words, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, I will make sure you have enough to eat." Yuan felt a slight flutter in her heart. In the memories of the original owner, the Daqing dynasty had suffered continuous famines over the past 2 years, floods in the north, droughts in the south, and nomads causing trouble at the borders. Now, the land was full of starving people, and there were even rumors that some places had started to resort to extreme measures to survive. In such a time of disaster, food was especially precious. Looking at the handsome young man, Yuan found his words surprisingly comforting. After speaking, Yuan returned to his room. He sat at his desk, ground some ink, and then picked up a brush to draw on paper. Yuan also entered the room and instinctively looked around at the layout. Yuan's room was in the east wing, probably the biggest room in the Gu family house. Besides Yuan's old wooden bed, there was a large bookshelf along the back wall, filled with many books and a big desk. From the memories of the original owner, Yuan knew that books were very valuable in this era. The original owner's father, who was also a scholar, couldn't afford many books and had even sold their old collection for grain. But Yuan still had so many books, which showed how much the Gu family valued him. Unfortunately, the family had spent all their savings on supporting Yuan's education and on bringing her back as a bride to bring good luck to Yuan. Now, the only valuable thing left in the family was Yuan's books. In the original owner's memory, the Gu family was the poorest in the village, living in the most dilapidated house because all their money had been used to support Yuan's studies. After finishing examining Yuan's room, Yuan leaned in to see what Yuan was doing. She saw a large circle drawn on the paper with black ink, with wooden boards dividing it at intervals. Yuan immediately recognized this as a water wheel design. She quickly understood what Yuan wanted to do. In her memory, the original owner had passed by a big river outside Gu family village just yesterday when she went with the matchmaker Zhang. As Zhang had said, the Gu family's village relied on this river, which made life a bit better than in other places. But that was only a little better because during a drought, the water level in the river dropped, and the bank was nearly 10 meters above the water surface. Although villagers have carved small paths to fetch water, the water they collect is only enough for daily use. The little water they carry back by hand barely helps with irrigation. It's like a drop in the ocean and doesn't make a real difference. Yuan stood beside Yuan, watching for a while. After Yuan put down his brush, he turned and looked directly at her. She felt a bit embarrassed for being caught and asked, "What are you drawing?" Although Yuan showed no expression, he patiently explained, "This is a water wheel. I saw it in an old book before. Are you planning to build it according to the drawing?" Yuan asked again. She had just estimated in her mind that setting up a water wheel on the cliff by the river would be a big project. Yuan nodded. "Yes, I want to try. This drought might last for quite some time." Hearing this, Yuan thought deeply. Yuan's movements didn't seem like those of a 16-year-old boy. Could he be? Has he changed inside? At that moment, Chen's voice came from outside. "Fourth brother, Waner, come out quickly for dinner." Yuan calmly told Yuan, "Let's go." At the dining table, there was a large basin filled with wild vegetable and corn pancakes. Next to it were 2 big bowls. One bowl contained stir-fried wild vegetables, but it was clear that no oil had been added. The other bowl held hot, steaming roasted potatoes, their aroma spreading invitingly. There was also a large basin filled with wild vegetable soup. Besides Yuan, Chen, and Guian, only Yuan's eldest brother, Daniu, and his wife, Yuan, with a few children, came to eat lunch. Gu Yuan's father, second brother, and third sister-in-law were busy working in the fields, waiting for Gu Daniu and Yuan to bring wild vegetable pancakes. Third brother was working as an assistant at a local liquor shop and usually didn't come home. Gu Yuan also had a younger brother, 12 years old, but he had been taken by a wandering monk when he was 6. The monk saw him as a talented martial artist and took him to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts. Gu Daniu, with his suntanned, square face, looked simple and honest. Since he returned and saw Gu Yuan awake, he couldn't stop smiling, grinning so broadly that his eyes disappeared. Mrs. Yuan has dark skin, a slightly chubby round face, small eyes, and a somewhat plump figure. Even during these hard times, she managed to gain weight instead of becoming swollen, showing she takes good care of herself. When she saw Gu Yuan wake up, she was briefly happy. But after her happiness, her wary gaze shifted to Su Wan, as if she thought Su Wan was trying to take her things. "Wan, you haven't eaten much this morning. Are you hungry? Come, have a potato." Mrs. Chen's round face was full of kind smiles as she picked up a potato with chopsticks and placed it in Su Wan's bowl. She also casually slipped a red egg into Su Wan's hand and said, "Yuan, you came late last night, so I didn't have time to make you something good to eat. Today is a good day for you and fourth brother. Each of you get a red egg." The rest of the Gu family had no objections, but Mrs. Yuan was a bit unhappy. She quickly stuffed a potato into her mouth, then scooped 2 more potatoes from the large bowl on the table and piled them into her own bowl. While eating the potatoes, she nudged her husband, Gu Daniu, with her elbow and softly said, "Mom's heart is too biased. She only cares about fourth brother and his wife. If she doesn't give us the eggs, fine, but Guian is the only grandson in the Gu family. He shouldn't go without." Su Wan heard this and wondered if this might cause family conflicts. She wanted to see how Mrs. Chen would react, but before she could, Gu Daniu directly responded to Mrs. Yuan, saying, "Wife, you're wrong. When we got married, Mom even cut 5 jin of meat to bring home. And you ate 3 jin of it yourself. Look at you, no one in our family eats more than you do. If I knew you could eat so much, I wouldn't have married you." And the matchmaker wasn't honest either. When we agreed to marry, she said you didn't eat much.
Me.
Mrs. Yuan was speechless. She had long known her husband's blunt and silly tongue, but she didn't expect him not to defend her now. She was just trying to help their son get some benefits. Meanwhile, 5-year-old Gu Zian, who was busy eating potatoes, looked up at Mrs. Yuan and said, "Mom, I won't eat the red egg. Let Uncle Fourth and Auntie Fourth eat it. My dad said that if you didn't eat so much, we would have finished all the potatoes at home long ago, and we wouldn't be without potatoes now." Mrs. Yuan was just finished being scolded by her husband and then by her son. She felt trapped, unable to speak or move. Master Chen looked sharply at Mr. Yuan. "Oldest son, if you keep talking nonsense, you won't get to eat. If you say I favor someone, I will show you what favoritism really looks like." Mr. Yuan immediately lowered his head, acting as obedient as a quail, not daring to speak anymore. Tonight, not only was there enough food with vegetable pancakes, but also roasted potatoes. If the mother-in-law truly didn't let her eat, she would be the one losing out. Su Wan saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. This family was quite interesting. Next to her, Gu Yuan had already peeled the red egg and placed it in her bowl. Su Wan looked at him in surprise. Gu Yuan was busy drinking vegetable soup and eating vegetable pancakes. Although they were simple meals, he carried an air of natural elegance and nobility. Noticing Su Wan's gaze, he looked up and said, "I don't like eating eggs." "You can have it." "Thank you," Su Wan whispered. Since the family was eating potatoes and vegetable pancakes, and she was the only one with 2 eggs, she felt a bit shy. She turned and gave the unpeeled red egg to a thin little girl beside her, saying, "Xiao Yu, share this egg with your sisters." The girl was Gu Daniu and Wan's eldest daughter, named Gu Xiuyu, who was 9 years old. Sitting next to her was her 7-year-old sister, Gu Xiaoqing. The sisters looked thin, unlike their younger brother Gu Zian, who had a bit more flesh and looked quite different. Next to them sat 2 more little girls. One was Gu Xiaolan, the daughter of Gu Erniu, same age as Gu Shaoqing. The other was Gu Shaowan, from Gu Sania's family, also 5 years old, same age as Gu Zian. Mrs. Wan looked at the white, tender egg with shining eyes and reached out to grab it. Master Chen placed his chopsticks heavily on the table. Wan's claws immediately retracted, and she obediently pretended to be a quail again. Gu Xiaoyu thoughtfully divided the egg into 5 parts. She and her younger brothers and sisters each took a share, and everyone took a bite. Gu Yuan's deep gaze watched this harmonious scene, filled with a gentle smile. Only now did he dare to believe that he had truly been reborn. In his previous life, he worked hard studying and taking exams to stand out and give his family a better life. In the end, he did not disappoint. He became top scholar, dressed in fine clothes, and later, thanks to his outstanding achievements, helped the new emperor ascend the throne. He was rewarded with high official rank and became the chief advisor. Border Tatar invaders. He was ordered to assist the emperor in guarding the border. After a great victory that drove out the Tatars, he was suddenly recalled by 12 imperial edicts. When he arrived in the capital, he was immediately arrested and thrown into prison. It was only in prison that he learned that his house had been searched and found with letters betraying the country and royal robes with crowns. He was taken to the execution ground. As he watched his beloved family being executed, he had no chance to defend himself. He was forced to drink poison and died unjustly. Before he died, his biggest regret was that he had dedicated his life to the prosperity of the empire and the emperor. To gain the emperor's trust, he never married. He never thought that he would fail to protect his parents and brothers and that they would not even leave a complete body. Since heaven gave him a second chance, he only wants to protect his family and give them a good life. He no longer wants to involve himself in power or court affairs. However, Gu Yuangu's calm eyes swept over Su Wan, who was slowly eating her meal. In his previous life, his mother had sold everything to buy her as a bride to bring him good luck. But on the night she entered the house, Su Wan hanged herself. He only woke up after her funeral. He didn't know if this Su Wan was the same person as the one from his past life, but he was sure that something was wrong with her. After finishing his meal, Gu Yuan put down his bowl and looked at Chen Shi. "Mother, I want to go to the fields with my older brother and sister-in-law to help Dad." Although there was a drought now and nothing could be grown in the fields, the Gu family still wanted to prepare the land early. If one day the heavens opened and it rained, the seeds could be planted. Chen Shi quickly held him back. "Fourth son, you don't need to worry about the family's affairs. You've been delayed by your injury. Focus on studying now. In a few days, your father will send you back to the county school. Maybe you can still take the autumn exams this year." Gu Yuan looked at Chen Shi with deep, serious eyes and said firmly, "Mother, I've made up my mind. I don't want to study anymore."
What?
Chen Shi was stunned by his words. She asked stiffly again, "Fourth son, what did you say? You don't want to study anymore?" Gu Yuan nodded. "Mother, I've decided. I won't study anymore. I'll stay at home with you, father, and my brothers to farm the land." Chen paused briefly before saying, "Fourth brother, think about this carefully again. When your father comes back, we can discuss it properly." Guian, who was nearby, became anxious. "Fourth brother, you study so well. Why did you suddenly stop? Last time you came back, you said your teacher at the county school said with your knowledge, you would definitely pass the imperial exam this year." Gu Yuan looked at Gu Yan with a gentle gaze. "Little sister, if fourth brother doesn't want to study anymore, he won't. No studying, no passing the exam, but our family can still live a good life." Gu Yan wiped her tears and whispered, "I want fourth brother to study, not just for a good life. It's a pity that fourth brother is so talented in studying, and now he stops. That's such a waste." "There's nothing to regret," Gu Yuan said with a slight smile. "Our family, being together happily, is better than anything." Dinyo, hearing Gu Yuan, said in a rough voice, "Fourth brother is right. The world is so chaotic now. Even if you take the imperial exam and become an official, it might not be a good thing. I heard that officials might lose their heads, and maybe they're not even happier than us working in the fields." Wang, who had a dark face, frowned at Dinyo and said, "What are you talking about? Fourth brother studied for so many years, spending all our silver. We were just waiting for him to become the top scholar so our chickens and dogs could fly along with him. Fourth brother said he won't study anymore, so he won't. Weren't all those years we squeezed money to support his studies just wasted? She added. Danielle looked at Wang with a simple expression. What do you mean, fourth brother spent all our money on studying? Our family is so poor now. Honestly, it's your fault. If you could eat a little less. Wang almost got a heart attack from anger. Just then, her own son, Guian, chimed in clearly, Mom, that's called one person gaining enlightenment and the chickens and dogs rising together. Without education, it's really scary. Seeing Wang's face turn as green as pig liver from anger, Su-won almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Mom, big brother and I are going to work in the fields now, Yuan said, changing into a short shirt, grabbing and heading out with Danielle and Wang. Chun looked at Yuan's back for a moment, then turned around, took Su-won's hand, patted it gently, and sighed. Fourth brother has always been stubborn. If he says he doesn't want to go to school, he probably really doesn't want it anymore. Later, you're a good child. When the fourth brother comes back, you should help Mom talk to him nicely. He is a good student who has studied for many years. How can he just stop studying suddenly? Su-won felt a little embarrassed. Mrs. Chin truly regarded her as a daughter-in-law, but she and Yuan are strangers. How could she persuade him? But why would Yuan stop reading when he used to read so well?
Could it be?
A bold idea appeared in Su-won's mind. Just like in those stories, is Yuan reborn? Does he know that if he keeps studying, bad things will happen, so he stops? While Su-won was thinking, a sharp voice came from outside the courtyard door. Mrs. Chun, you old harlot, come out quickly. Come out and see what your little did to my Huzi. Mrs. Chun, who was busy in the kitchen, hurriedly wiped her hands and went out. She also told Guian and Su-won, who were helping in the kitchen, Wan Yen, stay inside the kitchen. Don't come out. I'll go see what's happening. After Mrs. Chun left, Guian angrily threw down her cloth and said, What's going on? Just because she's a widow, she and her child go around causing trouble. Su-won asked curiously, Yen, what's going on? Guian looked upset and said, Fourth sister-in-law, you don't know. The woman shouting outside is Yang, a widow from our village. Her husband died 10 years ago. When her son Yang, who was little, everyone in the village knew it was hard for a widow to raise a child, so they helped them a little. But unexpectedly, their kindness only made them into lazy troublemakers. Now Yang, who is 18, and mother and son do nothing all day but wait for the villagers to feed them. When no one gives them anything, they go around causing trouble. If someone gets angry and beats them, they then demand money or grain. The villagers know they can't deal with them, so they avoid them. Today, they definitely caught Xiao and got him angry and fought with him. Hearing this, Su-won understood even more about the shamelessness of Yang's mother and son. They could even pick a fight with 5-year-old Guian, beat him, and then come to demand money. This is simply without any shame. Then why did Mom tell us not to go outside? Su-won continued to ask, confused. Regarding this, Guian became even angrier. Not only is Yang a troublemaker who always causes trouble, but he's also a bully. Whenever he sees young women, his eyes stay on them. When he gets a chance, he even touches them. It's disgusting. Mother is afraid that if we go out, that bully will take the opportunity to touch us, so she doesn't let us go. Su-won thought for a moment. Although she didn't like meddling in other people's affairs, since she was staying now, she was part of the Gu family. If someone dared to bully them, she definitely wouldn't let them get away with it. At this moment, a small figure rushed out faster than Su-won. Guian ran to the gate of the courtyard, clenched his fists tightly, and angrily shouted at Yang, who was standing outside with a scabby head, Grandmother, he was the first to touch my sister's bottom. Widow Yang heard this, and her sharp triangular eyes narrowed as she sneered, a little girl, with hardly any flesh on her bottom, trying to act seductive like a fox. She's the one who's provoking others. If you hadn't been trying to my son wouldn't have touched you. Gu Xiuyu immediately turned red with anger. Grandmother, I didn't. I was picking wild vegetables, and he suddenly slapped my bottom. Chun Shi held Gu Xiuyu's hand and comforted her. Grandmother knows this has nothing to do with you. You and Xiaoan should step back a little. Chun Shi, I tell you today, Gu Zian, that little brat bumped into my son Yang-hu's stomach with his head. My Yang-hu has had stomach pain ever since. If you don't pay the money to get a doctor for Yang-hu, our mother and daughter will stay at your house and not leave. Chun Shi sneered and grabbed a broom from the wall, swinging it at Widow Yang and Yang-hu, shouting, "You shameless old woman, raising a little beast like this. How dare you reach out to my granddaughter? If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not called Yang Xiaoxian." The broom struck Widow Yang and Yang-hu with loud cracking sounds. They clearly didn't expect Chun Shi to be so fierce. They had previously disliked having a scholar's family because they couldn't get anything out of them, so they never caused trouble before. This time, they couldn't find anyone else, so they had to target Gu Zian. But they didn't expect to meet someone tough. Qin Xiaoxian, you old, stop. You're bullying us orphaned women and children. I'll go tell the village chief. Mother and son shouted and jumped around. Chun Shi kept swinging the broom without stopping. Go ahead and tell. You might as well report it. Let the village chief judge fairly, and cut off your son's unruly little hands. Yuan originally wanted to go help, but when she rolled up her sleeves and stepped out, she saw Mrs. Chen wielding a big broom, chasing young widow and her son a mile away. There was no chance for her to intervene. Yuan gained a new understanding of Mrs. Chen's fighting spirit, but she actually liked her straightforward personality. Yuan squinted as she watched the mother and son being chased and scolded by Mrs. Chen, running around in panic. She carefully positioned herself and threw 2 thin silver needles, as fine as cow hair, toward them.
Ah, yow.
The widow and her son let out pig-like squeals, immediately breaking out in cold sweat from the pain. The silver needles pierced the most painful acupoints, enough to make this dishonest mother and son suffer for 3 days and nights. Mrs. Chen returned with her broom and spat harshly. What nonsense. They took advantage of my granddaughter and still want to come here and extort money? If I didn't beat them to death, that would be a kindness. Then she turned and gently patted Gu Xiuyu's head, comforting her. Xiuyu, don't be afraid. If you meet such bullies again, just hit them back. If you can't beat them, call Grandma. Grandma will beat them up. Yes. Gu Xiaoyu nodded heavily, her eyes red. Mrs. Chen looked at Yuan and Guian standing under the eaves and said, all right, there's nothing more. You girls can go do what you need to do. Wanner, you've traveled so far to come here and must be tired. You took care of fourth brother last night and probably didn't rest well. Since it's still early, go lie down and rest for a while. In the past, Yuan could stay up all night for research without much trouble, but now her body, likely weakened from long-term poor nutrition, felt especially exhausted. Her stomach was full, but she was so sleepy she could hardly keep her eyes open. She didn't bother with politeness, nodded to Mrs. Chen, and went back to her room to rest. She was very adaptable and didn't choose a bed when she arrived at the new place. She slept deeply in the afternoon. When she woke up, it was almost dark outside. Gu Yuan had returned with his father, Gu Daong, 2 brothers and sisters-in-law, carrying hoes, sickles, and other farm tools. In this year of disaster, most families were hungry one day and full the next. The Gu family was poor, but Mrs. Chen didn't skimp on food, so that evening they made wild vegetable and grain pancakes and cooked a pot of wild vegetable soup to fill everyone's stomachs. After dinner, second sister-in-law Jiang and third sister-in-law Peng tidied up the dishes and went to wash them in the kitchen. Chen also took Yuan into the kitchen and said, Wan, there's hot water in the big pot behind the stove. Go take a bath. Later, don't pour out the bath water. Let it cool down and use it to water the land in our yard. Okay, mother, Yuan replied politely. When she first arrived, she saw the land in the Gu family's yard. During this drought, it hadn't rained for 3 months, and all the crops had withered. Fortunately, the Gu family's village is near a river, so they didn't lack water for daily use. Each household's small vegetable plot was watered with used water, so they could still grow some vegetables. The land in the Gu family's yard, which Yuan saw when she arrived, was all planted with potatoes. It was said that these potatoes were meant to be their food for the winter. After Yuan carried a heavy wooden bucket to fetch water from the kitchen, she reached out to take it. Just as she was about to lift it, a large hand took the bucket from her. "I'll help you," Guian said. He didn't say much, but his words made her feel very warm inside. There was no special bath bucket or anything. They just took a bucket of water back to their rooms to wipe themselves. After Yuan finished wiping, she took the water out of the bucket. Unexpectedly, Guian was still standing at the door. As soon as she reached the door, he took the bucket from her hand. "Let me do it," he said. Yuan looked at his somewhat slender young figure and carried the bucket to water the potatoes in the yard. She then looked back at their room, which only had one bed. For the first time in her life, her face felt a little warm. At that moment, she realized a serious problem. Her identity, here, was Guian's wife. Since she was Guian's wife, she should sleep in the same room and on the same bed. While Yuan was feeling conflicted, Guian, who had just washed himself and returned from behind, had already entered the room and closed the door. Yuan's heart suddenly jumped into her throat. When Yuan traveled here, she was already 28 years old. Although she hadn't dated anyone before, she knew what it meant when people said pigs can run, even if she had never eaten pork. She understood what that kind of activity was about. Feeling nervous, Guian had already opened the cabinet under his bookshelf and taken out a mattress and cotton quilt. He said, "This is the mattress I used when I was studying at the county school. I sleep on the ground with this. You can sleep on the bed." Hearing this, Yuan felt a bit embarrassed herself. She walked over, pressed down on the mat she had laid on the ground, and with a slightly shy face said, "I think this bed is quite big. You should sleep on it too." After saying this, she felt her words sounded a bit strange, so she added, "Just one blanket each is enough. Also, if you sleep on the floor and my family sees it, it wouldn't be good." Guian thought for a moment and agreed, realizing that although his family wouldn't usually enter his room, they were farmers with not very strict rules. Plus, there were many children at home, and if one of them accidentally saw him sleeping on the floor, it wouldn't look good. So he nodded and accepted. Yuan and he slept on the bed, she at the far end, and he at the near end, with what seemed like a wide gap between them. The next morning, when Yuan woke up feeling groggy, she felt like she was holding a big doll. She slept very comfortably and securely. She instinctively leaned her head against the doll's body, wanting to change position and sleep a little longer. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. She realized something was wrong. She had traveled to this world, and where did the doll come from? Yuan suddenly opened her eyes and saw Guian's deep, dark eyes looking at her. When she looked at herself, she was wrapped around Guian like an octopus. Her mind went blank for a second, and she quickly rolled over and sat up awkwardly, tidying her hair.
"Sorry about that,
It's okay," Guian said calmly. But inside, he felt a strange emptiness. The little girl, as tiny as a bean sprout, was clinging to him and lying in his arms. That real, tangible feeling was truly comfortable. Yuan blushed and got out of bed. Bright sunlight shone through the small wooden window.
Yuan silently sighed.
Another sunny day. It seemed to be just as Guian said, there would be a drought for a while. After a big disaster, there would still be a big epidemic. Life might get even harder in the future. When Yuan left the room, she saw her mother, Chun, bringing breakfast to the table. She felt a little embarrassed and said, "Mom, I'll help you." "No need. Has the fourth child woken up? Let him get up and have breakfast," Chun said while placing the food on the table. Yesterday noon, because Yuan had just arrived at Gu's family, they celebrated with roasted potatoes and big, filling pancakes. This morning, the meals weren't as good. There was only one pancake per person and a large bowl of thin porridge that reflected people's shadows. Porridge is easy to drink freely. After breakfast, since all the land that can be turned over has already been worked, it's too dry to grow any crops. Big sister-in-law Yuan, second sister-in-law Jiang, and third sister-in-law Ping all took their baskets to look for wild vegetables. Since the fields can't produce anything now, people near the big river by Gujia village, which is watered by the river, can still find some wild vegetables. But now, even the roots of wild vegetables have been dug up by others from dozens of miles around. Only by going deeper into the mountains might there be a chance to find some wild vegetables. Jiang and Peng originally wanted to invite Su-won to go with them, but Wan, still upset about the egg incident yesterday, refused and pulled Jiang and Peng to leave.
Su-won didn't mind.
She was thinking about slowly taking some supplies from her space today to improve the family's meals. It's easier for her to go alone. After the three sisters-in-law left, she also picked up a basket and said to Chen, "Mother, I'm going out to find wild vegetables too." Chen, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and said, "Wan, you just arrived here and don't know the place well. Rest at home today, and I'll go with you tomorrow." As soon as Chen finished speaking, Yuan, dressed in shorts, came out of the room. "Mother, it's okay. I'll go up the mountain with her to find wild vegetables." Chen looked at Yuan thoughtfully. "All right, fourth brother. Be careful when you go up the mountain, and don't go too deep into the forest." "Okay, mother. We understand." Yuan agreed, and headed toward the door. Su-won followed behind him. Although the young man looked thin, and his skin was fair from wearing shorts, his tall figure somehow gave a sense of safety. Most of the trees on the mountain looked wilted, struggling to survive. Some of the bark on the younger-looking trees had already been stripped away. Seeing this scene, Su-won silently sighed and looked up at the sky. If it doesn't rain, even if Yuan manages to make a water wheel, most people probably won't survive much longer. Yuan didn't seem interested in looking for wild vegetables. Instead, he looked around and tapped the tall trees with his hand. "Are you looking for wood to make a water wheel?" Su-won asked curiously, walking behind him. "Yeah," Yuan replied. "We can't survive much longer on wild vegetables alone. We need to grow crops in the fields to live." Su-won naturally understood this too. She did not disturb Yuan and thought about finding a quiet place to gather the potatoes stored in her space. But just as she moved, Yuan's voice came from behind. "The mountains here are very big, and some areas have miasma, so it's easy to get lost. Follow me and don't wander around. After I find the wood, I will help you look for wild vegetables." Su-won watched Yuan tap the tree trunk, then pressed her ear against it to listen carefully. Taking the chance while he wasn't paying attention, she moved in the opposite direction. After walking a short distance, she saw no wild vegetables or even a single green blade of grass. The ground was dug up and uneven. Clearly someone had pulled out the roots to eat. Su-won could only silently sigh. In such a natural disaster, and in this ancient world with limited technology, human effort seemed so small. She took 2 more steps forward and saw a withered potato sprout pulled from the ground. She casually picked up a sprout, pinched it, and it crumbled into powder. Su-won looked back toward Yuan. She could vaguely see his silhouette, but he wasn't looking at her. She quickly took a basket of potatoes from her space, threw them into the holes on the ground, and covered them with some soil. The weather was so hot that the soil had turned pale from the sun, and even her freshly dug soil showed no signs of moisture. After making sure there was no flaw, Su-won deliberately dug out a potato with a branch, put it into the basket, and excitedly ran back to find Yuan. Yuan, there are potatoes over there." Yuan had just picked up a piece of wood, looked up, and saw Su-won's flushed face, probably from excitement or heat, and his heart softened slightly without him realizing. "Where?" "Over there." "I'll take you," Su-won said, naturally pulling Yuan's hand. Yuan instinctively glanced at her thin, dry hand holding his, feeling a little softer, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, almost unnoticed. Su-won led Yuan to the area with the withered potato sprouts. "It's here." Yuan's gaze swept over the patch of potato sprouts. It was obvious they had been pulled out by someone. With the sprouts removed, the potatoes underneath had probably been dug up thoroughly. He looked away, his deep eyes passing over Su-won, who was happily digging for potatoes, then squatted down to help. At this moment, Su-won finally took a moment to secretly glance at Yuan. Seeing that Yuan was calmly digging out potatoes one by one from the ground, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. Her acting earlier had gone well, and Guian probably hadn't suspected anything. Soon, they had dug up a basket full of potatoes. When Suwon was burying the potatoes earlier, she quietly counted them in her mind. Now, as she and Guian dug together, she was silently counting again. Until she dug out the last potato and was about to finish, she suddenly noticed that the roots of a plant emerging from the soil nearby looked a bit strange. Suwon instinctively set the basket aside and crouched down to examine the plant roots sticking out of the soil. Guian saw her move and walked over to her. "What's wrong?" Suwon was a little excited. She instinctively grabbed his ankle and looked up at him with a small face, saying, "This looks like ginseng roots. Have we ever found ginseng here before? In the past, I heard that someone dug up wild mountain ginseng in the mountains, but those were found deep in the forest by herbal farmers. We are in the shallow mountains." Guian hadn't finished speaking when Suwon whispered excitedly, "Go find me 2 sturdy little sticks. I want to dig it out and take a look." Guian looked at Suwon's excited, rosy face. This girl was quite obedient when she ordered him around. He stood up to find some suitable branches. Worried that rough branches might scratch Suwon's hands, he used his pocket sickle to smooth the branches first before handing one to her. Suwon took the small branch and carefully pried at the soil. When it came to wild mountain ginseng, appearance mattered a lot. If the roots broke, it would affect the quality and greatly reduce the price. Guian watched her cautious movements seriously. After a while, he said, "Let me do it." Suwon looked up at Guian's expressionless face, surprised, and blinked her big, bright eyes. "You can?" "I didn't know before, but I saw you dig once just now, so I think I can," Guian replied honestly. Although Suwon was a bit worried, she was quite tired from crouching and digging. After hesitating, she handed him the smooth little branch and said, "Be careful, don't break the roots." "Okay." Guian responded calmly and started working with his hands. Suwon watched his movements, starting off nervous and almost choking with worry, then gradually relaxing. Guian's learning ability was truly impressive. Just a little while ago, after he dug up a small part, he had already mastered how to pick wild ginseng. After resting for a bit, Suwon found a sturdy stick to help. When the two focused on their task, they were very close, almost able to hear each other's breath. Suwon was so happy about finding the wild ginseng that she didn't notice Guian's ears turning slightly red. It wasn't until the sun was almost setting that they finally carried out the ginseng completely intact. Suwon looked at the ginseng with her small deer-like eyes, sparkling like stars. "Wow, such a big wild ginseng. This is the first time I've seen one like this. It must be over 100 years old." Seeing her joyful smile, Guian couldn't help but smile a little more. Suddenly, Suwon quickly poured out all the potatoes from the basket, carefully placing the ginseng at the bottom, then gently pressing the potatoes on top and covering the basket with a torn cloth. She happily looked at Guian. "Let's go home." As they reached the gate, they heard Juan's dissatisfied voice inside. "Mom, fourth brother, and Suwon probably found some wild vegetables outside. They're probably just playing and forgot to come back. When they return, it'll be time to eat. Should we start eating now?" Chen, who was feeding the chickens in the yard, glanced at Yuan and then turned into the kitchen. Yuan was always afraid of her mother-in-law. Her loud voice immediately softened, and she muttered quietly, "It's enough to have 2 people at home just eating leftovers. We have to wait for everyone to come back before we can eat." "Mom, your heart is really biased." Suwon and Guian overheard Yuan's words outside the gate. They pushed the door open and said, "Mom, we're back." Yuan, who was not very forgetful, saw Suwon and immediately puffed up like a fighting hen, raising her feathers. "Oh, our 2 little blessings are finally back. Now we can start eating." Yuan glanced at the basket in Guian's hand and mocked. Some people know they shouldn't be freeloaders, but they still dragged back a basket of dirt clods. Second sister-in-law Jiang saw Yuan's words becoming more and more unreasonable. She reached out and tugged her arm. "Big sister-in-law, say less." As soon as Jiang spoke, Yuan opened her mouth to argue. But Chen came out of the kitchen. Jiang, don't stop her. Let her speak. I think she's in good spirits today. We don't need to eat dinner tonight. Yuan's sarcastic words, which were already at her throat, were completely choked off. Meanwhile, Guian was laughing loudly beside them. Wife, I told you to talk less and eat less. You didn't listen. Now look, no dinner tonight. Yuan shot a fierce glare at Guian, who was still laughing happily, feeling like she was about to burst with anger. She wondered why she had listened to the matchmaker's nonsense and married such a simple-minded man. At this moment, Yuan handed the basket to Chun and said, Mom, tonight I found a lot of potatoes on the mountain. Let's make potato mash for dinner. Chun lifted the cloth covering the basket, and sure enough, it was full of potatoes. Yuan was stunned. She thought Yuan and Suwon had just brought back a basket of dirt to pretend, but who would have thought they actually found potatoes on the mountain? Thinking about the tangy, spicy flavor of potato mash, Yuan's mouth started watering. Guian, standing nearby, laughed even louder and mocked her. Wife, don't worry. Tonight's potato mash, I'll eat your share too. Yuan felt her chest tighten with anger. She had thought this simple-minded man would say he'd bring her back to the room, but instead, Suwon followed Chun into the kitchen. Chun picked out a few potatoes from the basket for tonight's meal. Looking at Suwon, she asked with suspicion, Yuan, is there something you want to tell me? Since Yuan, Jiang, and Peng hadn't come in yet, Suwon quickly said, Mom, there's also a ginseng root at the bottom of this basket. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard this. She looked at Suwon in shock, and Suwon nodded. Chun hurriedly lifted the basket and pulled Suwon into her bedroom. After closing the door, Chun carefully took out all the potatoes from the basket. At the very bottom, there really was a ginseng root. She looked at the ginseng, then at Suwon, and finally managed to suppress her excitement and asked cautiously, Yuan, where exactly did you find these potatoes and ginseng? On the mountain. I don't know what place it was, Suwon truly didn't know. Mrs. Chun carefully wrapped the ginseng in a clean cloth. Young miss, tomorrow I will go to town with you to sell this ginseng. Don't tell the others at home for now. Your eldest sister-in-law tends to talk too much, and I don't want any trouble. Suwon nodded. Yes, mother, I understand. After learning about the ginseng, Mrs. Chun also took a few potatoes to the kitchen and made a big bowl of mashed potatoes. The adults controlled their portions and didn't eat much, but the children ate happily and full. Guian comforted his stomach and said happily, Auntie is right. Fourth aunt is our lucky star. Since she came to our house, we've had mashed potatoes to eat, and we're full. Gu Shaoqing immediately hugged Suwon's arm. Fourth aunt, next time you go to pick wild vegetables in the mountain, can I come too? Guian quickly said, I want to go too. Today, I went with my mother, but we didn't find anything. Gu Xiaoyu and Gu Xiaolan also said they wanted to go up the mountain with Suwon. Suwon gently patted their little heads. Okay, everyone can go. At the same time, her eyes noticed Gu Xiaowan sitting alone by the wall. Gu Xiaowan wasn't gathered with her brothers and sisters, but was sitting alone, focused on something. Suwon remembered that in the past 2 days at the Gu family, she hadn't heard Gu Xiaowan speak or exchange glances with her. Among the children, Gu Xiaowan was the only one who never made eye contact with her. While thinking about Gu Xiaowan's situation, Gu Yuan carried a bucket of water into their room. When he came out, his deep eyes met Suwon's lively, curious eyes. Gu Yuan's ears turned slightly red, and he quickly looked away, saying, The bath water is ready for you.
Go now.
Suwon pushed aside her thoughts about Gu Xiaowan. While she was taking a bath without being disturbed, she slipped into her space. Before crossing over, she was very focused on her studies and didn't care much about other things. She often stored things in her space, but didn't remember exactly what she had stored. Suwon quickly sorted and organized the supplies inside her space. There is a large bag of potatoes in the space, about 100 jin. There are 20 bags of rice, each 50 jin, and 20 bags of flour of the same weight. There are also sorghum, buckwheat, wheat, red beans, green beans, and soybeans, totaling around 500 jin of various grains. Additionally, there are some cooked foods like bread, sausages, instant rice, and self-heating pots, but these cannot be taken out of the space. The grains that can be taken out total a little over 2,000 gene. It sounds like a lot, but since the family has many members, it won't last long. Moreover, she needs to find a good reason before she can take these things out. She looked at her stored herbs, but unfortunately, although she used to love buying all kinds of traditional Chinese medicines, her experiments involved extracting active ingredients from herbs to make medicines. This meant she used a lot of herbs, and her laboratory space didn't have any herbs she could directly take out and sell in this ancient time. It seems that to survive well in this era, she must work hard to earn money. But with such a severe drought and no land to farm, how can she make money? Yuan looked at the barren land outside the laboratory with some worry. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked to the barren land inside the space. She forgot that her space had a high-powered rainmaking cannon, which she used last year during a drought in her herbal planting trial field in the mountains. She still had 3 rainmaking shells left. As long as there are rain clouds in the sky, she can fire these shells to bring rain. After the rain, maybe she can plant crops and wait until Guian makes a water wheel. When Yuan opened the door carrying a water bucket, Guian was waiting outside. Seeing her come out, he naturally took the bucket from her hand and went to water the potatoes in the yard. Yuan watched Guian's tall, straight figure and silently thought that the young man in ancient times really looked good. His face was handsome, his back was nice, and even when he bent down to water the potatoes, he looked so good. She was lost in admiration when suddenly, in this hot weather, she felt a cool breeze. She snapped back to reality, looked outside, and saw the wind picking up, blowing the clouds in the sky closer together. At this moment, Chunshir was standing in the yard, reciting Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha, the heavens finally opened their eyes. It's really going to rain heavily. If it rains well, we common folks might have a little hope. Everyone in the Gu family, including the younger ones, eagerly took out water containers to prepare for the rain, already excited and ready. Outside the yard, villagers cheered loudly, even running from house to share the good news about the rain. Even though everyone already knew the forecast, they still shared the news. Only Guian stood alone in the yard, holding a wooden bucket, looking up at the sky with worry. Yuan approached him and asked, "It's going to rain. Are you not happy?" Guian sighed softly, almost inaudibly. "If it rains, the crops can be planted, so I should be happy. But what if it doesn't rain?" After saying this, he went back into his room. Yuan looked at his back and paused thoughtfully. Half an hour later, the wind grew stronger, but the rain clouds in the sky were blown thinner and thinner, almost dispersing. The excited villagers who had hoped for rain felt very disappointed. Yuan watched the boy sitting neatly at the table, quietly copying books. She knew he understood that the rain was unlikely to come. That night, Yuan closed her eyes and slept peacefully in bed, but her ears stayed alert, listening carefully to the wind outside and Guian's steady breathing nearby. When his breathing became calm and even, she quietly turned over, got out of bed, and tiptoed out. The rain clouds in the sky had become very thin. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a cold, silver light over the yard, like a layer of frost. Everything was silent, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene that couldn't be enjoyed in modern times. But Yuan didn't have the energy to admire it now. She had something more important to do. She went straight out through the Gu family gate and headed toward the mountain opposite the village. At the top of the mountain, she chose a high, open spot. She took out a large cannon from her space and filled it with rain-absorbing pellets. She pressed the button.
Boom.
A loud thunder-like sound exploded. Then there were 2 more. The clouds in the sky quickly gathered, covering half of the moon. The ground was pitch black, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Yuan hurriedly retracted the cannon into her space and started to head back. As she was halfway there, large raindrops began to fall, but they weren't heavy or dense yet. She quickly covered her head with her hands and ran back. However, just a few steps later, she saw a torch and a familiar figure in her line of sight. Yuan stopped walking and looked at Guian's growing closer figure, her heart pounding in her chest. Her secret had been discovered. As Guian approached, he placed a straw hat on her head and handed her a raincoat, asking, "Can you put it on?" "Yes," Yuan replied, surprised, and quickly put it on and fastened it. Guian saw she was ready and said, "Let's go home." His tone was cold and emotionless. Yuan followed behind him, instinctively explaining, "It's just too hot. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air." "I know," Guian answered calmly, then warned her, "There's a stone here. Be careful not to fall." "Okay," Yuan replied obediently, carefully avoiding the stones under her feet. When they returned home, the others in the Gu family were already up and busy catching rainwater. Without her needing to say anything, Guian explained to the family it was a bit hot inside, so I took one out for some cool air. Hearing this, Yuan felt strangely at ease. Whether her secret was discovered or not didn't matter. He wouldn't tell anyone. Clatter, clatter. Finally, the heavy rain started falling, and the whole village could hear cheers and thankfulness to the sky. As Yuan entered the house, a clean cloth was handed to her. "Wipe your face. Be careful not to catch a cold." "Oh." Yuan obediently took the cloth and wiped her hair. By the time she finished drying her hair, Guian was already lying on the bed, breathing evenly with his eyes closed, seeming to be asleep. Yuan finally relaxed completely and climbed into bed to sleep. Guian slept very well, not moving at all the whole night. Yuan was fine too, except that she rolled from one side of the bed to the other and snuggled close to Guian, placing one hand and one foot on him. That was all. When Guian woke up in the morning, he saw the little girl's peaceful face resting on his shoulder. Maybe because it was a bit hot, her porcelain white face was slightly red, making her look especially adorable. Guian couldn't help but poke her chubby little face with his finger. It was soft, but she was too thin. If she had a bit more flesh, poking her would be even more comfortable. Yuan instinctively let out a soft sound, and Guian awkwardly cleared his throat. Time to get up. Yuan's consciousness, which had been floating high above, suddenly snapped back. She realized she was again awkwardly hanging onto Guian, and she quickly sat up. Why did she sleep holding this man again? Last time, she had just traveled here and thought of him as her big cuddly bear, so, in a way, she hadn't really held him. But this time, she had actually pounced on this young man from ancient times again. Old cow eating tender grass. She used to be a medical research machine with no desires, so did her crossing over turn her into a flirtatious woman? Ugh, shameless.
Yuan harshly scolded herself inwardly.
By now, Guian had tidied himself up and said in a clear, calm voice, "I'm leaving now." Okay, I'll be right there," Yuan quickly replied. Then she quickly pushed aside her embarrassment, got up and put on her shoes. When she left the room, everyone in the Gu family was already up. The main hall had seeds on the table, and the yard was filled with farming tools and ash used for fertilizer. Mrs. Chun and Guian were serving breakfast onto the table. Guian's father, Gu Laohan, and Gu Qingshan sat in the hall smoking dried tobacco, looking at the clear sky after the rain. Because he was happy, the wrinkles on his face seemed deeper. After breakfast, I know, and Air Nyo will loosen the soil again. The eldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, and third daughter-in-law will make the nesting holes. Yen girl, you girl, and Qing girl will plant the seeds. Wife, you take the fourth and fourth daughter-in-law to town early and come back quickly. If we don't plant the corn soon, we'll miss the season. Gu Laohan arranged everything in order. Wan Shi heard this and her chubby, dark face fell. She muttered softly, "The whole family is working in the fields.
Why can they go to town to play?
It's not like they're being unfairly favored by parents."
Bang!
Mrs. Chen slammed a bowl filled with potatoes onto the table, looking sternly at Wan Shi. "Old Wan, I'm putting it straight today. People are naturally biased. If you think I favor some, then don't do the chores at home, and don't eat." Wan Shi, like a frightened quail, drooped her face and dared not speak. Gu Nyo quickly scooped a potato into his bowl. "Wife, if you don't want to work, just don't. If you skip eating, we can all eat 2 more potatoes." Gu Zian also hurriedly nodded in agreement. Exactly, mother. Maybe you should just skip eating. If you don't eat, you don't have to work. That would be so much more comfortable. Wan Shi, whose face was already dark, suddenly became so angry she wanted to scratch someone. Grandmother-in-law's attitude towards her was one thing, but this was her own husband and son. Su Wan quietly ate her potato, trying hard not to laugh. She even felt a little sorry for the Wan family. After breakfast, Su Wan and Gu Yuan followed Mrs. Chen to the town. It was nearly 20 miles from Gu's village to the town, so walking was impossible. At the village entrance, under an old pine tree, a bullock cart was stopped. An old water buffalo pulling the cart was so thin that its ribs showed. Riding the cart to town cost 2 coins per person. Mrs. Chen paid Uncle Qing Shui 6 coins for the ride, and she took Gu Yuan and Su Wan onto the cart. It was still early, and the cart was waiting for more passengers. Uncle Qing Shui chatted with Mrs. Chen. De Yong's family, this is your daughter-in-law, the 4th daughter-in-law? She looks lively but a bit too thin.
Yuan.
Mrs. Chen. Yes, her family isn't easy. Uncle Qing Shui, these days you see people are thin, but look at your water buffalo. It's so thin, just skin and bones. Uncle Qing Shui sighed. Well, when the heavens want to take someone, there's nothing we can do. But luckily, last night there was a timely rain. Those 3 thunderclaps were powerful. The clouds looked like they'd be blown away by the wind. If it weren't for those 3 thunderclaps, the rain might not have come. Mrs. Chen nodded in agreement. That's the thunder god showing his power. Su Wan remembered the dry ice rain bombs she threw last night. She kept her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, acting honestly. So, is she now the thunder god? Gu Yuan's gaze unintentionally swept over her. The girl was small, with porcelain-white skin, sitting with her head lowered, looking very obedient. He didn't know why, but his weathered heart suddenly softened. The scope of artificial rain was very limited. Halfway to the town, everyone realized there was no sign of rain. As they got closer to the town, more starving refugees with hollowed-out eyes and greenish glow gathered. Compared to them, the people on the cart had at least eaten a full meal before leaving home, so they were quite well off. At the city gate, soldiers with spears blocked the entrance. To enter the city, each person had to pay 2 coins. Mrs. Chen paid 6 coins and led Gu Yuan and Su Wan into the city. Inside, the scene was much better. Many people still wore long robes, and their faces looked healthy, with hardly any signs of hunger. Mrs. Chen was worried about the ginseng Su Wan carried, so she hurriedly took her and Gu Yuan to the largest and only pharmacy in town. It's still early, and the pharmacy just opened. The shopkeeper was wiping the counter when he heard a clear, confident voice ask, "Shopkeeper, do you buy ginseng here?" The shopkeeper turned around and saw Su Wan with a bright, cheerful smile. Although the young girl looked very thin, like a bean sprout, her sweet smile made everyone feel happy. When she mentioned ginseng, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a big smile, creases appearing on his face. Yes, young lady. Do you have ginseng to sell? Despite the ongoing disasters in the world, ginseng remains a popular and valuable item. The wealthy officials and noblemen, who are not short of money, are also very afraid of illness. So, whenever good medicinal herbs like ginseng or lingzhi that promote longevity appear on the market, they rush to buy them. Su Wan was not in a hurry to take out her ginseng. Instead, she confidently asked, "Boss, how do you buy ginseng here?" The shopkeeper smiled warmly and replied, "Young lady, the price depends on the age, weight, and appearance of the ginseng. Different ages, weights, and looks can make the price vary a lot. And what about a perfect 100-year-old ginseng weighing over 3 taels? How much would you pay?" Su Wan lowered her voice deliberately so only they 3 and the shopkeeper could hear. The shopkeeper's expression changed. He looked at them carefully and said, "Young lady, madam, young master, please come inside with me to talk." Chen and Gu Yuan put down their baskets and followed the shopkeeper into the inner room. The shopkeeper, eager, said, "Young lady, you found a top-quality 100-year-old ginseng. Can I see it?" He quickly added, if it's 100-year-old ginseng weighing over 3 taels, I can pay more than 100 taels of silver. Since Yuan was new here and didn't know the local price as well, she instinctively looked at Yuan. Yuan nodded slightly. She then took out the ginseng wrapped carefully in the best cloth from her family and placed it on a small table for the shopkeeper to see. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. The ginseng was not only large but also looked healthy, with arms and legs intact and no roots broken. It looked just like a chubby little baby. It was indeed 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng. The shopkeeper hesitated, then asked, "Young lady, I can offer 150 taels of silver for this ginseng. Would you sell it?" Chen, who had been listening and knew the price was at least 100 taels, swallowed hard. When she heard 150 taels, she was so shocked her mouth almost couldn't close, and her legs felt a bit weak. 150 taels. She had never seen so much money in her life. Yuan looked at Yuan again, and Yuan nodded slightly. "All right, thank you, shopkeeper," Yuan said. The shopkeeper was very happy. After processing this old ginseng, he could sell it in the county town for at least 200 taels, earning a profit of 50 taels. This kind of opportunity was rare. The shopkeeper took out a banknote to give to Yuan. Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Shopkeeper, we villagers don't have a place to exchange banknotes. Could you give us cash instead?" The shopkeeper reached into his sleeve to hide the banknote, then withdrew his hand. "All right, wait a moment. I'll go get the cash for you." Soon, the shopkeeper brought out the cash, weighed it in front of them, and carefully packed it into a small box before handing it to them. Yuan exchanged a silver ingot for smaller silver coins to make it easier to use. Chen Shi then carefully hid the small box with the silver inside. After leaving the pharmacy, the three of them went to the bookstore. Yuan returned the books he had copied. Yuan's handwriting was neat and clean. The books he copied were always the best sellers in the bookstore. According to Chen Shi, Yuan could earn 2 taels of silver a month just from copying books, so he didn't need much support from his family. After Yuan finished returning the books, Chen Shi was busy thinking about selling grain. During these hard times, having enough grain made her feel less anxious. Yuan paused and said, "Mother, third brother hasn't been home in a long time. Let's go see him first." Yuan looked at Yuan. From the moment they left the pharmacy, she felt Yuan seemed a bit anxious. He was walking very quickly from the pharmacy to the bookstore, almost too fast for her to keep up. Could it be that Yuan knew something was going to happen to his third brother today? Chen Shi thought about her third son, who worked at the town's wine shop. Since things started getting difficult, Guian hadn't returned home. Now that they finally came to town, they should go see him. "All right, let's first check on your third brother at the wine shop, then buy some grain." Yuan followed Yuan and Chen Shi to the wine shop. The business was very slow. As soon as they entered, they saw Guian climbing dangerously on top of the distiller, seemingly repairing the wooden equipment. Yuan called out loudly, "Third brother." Guian looked up, and his eyes lit up with surprise. "Fourth brother, you're awake? Mother, why are you here?" Guian spoke as he quickly climbed down from the tall distillation apparatus. As he got closer, his gaze fell on Yuan. "Is this my second sister-in-law?" "Hello, third brother," Yuan politely greeted him. Guian reached out and patted Yuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked him over. "Fourth brother, you're awake, that's good. You're awake. Is everything at home okay?" Chen Shi was about to reply when suddenly, a loud crash sounded behind them. Yuan looked toward the noise. The huge wooden distillation device that Guian had been repairing just now had collapsed to the ground, broken into a pile of wood. If Guian hadn't been called down just now, he might have fallen from above and been hit by the large wooden boards. Although not deadly, he could have been injured or disabled. Yuan instinctively looked at Guian. Guian's face remained calm and indifferent. Chen Shi and Guian took a moment to recover. Guian, remembering he was just on top, felt his legs tremble slightly. He reached out and supported Yuan's shoulder to steady himself, using him for leverage. This distillation apparatus was fine just now. Why did it collapse? He then looked at Chen Shi. Mother, luckily you and fourth brother came to see me today. Otherwise. Chun Shi, still shaken, looked at Yuan. It's thanks to fourth brother this time. I was about to buy grain and go home, but fourth brother said you haven't been home for a long time, so we came to see you. Sanyu tightly hugged Yuan, his rough hand patting his back. Yuan looked at the collapsed distillation device with deep eyes. In his previous life, on the day the tavern decided to close, the third brother, who was helping out, was asked to check and repair the distillation device one last time. It collapsed, and the third brother fell from it, breaking one leg and getting his arm crushed by a large piece of wood. Although the tavern owner paid for his injuries, the town doctor's skills were limited. As a result, the third brother's leg remained lame, and his arm was not properly healed, so he could no longer do heavy work. Yuan let out a small breath of relief. This time, he finally arrived in time. The tavern owner, in his 50s with a short beard, hurried out from inside. Seeing Sanyu standing safely in the yard, he also let out a sigh of relief. Sanyu, are you alright? Master, I'm fine. When the distillation apparatus collapsed just now, my mother and younger brother happened to be visiting me. I came down from above, Sanyu explained. The tavern owner sighed in relief. Good, you're safe. That's what matters. It's my fault. The distiller has been used for a long time, and it's not very sturdy. I really shouldn't have let you go up and fix it. I was just thinking that even though the tavern is no longer in business, if we repair the distiller and preserve it well, maybe someday when things get better, I can reopen the tavern. But I didn't expect.
Oh well.
Yuan looked at the boss, who seemed lost in thought, then glanced at the 2 rows of large clay jars inside the tavern. She thought for a moment and asked, Boss, since you're no longer running the tavern, have all the wine in these jars been sold? The boss also looked at the jars, his face showing pain as the wrinkles deepened. Yes, they've been sold out. That means I don't have to close the tavern anymore. Sanyu quickly explained, Master, my younger sister and brother are still young and don't understand. Please don't take it the wrong way. The tavern owner waved his hand and sighed as he walked inside, saying it's okay, Sanyu. Since your mother and brother are here, come with me to settle your wages. Then you can go home with them. Sanyu bowed and replied, yes, then was about to follow inside. Yuan quickly stopped him before he left and asked, Third brother, I want to ask you something. Are all the wines sold out now? Sanyu also sighed. Yes, these days, people can hardly get enough to eat, let alone buy wine. Only wealthy officials and rich men drink wine, but they wouldn't drink the kind we make in our tavern. They prefer good wine. Yuan's bright, lively eyes sparkled with cleverness as her mind started to work. On their way from the pharmacy to the tavern earlier, they passed by the biggest restaurant in town. Despite the starving people outside, many well-dressed people in fine silk and satin entered and exited the restaurant. The disaster mainly affected the poor. The lives of the wealthy were not much changed. If she could distill and purify the wine from the tavern into good quality, white wine like modern times, there would definitely be a market for it. Yuan gently tugged at Yuan's sleeve and said, Yuan, I will turn this rough wine into good wine. Yuan looked down and met Yuan's sparkling, beautiful eyes. His small, porcelain-white face was full of seriousness and determination. He seemed to be under some kind of magic, and involuntarily nodded in agreement. Okay. Turning around, he discussed with Mrs. Chun, Mother, what if we buy all the wine in this tavern? I have a way to purify it into good wine. I also know the manager of the Peach Blossom restaurant in town. Later, we can sell the wine there and make some money. Mrs. Chun trusted Yuan very much, but did not make a quick decision. Instead, she said, Fourth son, this matter is not entirely up to me. The money we have is earned by late daughter. You need to discuss it with her. Hearing this, Yuan immediately stepped forward and said, Mother, I agree with Yuan. She lifted her small face, smiling sweetly, and looked at Yuan. Seeing her beautiful, crescent moon-like eyes and smile, Yuan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. A faint blush slowly spread from her ears to her face. Mrs. Chun took Yuan and Yuan to find the owner of the tavern. When they heard Guian wanted to buy all the unsold wine, the owner was so surprised that his pupils widened. Gu family fourth son, are you sure you want all this wine? Guian instinctively glanced at Yuan out of the corner of his eye, then turned to the owner and bowed. Yes, I am sure. Please help us calculate the price. Gu family fourth son, since you are sure about buying this wine, I won't say much. But since Nyo has worked here for many years, I can't cheat you. Our wine isn't very good quality. Even if you have the talent and know the owner of Peach Blossom Tower, this wine won't sell well there. The high officials and nobles are picky and say this wine has a sour taste. Guian listened to the owner while calculating the weight of the wine together. Once the amount was confirmed, the owner said, there are still 518 dough of wine left. I'll give you a good price, 10 coins per dough, which totals 5,180 coins. The owner also said he wouldn't charge the 180 coins in small change and accepted 5,000 coins instead. Mrs. Chun weighed the broken silver she had exchanged from the medicine shop and gave 5 taels to the tavern owner. Gu Sanyo borrowed a cart from the owner to transport the wine jars. While the owner, Gu Nyo, and Gu Yuan moved the wine jars onto the cart, Mrs. Chun took Yuan to buy grain at the grain shop. Compared to the other shops, which had slow business, the grain shop was bustling. A long line was outside the shop. Yuan followed Chinshur in line. After tiptoeing to peek inside the shop, Chinshur said to Yuan, Young miss, I just looked, and there's still plenty of grain in the shop. We should be able to buy some today. Their family had already run out of food and had been surviving on wild vegetables and potatoes. Now, even the wild vegetables and tree bark were nearly gone. If they couldn't buy more grain, the family would have to tighten their belts and go hungry. Chun-shur nervously watched the remaining grain in the shop while slowly moving forward in the line. Yuan also felt nervous. She had some grain in her space, but she needed to be careful. She could only secretly take it out if her family had some of their own. She couldn't let her family be completely empty-handed. If she suddenly appeared with a lot of grain, people might think she's a fairy or a monster. Finally, it was Chun-shur and Yuan's turn. Chun-shur kindly asked the shopkeeper, Young man, what are the current prices for grain? The new rice is 1 silver coin per 2 jin, the white flour is 1 silver coin per 2 jin, Chun rice is 300 won per jin, rice bran is 50 won per jin, and wheat bran is 50 won per jin. How much do you want to buy? Hurry up, the people behind are waiting. The shopkeeper quickly explained and urged. Chun-shur looked at her purse, feeling a bit conflicted. She didn't dare look at the new rice or white flour. In the end, she said, Young man, please weigh out 20 jin of rice bran and 20 jin of wheat bran for me. Young man, also weigh out 50 jin of Chun rice, 10 jin of new rice, and 5 jin of white flour, Yuan quickly added. When she and Chun-shur came out earlier, Guian had quietly told her to buy as much grain as she could if possible. The shopkeeper paused, looked at Chun-shur, then at Yuan, and asked, Are you weighing the grain? Who's in charge here? Although Chun-shur was reluctant to spend so much money, Yuan spoke up. She couldn't take back her words now. Gritting her teeth, she said, Yes, weigh everything. Afterward, she looked at Yuan and asked, Young miss, with so much grain, how are we going to carry it all home? Yuan smiled and replied, Mother, don't worry. I've already told Yuan. Once the wine in the brewery is loaded onto the cart, he'll come here to pull the grain. Chun-shur felt relieved and nodded. She watched as the grain was packed into bags. Although she felt a bit distressed about the money spent, she remembered that she had tried twice before to buy grain but failed. This time, luck was on their side, and they managed to buy so much. Her heart settled. In this year of famine, having enough grain at home was the only way to stay calm. After the man weighed the grain, Gu Sanyu and Gu Yuan pushed the cart over. The cart was already loaded with 5 large clay jars, each big enough to hold 2 people, and several smaller jars. After Mrs. Chun paid at the grain shop, the clerk helped Gu Yuan and Gu Sanyu load the grain onto the cart. The bags used to carry the grain looked too eye-catching. Since there weren't many in the city, if they took them out, hungry refugees might try to steal them. Gu Yuan opened one of the jars. It was empty. He poured in a mixture of old and new rice, then filled the jar with white flour, leaving only the bags of wheat bran and rice husks on the cart. Then, he and Gu Sanyu started walking toward Gu's village, one pulling, the other pushing the cart. When they reached the entrance of Gu's village, it was almost noon. Because of the heavy rain last night, everyone was busy working in the fields. Seeing the cart loaded with big jars, the villagers curiously asked, "The Dayong family, have you guys become rich? Why are you using a bullock cart to bring back so many jars?" Mrs. Chun, with a tired look and a sigh, replied, "Oh, Qingshan family, don't say that." The woman from Qingshan, who had just teased Mrs. Chun, immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "No. If this were a couple of years ago, I might buy some. But now, with the bad year, we don't even have enough food to eat. So where would we get the money for that yellow wine?" Mrs. Chun sighed again and agreed, "Yes, we have no food to eat. What are we supposed to do with so much of that yellow wine?" After Gu Yuan and Gu Sanyu pushed the cart farther away, the Qingshan woman muttered softly, "That Dayong family is really unlucky." The talented scholar was beaten into a living death. When he woke up, he couldn't read anymore. And Sanyo helped others for 3 years for free. What a sin. She shook her head with a feeling of regret. Gu Sanyu and Gu Yuan pushed the cart and continued walking toward the Gu family's house. Suddenly, a figure jumped out beside them and fell right in front of the cart, clutching their legs and crying out, "Ouch! Ouch!"
Yuan looked closely.
Wasn't this the person who caused trouble at their house that day, Yang Hu? She didn't expect that Yang Hu, after being driven away that day, still wasn't willing to give up. Today, he came back to cause trouble again. "Oh, my son! What happened to you?" Yang Widow cried out as she rushed over from the roadside. "Mother, my leg. My leg was crushed by them." Yang Hu wailed loudly, holding his leg. "Oh, my poor son." Yang Widow sat down beside Yang Hu, patting the ground and crying loudly. "You're only 3 years old, and your deadbeat father left us. Now I've finally raised you, and these killers crushed your leg.
How will we survive now?"
Yang Widow's voice was sharp and harsh. Her cry attracted many villagers working in the fields, who gathered around to watch. Did they really crush Hu's leg? Someone asked. Yang Widow and her son are annoying, but they're truly pitiful. If it was really Sanyu and a Yuan who crushed Hu's leg, they should take responsibility. Most villagers were honest and kind. Although they often found Yang Widow and her son bothersome, in this situation, they couldn't help but feel sympathy. Chun Shi, who was tough and fierce, had just helped support the wine jar on the cart and didn't see clearly what happened ahead. She wasn't sure if they had hit Yang Hu. At this moment, she gently tugged at Gu Sanyu beside her and whispered, "Sanyu, when you and Lao Si were pushing the cart just now, did you feel like you hit someone?" Gu Sanyu frowned, full of anger. "Mother, the cart didn't even bump a bit. How could we have hit anyone?" Gu Sanyu was naturally hot-tempered and impulsive. After speaking, he immediately let go of the handle of the cart, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to step forward. "Mother, I'll go talk to them properly." Hearing this, Yang Widow immediately jumped up. "You crush my son whose leg and won't admit it? Chun Xunyang, Gu Sanyu, I tell you, today you either pay 10 taels of silver to fix Hu's leg, or I'll take Hu and move into your house. You'll have to serve us well and take care of us in old age." The villagers watching the scene gasped in surprise at Yang Widow's words. 10 taels of silver. Most families in the village earn less than 2 taels of silver a year. Besides the cost of food and drink for their family, they have almost nothing left. Even the wealthiest family in the village, the Li family, probably cannot afford 10 taels of silver, let alone the Gu family, who are so poor they have nothing. Just now, I asked Chen Xunyang about Tian Suehua, the wife of Qingshan, who spoke up from the crowd. "Widow Yang Sen Nyo and A Yuan's cart hit Huzi. It's right to pay for the doctor and medicine. But how serious can a cart accident be? Could it really leave Huzi disabled for life? You're asking for 10 taels of silver, or else you want us to support you and your daughter. I think you're just trying to cheat us." Suwon couldn't help but glance at Tian Suehua. Chen Xunyang already told her that Gu Qingshan and Gu Deyong are peers, and Gu Qingshan is a relative of Gu Yuan. Tian Suehua is known in the village for gossiping about others, but she has no bad intentions. Other villagers also agreed. That's right, Widow Yang. You and Huzi often cheat and trick people in the village, but now you're asking for so much money and want a Yang's family to support you and Huzi. You're shameless. Widow Yang, with her sharp triangular eyes, glared at them, hands on her hips, and said sharply, Gu Deyong's 2 sons broke my son's leg. If they don't pay or support us, you pay and support us instead? Knowing how unruly Widow Yang and her son are, the villagers shrank back and said nothing. Su Wan saw Gu Yuan put down the handle of the cart and try to stand up. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Let me go. Gu Yuan looked at her deeply, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although he didn't know what Su Wan planned to do, he thought she could try. Even if she made things worse, he would support her. Su Wan walked over to Widow Yang and her son, her clear gaze fixed on Huzi. Huzi, is your leg broken? I learned some bone-setting techniques from a nearby herbalist. Let me take a look. Widow Yang immediately wanted to stop her, but Huzi's eyes gleamed mischievously as he looked at Su Wan. He swallowed hard. Despite being thin and plain, she looked quite charming. That small waist and rounded little bottom, touching them would surely feel amazing. Yang Hu thought for a moment and gave his mother a subtle signal. A mother knows her child best. Yang Hu's mischievous nature is clear to his widow mother. But if her son really had some kind of relationship with Gu Yuan's young wife, and she married her son, it would not only embarrass Chen Xunyang but also be a great opportunity, gaining a new daughter-in-law for free.
Oh.
Yang Hu cried out while holding his leg, then teasing Su Wan. Oh, little lady, can you tell if I'm injured? I think I hurt more than just this leg. My 3rd leg is also hurting. Come and check for me, little lady. His blunt words made not only a young girl, but also the surrounding women blush. Gu Yuan, normally so gentle, clenched his fists tightly. Chen Shi was so angry she grabbed a stick nearby, intending to hit Yang Hu. Today, I'll all 3 of your legs. Someone nearby quickly stopped her. Ma'am, don't be impulsive. If you hurt Yang Hu now, they'll just cling to your family even more. Su Wan ignored Yang Hu's words. She gently held his knee with one hand and his ankle with the other. This leg is really broken. Let me fix it for you. With a sharp sound, Yang Hu let out a pig-like squeal, his face instantly turning pale. He was so frightened he couldn't speak properly, trembling as he shouted, You little brat, how dare you break my leg? Su Wan blinked innocently with her bright, deer-like eyes. Wasn't your leg already broken from the collision earlier? How can I break it again? Did you pretend to have a broken leg earlier to try to scam us? Yang Hu was furious, anxious, and in pain. He gasped for air but couldn't speak. Seeing her son's leg was truly broken, Yang Hu's widow mother clenched her teeth and stepped forward. Whether my son's leg was broken earlier by the car or broken now by you, it's clear your family is involved. You must pay for it. Really? Su Wan said softly, appearing innocent and harmless. She then stepped on Yang Hu's knee with one foot. Then go and invite a doctor to see if Yang Hu's leg is truly broken. If it is, I'm willing to pay 10 taels of silver. Widow Yang looked at Yang Hu was crying loudly and wailing. At this moment, Yang Hu was already sweating heavily from the pain on his face. But Widow Yang didn't dare to take risks. What if Yang Hu's leg wasn't broken? Wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? She squatted down and helped Yang Hu, crying as she asked, My son, how is your leg? What exactly happened? Mother, my leg is broken, it's broken. Please, quickly find a doctor. Yang Hu shouted and said intermittently. By then, someone had gone to invite the village elder to come and settle the matter. Widow Yang saw the elder and, wiping her tears, cried out, Elder, Gu Dayong's cart hit my son's leg, and that doesn't count. Their new daughter-in-law even broke my son's leg. You must help us, a poor widow and orphan. Su Wan also looked at the elder and said, Elder, please send someone to call a doctor. If the doctor says Yang Hu's leg is really broken, I am willing to pay the widow Yang 10 taels of silver. But if his leg isn't broken, then he's just trying to cheat us. What should we do then? Widow Yang looked at Yang whose face had turned pale from pain. Plus, the leg that Suwon had just taken from Yang, who was lying weakly to the side, looking broken. She clenched her teeth and said, if whose leg isn't broken, I am willing to give the Gu family the 2 acres of land that my late husband left us as compensation. That land was originally wild land at the foot of the mountain, opened by her late husband. After he died, she found farming too tiring, so she rented it out to others. This year, it had been very dry. If it hadn't rained last night, the land would have been scorched and smoking. No one was renting it, so it just sat empty. Now, giving it to the Gu family's new daughter-in-law as a bait for her, like a sprout, was no problem. Hearing Widow Yang's words, Suwon happily said to Gu Yuan, Yuan, write a note, and ask the elder to witness it. The villagers watching couldn't help but tease Chinshi, Xionyang, are you really letting your new daughter-in-law gamble 10 taels of silver with Widow Yang? Ma'am, 10 taels of silver is not just 10 coins. As farmers, even if we don't eat or drink for a year, we can only save at most 2 taels. And your family has so many mouths to feed. Where would you get such a big sum of money? This is the house of De Yong, and I think Tiger's leg doesn't look good. You should invite a doctor to check his leg, and maybe give the mother and son something to help them settle down. The villagers were talking loudly, and Chin felt a little uncertain. Although they only earned 150 taels of silver today from selling ginseng, they had already spent quite a bit on wine and food. Moreover, if they really used 10 taels of silver, it would reveal their wealth, and there would be more trouble in the future. She wanted to advise Suwon, but Gu Yuan came over and whispered only to her, Mother, trust Wan. For Chun, Gu Yuan was like her anchor. Hearing this, she felt calmer. At this moment, the villagers who had gone to call the doctor returned, supporting an old doctor in his 50s, rushing over and calling out, The doctor is here. The doctor is here. Everyone make way. Hearing this, Suwon looked at Yang, who with a blank expression. She pressed her foot Yang, whose knee, making a loud sound. Oh! Yang, who cried out in pain, and looked up at the sky. Suwon calmly removed her foot from Yang, whose knee, and stepped back. The invited doctor quickly squatted down to check Yang, whose leg. But the more he examined, the more his brow furrowed. Yang Widow, standing nearby, asked excitedly and nervously, Doctor Hu, how is it? Is my son's leg broken? The doctor, who had just rushed over and was out of breath, but was too distressed by Yang, whose loud cries to breathe evenly, stood up and glared at Yang Widow. Broken? Your son's leg is fine. Yang Widow was stunned. Impossible. My son was just in so much pain he almost fainted. Everyone could see his leg was definitely broken. Doctor Hu, you didn't take bribes from the Gu family, did you? That's why you're saying my son's leg isn't broken? You. Doctor, who was the only old doctor in 10 villages. Usually, he was respected, but no one had ever insulted him like this. He was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and glared, but he didn't know how to argue with Yang Widow, who was shouting loudly. Finally, he shook his sleeve and said angrily, You're completely unreasonable. Widow Yang therefore believed that doctor, who was feeling guilty. She immediately became more confident and loudly said, See? That shameless old man took benefits from the Gu family. Not only did he fail to properly treat Huzi, but he also sided with the Gu family, saying Huzi's leg wasn't broken. Doctor Hu's face turned red with embarrassment. The more anxious he became, the more he wanted to argue with Widow Yang, but he couldn't find the words. Suwon stood nearby, quietly shooting a wool needle in her hand.
Yao.
Yang Hu, who had been lying on the ground, let out a loud cry and suddenly jumped up, clutching his groin, and shouted, It hurts so much. So painful. At this moment, the speechless doctor, who finally managed to control his trembling tongue.
You see? Look at him bouncing around like that.
Does it look like his leg is broken? Widow Yang, you can question my medical skills, but you can't question my character. After saying this, Doctor Who still looked angry. Since the people of Gu village think I lack medical ethics, Then in the future, if anyone in your village has a headache or a fever, please find someone else. Don't come to me anymore, Doctor, who angrily waved his sleeve, turned around with his medical box and left. The village chief quickly followed, because in these 10 miles and villages, there was only this one doctor. If Widow Yang really offended him, and he refused to treat their villagers anymore, it would be a big problem for the whole village. At this moment, Widow Yang took the opportunity to grab Yang and try to run away. Guian was quick and directly grabbed both of them. Widow Yang whose leg is fine now. You need to give us the documents for those 2 acres of land. Widow Yang still wanted to collect some rent from those 2 acres of land, so she wasn't willing to give the land away. Her triangular eyes flicked around angrily, and she said, I'll give it. I'll go back now and get the documents for you. As long as she and her son left now, Chen Xunyang wouldn't even think about taking her land documents. Guian understood this too, so he stubbornly held on to the mother and son, not letting go. Yuan tugged at Guian's sleeve and said, Yuan, let them go back first. If they don't keep their promises, they'll be tongue-tied. She knew Widow Yang wouldn't be willing to lose so easily, but she thought it was good to let them suffer a bit more. Yuan nodded at Guian, who then released Widow Yang and her son. The mother and son, ashamed and defeated, quickly slipped away and disappeared from sight. Mrs. Chen then expressed her thanks to everyone and asked Guian and Yuan to push the cart home. Mrs. Chen and Yuan continued walking on either side of the cart, holding the large jars on it. When they arrived home, the others had already heard about their journey and rushed out angrily to help. Mrs. Chen sent everyone back inside. Wan Shi's small eyes were spinning as she looked at the grain bags on the cart. Finally, she asked, Mother, did we buy grain today? Mrs. Chen casually took down the 2 bags of rice bran and wheat bran and handed them to Wan Shi. The price of grain has gone up a lot. We only bought a little rice bran and wheat bran. We'll make do for now. She wasn't just talking to Wan Shi, but to everyone. Wan Shi's face immediately darkened, and she muttered unhappily, How can we eat just rice bran and wheat bran? It's so harsh on the throat. Guian was helping unload the jars nearby. Hearing Wan Shi's words, he calmly said, Wife, right now we can only eat rice bran and wheat bran. It's strange that you're so picky. If you had eaten less at each meal before, we could have saved more food. He shook his head with a regretful look. Wan Shi wanted to get angry at her silly, blunt husband, but before she could speak, her son Guian was drawing on the ground with a small stick. He said, Mother eats 5 bowls of rice at each meal, Sister Fairy 4 bowls, and Mother always eats 4 bowls more than Sister Fairy. That's 12 more bowls a day, 120 more in 10 days, and 1,200 more in a month. 1,200 bowls could feed Sister Fairy for 10 years. Mother, my father is right. It's really your fault that we can only eat rice bran and wheat bran now. After finishing his calculations, Guian straightened his small chest and looked at Wan Shi with a confident expression. Wan Shi's face turned red with anger, almost like a pig's liver, and she nearly spat blood. Yuan watched Guian's chubby appearance and the strange symbols he drew on the ground. She wondered about his incredible math skills but was amused. She couldn't help but squat down and ask, Anan, who taught you to do these calculations? They're so impressive. Guian was praised, and his little waist immediately straightened. He even proudly shook his round little head like a proud little rooster. Uncle C taught me. Uncle C taught me, my older sister, second sister, third sister, and younger sister. I'm the only one who learned it. And C, am I amazing? Seeing Guian's proud look as if he was seeking praise, Yuan couldn't help but reach out and gently pat his smooth little head. Yes, Anan is the smartest and most talented. Your Uncle C might not be as good as you now. Guian became even more proud. He straightened his round frog belly to show off. Yuan, who had just put a jar inside the house, glanced awkwardly at Yuan and said in a low voice, Wan, I am better than Anan. Yuan was caught off guard. But when she instinctively looked up and met Yuan's deep, slightly resentful eyes, she almost couldn't help but laugh. Yuan still believed what he said when he comforted the child. What kind of strange man has such a competitive streak? After saying that, Yuan casually tousled Guian's head and seriously said, you're very good at calculations. Don't do it anymore. Even if you want to, don't tell others I taught you.
Why?
Guian looked at Yuan with a confused face, a big circle of question marks circling his small head. Brother Yuan, are you home? Suddenly, outside the door, a clear girl's voice rang out before Yuan could answer Guian. Yuan furrowed his brows clearly, a flash of impatience crossing his face, but he still went outside. Wanshi glanced at the door, snorted coldly. Pa, what nonsense. When our brother Yuan was lying on the bed, he said the engagement we arranged was just a joke. Now that brother Yuan is awake and actively looking for trouble, he's shameless. After cursing, Wanshi looked at Yuan, who hadn't moved. She reached out and picked up a big broom nearby, handing it to Yuan. Here, take this and chase away that shameless person outside who's trying to hit on you, man.
Huh.
Yuan was stunned as she took the big broom from Wanshi. Wanshi looked at her small hands with disdain. Your hands are so small, it's obvious you have no strength. When you have a chance to eat more, do it. Don't starve yourself trying to look refined. You won't be able to beat anyone. After saying that, Wanshi proudly swung her big hips and went back to busy herself. Yuan asked Yu to understand the whole story. It turned out that the girl outside calling brother Yuan was Yang Finfang, the granddaughter of the main family in Gujia village. Previously, when Yuan was born, an old monk predicted he was a star destined for literary talent. As a result, the local family quickly arranged a childhood betrothal between Yang Finfang and Yuan. However, when Yuan was beaten into a coma and needed good luck to recover, the Gu family came to propose marriage, but Yang Finfang's mother refused to acknowledge it. She said that the childhood betrothal was just a joke and not serious. The Gu family considered Yuan's condition and thought that bringing the girl over might not help, especially if Yuan recovered and the girl was left as a widow. No one wanted that, so they didn't insist. Instead, they pooled their belongings to buy Yuan to help with good luck. Unexpectedly, after Yuan helped Yuan recover, Yang Finfang came back to visit. Outside the door, Yang Finfang carried a basket covered with a blue and white cloth, bowing her head slightly, revealing only a shy jawline as she looked at Yuan. She took the basket from her arm and held it out to Yuan. Brother Yuan, this is my mother's freshly steamed white bread. I brought it for you to try. Yuan looked into Yang Finfang's eyes, which were cold and lacked warmth. He didn't reach for the basket but took a step back and said seriously and distantly, Miss Yang, there's no need. Men and women should not be close. Please do not bring me anything again. Hearing this, Yang Finfang raised her head, tears filling her eyes. She bit her lips softly and asked sadly, Brother Yuan, do you dislike me? The previous matter about not acknowledging the betrothal wasn't my fault. It was my mother. As she spoke, she stomped her foot anxiously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yuan watched Yang Finfang crying and felt his brow furrow tighter. Back when he was studying, Yang Finfang would occasionally bring him food. At that time, their families still had a betrothal, and when gifts arrived, his mother usually accepted them directly. Seeing Yuan silent, Yang Finfang cried and reached out to tug at his sleeve. Brother Yuan. Yuan hurriedly avoided her and looked at her with cold, deep eyes. Yuan is already married. Miss Yang, please respect yourself. After saying that, he ignored her tears and turned to go back to the courtyard. But as he turned, he saw 4 small heads, Gu Xiuyu, Gu Xiaoqing, Gu Xiaolan, and Gu Zian, leaning against the courtyard gate, all lined up neatly, peeking out. Yuan found it a bit funny. Not seeing that small figure inside, he felt a slight, inexplicable disappointment in his heart. He walked back quickly, patting the top of Gu Xiuyu's little head with his big hand, and asked, Are we going home now? Where is your 4th aunt? They're over there. The 4 little ones pointed in unison toward the corner of the wall and said together. In the corner, Yuan squatted on the ground, watching the busy ants with Gu Wanner. She had tried to chat with Wanner earlier, but Wanner seemed not to hear her at all. Not only did she not answer, but she didn't even look at her. This is a typical symptom of autism. Yuan sighed silently. Autism cannot be cured, so the best she could do was to stay with Wanner and guide her slowly to improve. But Wanner was born in an ancient rural family, where companionship was a luxury. There was no question of guiding her. Guian walked over to Yuan and Wanner. Yuan looked up at Guian and asked, "Has Wanner always been unable to speak?" Guian looked at Wanner, a gentle, compassionate light flashing in his eyes. Thinking of Wanner in his previous life. In that life, his third brother broke his leg and lost his ability to work. He became very discouraged and couldn't survive the cold winter. After his third brother died, his third sister-in-law, who was already not very talkative, became very sad and eventually fell ill and passed away. On the day they buried her, Wanner disappeared. At that time, there were years of famine and the whole country was in chaos. They wanted to find Wanner, but had no strength. Later, after he passed the imperial exams and rose through the ranks, he found Wanner 10 years later. She was lucky to have survived the famine but had fallen into a brothel. She was not only mentally slow, but also sickly. Even though he had hired imperial doctors and famous healers from all over to treat her, they couldn't save her life. Wanner in his previous life only lived to 16 before passing away. Guian squatted down to be with Wanner, gently patting her little head, then said to Yuan, "Wanner can speak. She just gets angry, and then talks."
Yuan nodded, understanding.
Guian's deep eyes shone with light as he looked at Yuan. "Wan, come back to my room with me. I have something for you." Yuan brushed the dirt off her hands and softly told Wanner near her ear, "Wanner, play by yourself first. Fourth aunt will come later to watch the ants with you."
Wanner ignore zu Wan.
Yuan stood up and followed Guian back to the house. Inside the house, Guian found a piece of white paper with a cowhide paper envelope from his study where he was copying books. Inside the envelope was a piece of osmanthus cake, and next to it was a string of bright red candied hawthorns wrapped in oil paper. Guian handed everything to Yuan, then took out a rough cloth bundle from his pocket and also gave it to her. He awkwardly explained, Wan, that Yang Finfong, her family used to arrange a marriage with me, but I never really talked to her much before." His ears turned red as he spoke. Yuan looked at his blushing ears and found them very cute. She didn't expect Guian to buy so many gifts for her alone and to explain his relationship with Yang Finfong. She opened the cloth bundle and found a beautifully carved wooden hairpin inside. In her past life, she had never seen such an item, not because she disliked it, but because she was too busy to have time. Guian's taste was quite good. The carved magnolia flower on the wooden hairpin looked lifelike. Yuan smiled warmly and sweetly said, "Since you bought me so many gifts, I forgive you."
"Thank you.
Can I share these cakes and candied hawthorns with the children?" Guian nodded. "Go ahead." Yuan took the osmanthus cake wrapped in oil paper and the candied hawthorns and went out. Soon, the entire yard was filled with the cheerful voices of children. Mrs. Wan saw Yuan sharing the osmanthus cake with the children and muttered with a scowl, "We can only eat bran and husks at home, yet she still buys osmanthus cake and candied hawthorns. She really doesn't know what's good." Before she finished complaining, Yuan had already fed her a small piece of osmanthus cake. She smiled and asked, "Big sister-in-law, is it sweet?" Mrs. Wan choked and felt a burst of fragrant sweetness fill her mouth. She hadn't even had time to savor it before the small piece of cake melted and went down her throat. Blushing, she turned away from Yuan's bright eyes and secretly swallowed another mouthful. Then she whispered, "Yes, it's sweet." After saying that, she hesitated for a moment. Unable to resist the tempting aroma of the cake, she reached out to Yuan. Wan, when you put that in big sister-in-law's mouth just now, it melted quickly, and she didn't get to taste it. Could you give her another piece?" She finished speaking and looked up at Yuan, but there was no sign of her anymore. Yuan had already slipped away with a few children, planning to go cut bamboo. Yuan brought back a lot of alcohol, so she naturally planned to process it again and sell it to make money. She didn't intend to do this business for long. Building a complete distillation machine wouldn't be worth it. Today, on her way back from town, she saw many bamboo stalks by the river, which gave her the idea to make a simple distiller from bamboo. Doing this alone was a bit difficult, but her family was busy planting seeds in the fields and had no time. So she decided to ask the little kids for help. Currently, the children of the Gu family, except for Xiao Waner who still ignored everyone, had all been persuaded by Yuan. When they heard she needed help cutting bamboo, they immediately pounded their chests and promised, "We'll go help Aunt for cut bamboo soon, and we'll cut a lot of bamboo." Mrs. Yuan saw this and awkwardly retracted her hand, pretending to rub her nose, then mumbled and went to the kitchen to help. When Mrs. Chen came out of the kitchen with lunch, Yuan had already brought a few of the little ones. 2 of them carried a bamboo pole into the yard. Yuan silently followed behind, holding a machete, and also entered the yard. Mrs. Chen called everyone to eat and asked fourth brother, "What are you going to do with so much bamboo?" "I plan to make a simple distiller from bamboo and redistill the alcohol," Yuan said as he placed the machete on the roof of the firewood shed, so the children wouldn't play with it. After returning to the yard, Guian and the other children dropped the bamboo and rushed straight to the dining table, with no intention of washing their hands. Yuan quickly caught Guian, who was running last, and also told Xiaoyu, "Take your sisters to wash their hands before eating." Mrs. Yuan muttered again, "Eating without washing hands, as if we're big landowners' daughters." Hearing this, Xiaoyu confidently puffed out her small chest and said to Mrs. Yuan, "Mother, that's not right. Aunt Four said that whether you're a young lady from a wealthy family or one of us, we're all the same. Everyone is equal. Rich families wash their hands before eating because they know not to wash hands can cause stomach problems. We should also take care of our health and stay clean." After speaking, Gu Xiaoyu was followed by Gu Xiaoqing and Gu Xiaolan, who nodded repeatedly. Mrs. Yuan was feeling very frustrated, almost ready to lose her temper. In the past, she was only upset with her clumsy husband and son, but now even the rude girl Gu Xiaoyu dared to talk back to her. She didn't want to hit her son, but she was willing to discipline her daughter. "You brat. Thinking you're so clever now? Daring to scold your mother," Mrs. Yuan said, reaching out to pinch Gu Xiaoyu's ear. Gu Xiaoyu quickly moved closer to Aunt Chen, saying, "Grandma, my mom's going to pinch my ear again." Fourth aunt said that pinching ears can easily cause deafness. Aunt Chen glared at Mrs. Yuan, saying, "You're the one who lost flesh from your own body. Don't you feel sorry for yourself?" Mrs. Yuan awkwardly retracted her hand and rubbed it. She was already feeling very upset, but just before Gu Xiaoyu went to wash her hands in the kitchen, Gu Xiaoqing stabbed her in the heart again. "Mom, your hands are so dirty, like a firewood stick. You should go wash them too." Mrs. Yuan's eyes sharpened as she glared at Gu Xiaoqing, angrily saying, "What's there to wash? Who will fetch the water? Once you finish washing your hands, your good fourth aunt will fetch water for you." "Big sister-in-law, I'll go fetch water later," Gu Yuan said. Mrs. Yuan's words were immediately blocked. Nearby, the simple-minded Gu Dania chuckled and elbowed Mrs. Yuan, saying, "Wife, you should go wash your hands too. You worked in the fields this morning, and your hands." TSK. His vivid description made everyone imagine something inappropriate, even making Mrs. Yuan feel so disgusted her face turned green. In the end, she reluctantly got up and went to wash her hands in the kitchen. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance longingly at the wheat bran buns on the table. Today's buns were different from usual. She saw her mother-in-law take flour out of the cabinet and add a lot of extra flour when kneading the dough. In the afternoon, the whole family set out again to plant corn in the fields. When they arrived, Yuan realized that the way they planted corn here was different from her modern life before. They didn't start seedlings but directly sowed the seeds. But if they didn't start seedlings, the young plants would be weak and grow much slower. Plus, the corn stalks were fragile and easily broken by the wind. If the stalks broke and the ears of corn fell into the ground, rain would cause mold or sprouting, making the corn unusable except as livestock feed. Yuan thought for a moment and asked Aunt Chen, "Mom, how do the corn plants grow if we just plant the seeds directly like this?" Mrs. Chen sighed and said, "Since I don't look good, I can only plant this way. My ancestors have always grown crops like this. Is there any other better method?" Suwon relaxed and said, "Mom, at my mother's place, they plant corn by first growing seedlings and then transplanting them. The corn they grow is very good, sturdy stalks, big ears, rarely sick, and it doesn't fall over easily in the wind." Suwon still doesn't know exactly where her maternal home is or how they grow corn there, because in the original owner's memory, her maternal family was very poor and she has no memory of farming work. Now she just wants to convince Mrs. Chun to plant more scientifically, even if she has to make things up. According to her memory, she traveled for several days by ox cart from her maternal home to the Gu family, and since their homes are far apart, the Gu family probably doesn't know how her maternal family grows corn. After hearing this, Mrs. Chen became interested and asked Suwon, "Little Wan, is the corn grown by first raising seedlings and then transplanting really that good?" "Yes, really." Suwon nodded. "Before droughts happen, that's how my family always grows corn." Mrs. Chen is a very active person and immediately went to discuss with De Yonggu. Soon, they had made a plan and gathered everyone working in the fields. Mrs. Chen looked at Suwon and said, "Come, little Wan, tell us how your maternal family plants corn by first raising seedlings and then transplanting. We'll plant the remaining half of our cornfield the same way." Suwon carefully explained and even demonstrated. She mixed water with mud until it was wet, then kneaded it into suitable-sized mud balls. She poked a small hole in each mud ball with her thumb and placed 2 seeds inside. Next, she prepared a flat piece of land, laid the mud balls in neat rows, and covered them with a thin layer of crushed soil. Finally, she made a small shelter with old clothes to keep it warm. While explaining and demonstrating, the Gu family listened because they heard this method could greatly increase their harvest. No one objected, not even Mrs. Wan. Only Gu Xiaoyu hesitated, pulled Suwon's sleeve, and whispered, "Fourth aunt, you put only 2 seeds in each mud ball. What if neither seed sprouts?
What should we do then?"
This reminded Suwon that, in ancient times, seeds were usually saved from their own crops. The seeds she kept at home often produced weak or uneven seedlings due to genetic mutations. The plants varied in height, and their disease resistance was unreliable. Additionally, the germination rate couldn't be guaranteed. Her space did have modern seeds with high germination rates, but figuring out how to use them properly was a big problem. Suwon instinctively looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan understood her meaning and said, "Dad, Mom, I just remembered that when I was at the county school, the teacher gave me some corn seeds brought back from the capital. I'll go home and get them. Wan, come with me." He stood up and headed home. "All right, sure." Suwon quickly responded cheerfully, greeted everyone, and followed him. Mrs. Chen watched the two walk together, smiling happily. "Old man, we were worried that Air's personality and Wan's wouldn't match, but look now, they get along so well." Gu Daong, who wasn't good at talking, also looked at their backs, grinning with his big yellow teeth, looking simple and honest. Only Mrs. Wan was unhappy. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "She's just good at causing trouble. She could just bury the good corn seeds in the ground, but no, she has to breed new varieties, making us work harder." Now she and her husband are just lazing around. Mrs. Chen glared at Mrs. Wan, wishing she could sew her mouth shut. This daughter-in-law had no major faults. She was diligent with her hands and feet, but she loved to chatter. She always complained while working, and in the end, she finished her chores but didn't get any praise. Mrs. Wan shrank under her mother-in-law's stern gaze, but was also annoyed by her simple-minded husband. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Daniu straightforwardly said, "Wife, if you don't want to work, you don't have to. I can do more." Hearing this, Mrs. Wan felt a surge of emotion. She thought her simple husband finally understood how to care for her. She was about to show a shy, touched expression when Gu Daniu excitedly continued, "When the big corn cobs grow, I'll cook, roast, and make corn cakes. I'll eat your share too." Thinking about eating double portions, Gu Daniu's smile grew wider, and he even swallowed hard. Mrs. Wan's mood instantly plummeted. This man really knew how to make her angry. Mrs. Chen couldn't bear to watch the couple's antics and turned her face away. What a mismatch. After Su-won followed Guan home, she entered their room. Guan naturally said, "I'll wait outside for you."
Okay.
After Su-won closed the door, she quickly entered the space. She found the corn seeds she had stored earlier and estimated the amount needed for the Gu family's land. She took out about 4 jin, a Chinese weight measure, of corn seeds. Originally, she planned to give these seeds to the farmers at her traditional Chinese medicine planting base. Since medicinal herbs grow best in pure, untouched environments, their effectiveness is better there. Her medicinal herb farm is located deep in the mountains, where the local economy is poor. Farming methods are still traditional, with farmers saving their own seeds, resulting in low crop yields. After her first trip to the mountains, she thought about buying seasonal seeds to help the local farmers. She bought the seeds, but never got the chance to give them to the farmers. Su-won took off the packaging of the corn seeds and put them into a cloth bag she found in her room. Only then did she leave the room. Yuan was indeed waiting outside in the yard, standing far away. When he saw her come out, he walked over naturally and took the cloth bag from her hand, saying, "Let's go to the field." Su-won looked at his tall, slender figure walking ahead of her and paused in thought. The reason she asked Yuan for help was also a test. If Yuan didn't understand her meaning, it meant he hadn't discovered her secret. But not only did Yuan understand, he also cooperated fully. This showed he already knew her secret. However, Yuan didn't seem interested in investigating further, which was good. With Yuan helping her cover for her, it was much easier for her to do what she wanted. After thinking it through, Su-won took a few quick steps forward, closing the distance between her and Yuan. Yuan noticed her movement and, worried she might not keep up, slowed his pace slightly. Su-won said, "Yuan, when we plant the seeds later, remember to remind everyone that these seeds are soaked in poison to prevent pests and diseases. Make sure they don't put them in their mouths." "Yes, I understand," Yuan replied seriously, without asking any more questions. When they reached the field, Yuan handed the bag of seeds to Gu Xiaoyu, who was responsible for leading a few younger siblings to plant the seeds. Before he could remind them that the seeds were toxic, Gu Xiaoyu had already grabbed a handful of corn seeds and spread them on his small hand, saying happily, "Wow, Uncle Fourth, these corn seeds are so big. How big will the corn cobs be?" Other members of the Gu family also gathered around to look. Wan Shi pretended to grab some corn seeds to look at, then, when no one was paying attention, she secretly put the seeds into her pocket. Such large corn seeds could grow into very big corn cobs. She planned to find a chance to stay alone at home and grow popcorn to eat. While happily thinking about this, Wan Shi heard Yuan tell Gu Xiaoyu and his siblings, "Xiaoyu, be careful when planting these seeds. They are soaked in poison, so don't put them in your mouth." Wan Shi's pleased expression froze on her face. Chen Shi asked curiously, "Why soak good corn seeds in poison? Can they still sprout after being soaked? Will the corn grown from them be safe to eat?" Yuan patiently replied, "Mom, don't worry. The poison soaking is to prevent pests and diseases. When the seeds sprout and grow into corn, the poison will be gone. The corn that grows will be safe to eat." Hearing this, Wan Shi looked very disappointed and secretly put back the handful of corn she had hidden in her pocket. The Gu family was many people and worked together efficiently. They made mud dumplings and the children didn't delay planting the seeds. In just one afternoon, 4 jin of corn seeds were planted into the mud dumpling house. Everyone covered the seeds with wet, fine mud. They should have used a plastic sheet to make a tent for insulation, but now there was no plastic. Su-won had previously thought of sewing a tent from old clothes, but after mentioning it, they found out the Gu family didn't have any old clothes. Each person's clothes were patched repeatedly. When they were too worn out to wear, they would be cut and sewn into smaller clothes. When Chen Shi mentioned this, Su-won realized that the Gu family's clothes were indeed patched many times, but they were very clean, so she had overlooked how old and worn out these clothes actually were. Thinking that the temperature was warm enough now, Su-won suggested they lay some dry grass on top. When the corn sprouted, they could just lift off the grass. Just as the Gu family finished spreading the dry grass and was about to go home, they happened to meet Gu Qingshan and his wife, who had just returned from the field. At Qing Shan's house, he looked over at Suwan's land and saw that half of their corn hadn't been planted yet. He couldn't help but pull Chen aside and say, "Old sister-in-law, why haven't you planted your corn? I saw you guys using hay in the field earlier. Are you trying something new? Covering it up with a blanket?" Chen didn't hide anything and directly shared the method Suwan used to plant the corn. Qing Shan glanced at Suwan and said, "Old sister-in-law, your young daughter-in-law is impressive. She knows how to set bones and uses some new methods for planting corn." Afterward, she leaned in closer to Chen and whispered, "Old sister-in-law, I think this girl you bought back is quite clever. You should keep an eye on her and gently guide her sharpness." Chen's expression grew colder, and she replied with a polite smile, "That's about it." Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan heard that Gu Sania's wages for 3 years had been used to buy alcohol, and that Gu Daiyong's family now had several large jars of wine. His craving was already stirred up. While his wife was talking to Chen, he quietly moved closer to Gu Daiyong and said, "Old brother, I heard you guys have quite a bit of wine from Saniu." Gu Daiyong still didn't know the truth, and thought those wines were indeed Sania's wages for 3 years. Hearing about the wine, he sighed deeply. Yes, 3 years' wages gone just like that. I was hoping he could exchange some grain with his wages.
But now, sigh.
Qing Shan, hearing Gu Daiyong's sigh, swallowed hard and looked at his wife. Then he whispered to Gu Daiyong, "Old brother, leave a door open for me tonight. I still have some money. I want to buy some wine from you." Since the harvest was bad this year, his wife had been drying and grinding even rotten sweet potatoes into powder, refusing to let him brew wine. He had been craving wine terribly. Now that he heard Gu Daiyong had wine, he couldn't hold back. Gu Daiyong took a puff of dried tobacco and replied, "All right, I'll leave a door for you tonight." "Thanks a lot, old brother," Qing Shan said happily, his face bright with a smile. After returning home, Chen called Suwan into the house. "Mother, do you want to see me?" Suwan asked as she finished washing her hands, wiping them on her clothes as she entered. Chen got up and unlocked a small lock on a wooden box, then took out a small chest and a bundle of torn cloth. Together, they handed over the money to Suwan and said, "Wan, this is the money you earned today from selling ginseng. Besides buying wine and grain, you still have 23 taels and 78 coins left. Keep it for yourself." They also gave her a piece of cloth and said, "Take this too. Make yourself a new dress." Suwan quickly pushed the items back and said, "Mother, you take care of the family. The money should still be yours." After saying that, she shyly pushed the cloth back and said, "Mother, I don't know how to make clothes." Mrs. Chen looked at Suwan with slight surprise. It's understandable she was surprised, as sewing and needlework are essential skills for young women nowadays. Actually, Suwan had thought about it. If she only needed to mend clothes, she could just sew patches onto them. But making a whole new dress by herself was not so easy. Mrs. Chen didn't say much. She remained gentle and took out a soft measuring tape from the cabinet, saying, "Wan, stand still and don't move. Mother will measure you. If you don't know how to make clothes, Mother will make one for you first." "Thank you, Mother," Suwan replied happily, stretching out her slim little arms with a sweet smile. Outside Mrs. Chen's room, Wan Shi deliberately squatted by the wall, listening carefully to the sounds inside. Guan Guan, the simple-minded Gu Dinyo, saw her and imitated her, squatting by the wall too. "Wife, are you learning how a hen hatches eggs?" Wan Shi rolled her eyes in frustration. Why did she end up with such a silly man? Busy cooking, Guian saw her older brother and sister-in-law and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, mother and fourth sister are inside talking. If you listen at the wall, Mother will definitely scold you." Hearing this, Gu Dinyo finally realized Wan Shi was eavesdropping. He was so scared he jumped up quickly and exclaimed, "Wife, you're actually eavesdropping on Mother's wall." His loud voice was heard not only in the Gu family yard but even in the neighboring yard. Wan Shi hurriedly stood up, trying to drag Gu Dinyo back inside. She really wanted to sew his mouth shut with needle and thread. Her sister-in-law had lowered her voice and whispered to them, but this man shouted out loud. Before she could drag Gu Dinyo back inside, Mrs. Chun, and Su-won came out of the room. Mrs. Chun looked at her with a stern face. Wan Shi immediately stood obediently like a quail and weakly called out, "Mother." Mrs. Chun looked at Wan Shi and asked sternly, "Did you hear everything just now? If you want to say something, just say it quickly." Wan was not someone who could keep things to herself. When she heard Chun ask a question, she blurted out, "Mother, your favoritism is really too much now. I just heard you giving silver and cloth to fourth sister-in-law again. She's your daughter-in-law, so why does she get things and we don't?" Chun let Wan finish speaking, then looked toward Jiang and Peng, who seemed busy doing housework but were actually listening carefully. She then looked at the 3 oxen and Gu Yuan, and also called Guian and old man Gu de Yong. "Everyone, come into the main hall for a moment." After saying that, Chun turned and went to her and old man Gu's room. Gu de Nyo whispered to Wan, "Wife, see? I told you you're slow, but you won't admit it. You've made Mother angry again." Hearing Gu de Nyo's smug tone, Wan felt like hitting him. Soon after, Chun came out holding a small locked box and a bundle of cloth. She placed the box on the table in the main hall, then set the cloth bundle down next to it. She took the key and unlocked the small box. When she opened the lid, shiny silver ingots inside dazzled everyone's eyes. Not only the sons and daughters-in-law, but even old man Gu was startled. After taking a puff of dry tobacco to calm down, he asked, "Wife, where did we get so much money? If it's someone else's, we need to find a way to return it. Losing such a large amount of silver must make them very anxious." Chun looked serious and said, "This is from yesterday. Sister Yao and brother Yuan went up the mountain and dug up a ginseng, which they sold for money. They sold a total of 150 taels of silver."
Wow.
150 taels. One exclaimed in shock, almost slipping off her stool and falling to the ground. Gu de Nyo was also stunned, opening his mouth wide. "Mother, we're going to be rich." The others in the family didn't react as strongly, but also looked surprised. They knew ginseng was valuable, but they didn't know how much it could be worth. Chun glanced at her speechless family and then explained about buying wine and grain. Gu de Yong puffed on his dry tobacco but didn't speak. Wan, excited, stood up quickly, her small eyes shining as she looked at Chun. "Mother, we bought so much grain. Can we finally eat as much as we want?" After speaking, she looked at Gu Yuan and Su-won. "Yuan brother, you're also too much. Those yellow herbal medicines are not for eating or drinking. Why did you buy so many? Isn't that a waste of money? It would be better to buy more white flour and rice. We could eat more buns and plain rice." "One girl, you're also too kind. Yuan brother is a scholar and doesn't know how expensive firewood and rice are. Why don't you advise him?" Mrs. Wan scolded Gu Yuan and Su-won with a pained look, as if the money was spent on her own flesh. Mrs. Chun looked at Mrs. Wan, who immediately shrank her neck like a quail. Mrs. Chun continued, "We have stored some grain at home, but as long as we can find wild vegetables to fill our stomachs, no one is allowed to think about using up our stored food. When we went to town today, we heard that last night's rain soaked the area near our village, but other places saw only a little drizzle. The refugees outside the city gates look very hungry. Our corn seeds have been planted, but if it doesn't rain again, we don't know if we'll have a harvest. That grain is for saving lives." Gu de Yong smoked the last bit of his dry tobacco and looked at his son and daughter-in-law. "Your mother is right. Grain prices are already so high. If the drought continues, even if we have money, we might not be able to buy any grain. That grain is for survival. No one should think about taking it." Mrs. Chen's sharp gaze fell on Mrs. Wan, Jiang, and Peng. "You've been living here for so many years. Have I ever taken money from the men working outside? Now, this money was earned by one girl and Lao Si. I gave it to them. Do you have anything to say?" Mrs. Chun made it clear if they still had complaints, then everyone had to hand over their money. Mrs. Wan, Mrs. Jiang, and Mrs. Peng had saved some of their own money over the years because of their mother-in-law's kindness. After a moment of hesitation, Peng said, "Mother, wait a moment." Then she turned back to her room. Soon after, she came out holding a very clean clay jar and handed it to Mrs. Chun. "Mother, This is the money Lao Er earned from working outside during his free time over the years. I'm giving it all to you. Jiang, who was simple and straightforward, saw her sister-in-law give the money and went back to her room. She took out her money pouch and also handed over the savings she had accumulated over the years to Mrs. Chen. Only the 10 short, chubby fingers of the Yuan family clenched together as she hesitantly said, "Mother, I haven't saved any money." Yuan looked at Yuan's somewhat embarrassed expression and thought that, given Yuan's love for food and her big appetite, it was understandable that she hadn't saved any money. However, while Yuan was speaking, her small eyes still looked a bit dissatisfied at the piece of cloth. Chen, who had been working on farm chores for many years, patted the bundle of cloth with her large hand and asked, "Did I not give you enough fabric to make new clothes when you came in?" Yuan quickly withdrew her gaze, shrank her already short neck, and awkwardly said, "Mother, I need to go back to work." Yuan hurriedly left, and Peng and Jiang probably followed her. Chen looked at the money jar on the table and the money pouch of Jiang, then at the small box of silver coins she had originally planned to give to Yuan, and hesitated. She had already spoken, and Peng and Jiang had taken out their own savings. The silver coins she had planned to give to Yuan. Yuan reached out, covered the small box of silver coins, and pushed it in front of Chen. "Mother, the family's food and clothing are managed by you. I don't need to keep this money. Please keep it." "All right," Chen agreed. "Yuan, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll buy it for you." "Thank you, Mother," Yuan said with a sweet smile. When Yuan left the main room, she saw Guian and the 3 members of the Gu family each carrying a thick piece of wood. She quietly asked, "Are you planning to start making the water wheel?" "Yes," Guian nodded. "Right now, this season, besides corn, only sweet potato seedlings can be planted. The farm work isn't too busy. We don't know when it will rain next, so I want to finish the water wheel now. Even if it doesn't rain, it will help protect the crops." Yuan thought this made sense. Her rainwater container only had 3 drops left, which she had used up last night. If the drought continued, she wouldn't be able to help anymore. "Will you finish the water wheel at home and then carry it to the river?" she asked. The Gu house was quite far from the river, and once the water wheel was made, it would probably be quite large and heavy. Carrying it to the river wouldn't be easy. Guian, busy peeling the wood, said, "I plan to carve the parts at home first, then move them to the river to assemble." Yuan was surprised. Guian was so clever, almost like someone with modern online shopping and delivery ideas, even though he was living in ancient times. She nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, that's a good idea." Then she looked toward the kitchen, guessing dinner would take a while. She leaned close to Guian and whispered, "Yuan, I want to go for a walk." Since she was so close, her warm, faint floral scent brushed against Guian's ear, making his ears turn slightly red. He put down the tool he was using to peel bark, clapped his hands, and said, "I'll go with you."
"No."
Yuan started to refuse, but Guian interrupted her, saying, "Yang, who is a notorious troublemaker. If you go alone to see them and their mother, it won't look good for your reputation." Yuan paused, realizing he had already guessed what she was about to do. She couldn't fool him, so she had to agree, "Okay, then let's go together." Guian explained his family and then left with Yuan. As they walked, Yuan carefully explained, "If I end up fighting with them and their mother later, you just hide behind me. I will protect you." Guian. Although he was a scholar, he was still a man. He instinctively glanced at Yuan's small, delicate figure. Forget it, he thought. He wouldn't expose her. Whatever happened later, he would stand in front of her and protect her. But as they walked, Yuan suddenly stopped. She looked up at him with some confusion. "What's wrong? Why aren't you walking?" Guian looked serious and said, "We're going the wrong way." "Yuan." She awkwardly rubbed her nose, realizing that every time she went out from the Gu house these past few days, she had been heading in this direction. It was just a habit, and she hadn't thought about where the Yang family's house was. This reminder made her realize she didn't even know where the widow Yang's house was. Seeing her trying to hide her embarrassment, Guian's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he said, "Follow me." Now Yuan silently followed behind Guian. When they reached the gate of the young widow's house, she looked at the house. She had thought their family was the poorest and the most dilapidated in the entire Gu village, but she was wrong. Young widow's house was quite spacious. When it was newly built, it must have looked grand, but over the years, the mother and son had become lazy and careless, so the house was now in poor condition. They could hear Yonghu's loud wails coming from the yard. Suwon was not surprised by this voice at all because her previous punch not only caused Yonghu to be in pain for several days but also made him unable to stand for at least a year. She wanted to see how this scoundrel would continue to tease the young girl. Yuan raised his hand to knock on the door, but whether it was because Yonghu's loud wailing drowned out his gentle knocking or because Yang's widow guessed who they were, there was no movement inside. Yuan was about to knock again when Suwon lost her patience. She directly kicked the door open. The door of young widow's house was old and not very sturdy, so it swung open with a loud bang. Yuan looked at the open door and was momentarily stunned. He hesitated, then lowered his hand, ready to knock again. Young widow heard the noise and came out cursing, "Who the heck kicked my door?" But before she finished speaking, her mouth and tongue suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain, like being pricked by needles. She immediately covered her face and cried out, "Ouch." Suwon smiled sweetly, looking innocent and harmless, and said, "Auntie, if you don't keep your promises, your tongue will get sore." At the same time, inside the house, Yonghu also shouted even louder, "Mom, my mouth hurts too." "It hurts so much, Mom." Young widow looked at Suwon in horror. Her face was pale, unsure whether she was in pain or scared, looking like she had seen a ghost. She covered her face, took a deep breath, and staggered back into the house. After taking out the document promising 2 acres of land to the Gu family, she hurried over to Suwon, her face full of fear. She handed the document to Suwon, still gasping to ease her pain, and stammered, "The land. The land is yours, right? If I give you the land, then our mouths won't get sore anymore?" Suwon still looked kind and gentle as she said, "Since Auntie keeps her promises, your tongue won't get sore." She took the document, unfolded it to check its authenticity, but as soon as she opened it, she was stunned. What kind of writing is this? She didn't recognize a single character. Yuan didn't miss her wide, innocent, deer-like eyes filled with shock and embarrassment. His smile curled a little more at the corners of his mouth. He covered his mouth with his fist to hide his smile, adjusted his expression, and then spoke in a gentle voice, "The document is real. You can keep it." Suwon felt relieved. She folded the document again and casually handed it back to Yuan. "Yuan, let's go back." Widow Yang watched their backs as they turned to leave. She hurriedly tried to call out and stop Suwon, but her lips moved without sound, and she was surprised to realize her mouth no longer hurt. She glared angrily at Suwon's back, wishing she could stare a hole through her. On the way home, Yuan walked slowly beside Suwon to accommodate her short legs. Suwon was in a good mood, happily holding the 2 acres of land she had won in a bet, and her small steps carried a bit of joy. Yuan looked at her and felt happy too. But this good mood was spoiled halfway home. When Suwon sensed that Yuan's mood had changed, she instinctively looked ahead at the graceful figure walking along the small path. In the village, men usually wore simple short shirts, and women wore coarse linen clothes for convenience. But the girl walking ahead was dressed in a bright pink cotton dress. Yang Finfang's eyes were swollen and red, like walnuts, clearly having come to see Yuan at noon and then crying again in the afternoon. Now, when she saw Yuan, her red, swollen eyes still looked at him with tears. Yuan instinctively grabbed Suwon and tried to walk past her. But she called out, "Yuan, go, wait." Yang Finfang spoke quickly and then sped up to stand in front of Yuan, her eyes red as she looked at him and asked, "Yuan, go. I heard you're not going to school anymore. Is it because of me?"
"No."
Yuan replied coldly and firmly. Suwon could tell that Yuan's tone was really tired of dealing with Yang Finfang. But Yang Finfang couldn't tell and looked at him with a worried expression, saying, "Yuan, go. Even if you're upset with me, you shouldn't give up your future. You're so good at studying. You've even taken the provincial exams 3 times and ranked third. How can you give up school and your future just because of a bet with me? She looked anxious, stomping her feet as if worried for him. Throughout, she seemed to ignore that Suwon was standing beside Guiyuan. Guiyuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Miss Yang, whether I study or not has nothing to do with you. It never did before, and it doesn't now. I already told Miss Yang at noon that I am married, and men and women should not be close. Please don't speak to me in the future to avoid damaging your reputation. Guiyuan's words were very clear, but Yang Finfang still reached out, trying to grab his sleeve. Guiyuan quickly pushed away, and Suwon stepped forward to block in front of Yang Finfang. Her bright, deer-like eyes looked sharply at Yang Finfang's face. Miss Yang, I see your face is quite big. Your ears are pretty big too. With ears this big, how come you can't understand what people say? Yang Finfang's face changed repeatedly. Her eyes, already red and swollen from crying, looked watery. Tears seemed ready to fall again. She sniffled, wiped her eyes, and looked aggrieved as if Suwon had bullied her. She said softly, Sister, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean anything bad. I just don't want Brother A. Yuan to delay his future, because of me. I only want to advise Brother A. Yuan to keep studying hard. Suwon said calmly, that's why I said your face is big. My Brother A. Yuan doesn't even want to talk to you.
Who are you?
And you think he's delaying his future because of you? Why don't you go to the pond and scoop some water to look at yourself? Why should a Yuan not study just because of your big face? Yang Finfang's face turned red and white from Suwon's scolding, and she couldn't say anything. Brother A. Yuan. She looked at Guiyuan again with a grievance, softly calling for help. But she saw Guiyuan smiling as he looked at Suwon, who was as tender as a bean sprout. Even the corners of Guiyuan's mouth were slightly raised with a look of affection. Her heart trembled. Guiyuan had never looked at her like that before. She used to think it was okay because Guiyuan not only didn't smile at her, but also didn't smile at anyone. But she always believed that Guiyuan liked her because she was the prettiest and best-dressed girl in the village.
But now,
could it be that Guiyuan wasn't just sulking? Did he really not like her and prefer that bean sprout? She bit her lips tightly, watching Guiyuan and Suwon walk away, feeling full of grievance. 2 clear tears slid down her cheeks. After Guiyuan brought Suwon home, he handed the documents for the 2 acres of land he got from Widow Yang to Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen couldn't read, but she kept the family's valuables. When she learned about the 2 acres of land from Widow Yang, she was shocked and looked at Guiyuan and Suwon. Fourth brother, Wanner, how did you get these? Widow Yang was a person who always asked for a lot when she cheated others. But when it came to making her bleed, she was really tough. No one could get a single coin from her. This kind of question Guiyuan would never answer. Only Suwon could. Mother, Yang Widow and the others will be tongue-tied once they go back. They're probably afraid of offending the gods, so they took the initiative to send us the land documents. When Yuan and I went out for a walk, we just happened to meet them, so we asked her to give us the documents. We brought them back, and didn't let them come to our door. That pair of shameless mother and son should also face some punishment. They've caused so much trouble in our village over the years. Because of Yang who, even the slightly older girls in the village are afraid to go out. Chun Shur said angrily as she put away the documents. Since she had already told everyone the real situation about the family's stored grain, Chun Shur decided to improve the dinner tonight. She cooked sweet potato rice without bran and steamed a big batch of plain buns. For the Gu family, who had been eating bran, wheat husk, and wild vegetable pancakes for months, this was a rare treat. Food lovers Wan Shur and Gu Daniu ate eagerly, without even talking. Suwon drank vegetable soup with plain buns. The buns didn't cause her throat to feel sore like the bran and wild vegetable pancakes did before. But with this plain, oil-free meal, she felt uncomfortable eating. She really needed to find a way to get meat for the family soon. That night, Guiyuan sat at the table copying books. Although he no longer studied, the work of copying books was something he couldn't give up. Suwon carried a bowl of water into the room, carefully placing it in the middle of the bed. Guiyuan found it strange when she brought the water in, so he turned around to see what she was doing. When he saw her put the water in the middle of the bed, he became even more confused. Yuan, what are you doing? He asked. Yuan looked up, meeting Yuan's deep, puzzled eyes. She spoke seriously. I put the bowl of water here, so I won't fall asleep in the middle of the night and take advantage of you. While saying this, Yuan secretly vowed that if she still went to eat someone's tender grass today, she would be a beast.
Oh.
Yuan responded calmly and turned back to copying his book. Yuan carefully curled up at the innermost part of the bed, trying to stay as far away as possible from the bowl of water in the middle of the bed. When Yuan was about to get into bed, he saw Do Kai sleeping peacefully at the very inside of the bed. The bowl of water in the middle of the bed sat steadily, shimmering under the moonlight. He was suddenly moved and, almost instinctively, gently reached out and took the bowl of water away, placing it on the nearby desk. After lying down, he silently waited for a while. The little bean sprout sleeping inside didn't move. He shifted a little closer inside, but the little bean sprout still didn't move. He moved again. Finally, the little bean sprout moved. Yuan turned over, reached out with one small hand on the bed, and touched Yuan's arm, which he had deliberately placed beside her. She immediately hugged Yuan's arm tightly, like a koala hugging a tree. Her small head rubbed against his arm, and she sighed comfortably. Yuan's lips curved into a warm smile. He closed his eyes happily and went to sleep. The next day, the first thing Yuan wanted to do was secretly get up and put the bowl of water back in its original place. But he looked at Yuan, who was tightly wrapped around him like a koala, holding onto him with both hands and feet. He gently tried to move. As he moved, Yuan's limbs held him even tighter, and she mumbled a couple of sleepy complaints. Yuan didn't dare to move anymore. He carefully moved one of his legs out from under her, trying to keep the rest of his body still. He straightened that leg, reaching for the clay bowl on the desk to pour water. He used all his strength, and just as he was about to reach it, he bent his toes, trying to grab the bowl. Suddenly, Yuan, who was gradually waking up, instinctively rubbed her head against Yuan's arm. Yuan was startled and shivered. The bowl, which he had moved with his toes and was now half hanging in the air, fell with a loud bang onto the floor. Yuan, who was already drowsy and about to wake up, was instantly startled. She opened her big, round, deer-like eyes in confusion. She turned her head and saw Yuan sleeping peacefully, expressionless, staring at the ceiling with a look of despair. Then she looked at herself. She had actually clung to her tender grass again. She was a beast. Boo-hoo. Yuan quickly rolled over and sat up on the bed, feeling a bit embarrassed. She reached out and scratched her small head. She looked awkwardly at Yuan, who was already getting up in an orderly manner after she let go, and tried to explain, But as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw the water she had placed last night on the ground to prevent herself from acting out and being naughty, spilled all over the floor. The bowl was shattered into pieces. From the scattered pieces, it was clear that the bowl had fallen from the desk, not from the bed. She tilted her head in confusion and looked at Yuan. Yuan, who had tidied up his clothes from last night's sleep, looked into Yuan's eyes, and his ears immediately turned red. He awkwardly touched his nose and explained, I was worried that placing a bowl of water on the bed might cause it to spill and wet the bed and clothes, which could lead to a cold. So I moved it to the desk, but maybe I didn't place it properly and it fell and broke.
Oh.
Yuan tilted her head and looked at Yuan, as if questioning whether she believed him. Could a bowl really stay on the edge of the desk all night without any movement and then break? Also, Yuan is such a careful person. How could he casually leave a bowl hanging on the edge of the table? Yuan's guilt instantly disappeared. She thought to herself that it was young grass's own choice to give her a little advantage, so she couldn't blame herself for taking it. Right? Because of the ongoing drought, many crops had already missed their planting season, so there wasn't much work in the fields. Early in the morning, when everyone got up, they looked at the bright sun shining in the sky, and each person had a worried look on their face. Old Goose squatted in the yard, watching the sky, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe, but the smoke in the pipe wasn't lit. At breakfast, Mrs. Chen announced that from today on, there would be no lunch, and the family would only eat 2 meals a day. No one opposed this decision because everyone could already feel that the drought might continue for an unknown amount of time. The little corn they hurriedly planted yesterday might not yield any harvest. Yuan looked at Yuan. Even while eating wild vegetable soup and wheat bran buns, Yuan ate with a noble and elegant demeanor, which seemed out of place in this simple farm life. After putting down their bowls and chopsticks, Yuan told his family about his plan to build a water wheel. The family only knew that he had gone up the mountain to gather wood, thinking he was just making furniture since he had recently married. No one expected that he was actually planning to build a water wheel. Guian scratched his head foolishly and asked Yuan, Yuan, what exactly is this water wheel you're talking about? Yuan explained simply, a water wheel is a tool that can lift water from lower places to higher places. I plan to use the water wheel to bring water from the river, and then dig channels to carry it into the fields for irrigation. Old Gu puffed on his dry pipe a couple more times without lighting it and said, Fourth, if you really can build this water wheel, that would be great. But digging water channels isn't something our family can do alone. This matter really needs to be done, but we also have to discuss it with the village head. Mrs. Chen said worriedly, but the village head is related to our family. Because of Yuan and Yang Fanfang's marriage, their families now feel a bit awkward. That day, when Yang Hu tried to extort them, they really had no choice but to ask someone to invite the village head to be fair. Yuan wasn't worried about this. He calmly said, the village head will agree. He explained, Yang village head has been fair, and just for many years because he cares about the people. Building water wheels and repairing water channels are big projects that benefit the whole village. He wouldn't refuse just because of our family's personal issues. Old Gu thought for a moment and agreed. That was true. Also, the previous marriage arrangement wasn't really Yang village head breaking his promise. It was said that Yang Fanfang's mother was so insistent at home that she didn't want Yang Fanfang to marry. Yang village head is just Fanfang's grandfather, not her parents. Yang village head even came to apologize to their family about the marriage proposal. Old Gu tapped the pipe and said, All right, I'll go talk to the village head about this later. Nyo San, help the fourth son carry the wood for the water wheel down from the mountain. Old Gu didn't assign chores to the daughters-in-law and children because, usually, when there's no busy work in the fields, Mrs. Chen would arrange for the women and kids to do chores. After breakfast and washing dishes, Yuan told Mrs. Chen her plan for the day. Mom, Yuan told me about the method to distill wine again. I plan to try distilling good wine at home today. Okay, then I'll ask Yan and the kids to stay at home and help you. Mrs. Chen supported Yuan's plan. Hearing this, Wan Shi mumbled softly, but her small eyes sparkled with happiness. Outside the kitchen, she carried her basket and loudly said to Mrs. Chen, Mom, Sister Wan wants to make wine. This is a big deal. Maybe I should go up the mountain alone today to dig wild vegetables. You and the second and third younger sisters stay at home and help Sister Wan. After saying this, she seemed afraid of being caught and quickly ran out of the yard. Yuan was still a bit confused. Usually, Wan Shi was slow and reluctant to go out. Why is she so eager today? Guian gently nudged Yuan and said, Fourth sister-in-law, Big sister probably wants to go up the mountain to dig ginseng and sell it for a good price. She might want to sneak up the mountain herself to dig ginseng and sell it. Yuan. That really is Wan Shi's style. Originally, the Qin family planned for her to take the 3 daughters-in-law up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. But now that one has gone on her own, she thought it over and decided that she could also bring Peng and Jiang to help at home. This wine was bought with money, and if made well, it could sell for more silver. However, lately, digging wild vegetables up the mountain hasn't yielded much. Yesterday, Yuan already brought back some bamboo. Today, with help from Chen, Guian, Peng, and Jiang, they quickly made a simple bamboo distiller. While Yuan and Chen were busy at home redistilling the wine, Wan carried a basket up the mountain alone. Last night, she specifically asked Yuan where he found the ginseng and what it looked like, including the leaves. Yuan told her honestly, not thinking much about it. But Guian didn't know that ginseng doesn't sprout every year. Some seedlings are trampled by animals and may not grow back for many years. He couldn't share this fact with Yuan. Now, she was searching the place where Yuan and Yuan found the ginseng, turning over the soil. But no matter how she looked, she only found some dried potato sprouts, nothing else. I don't believe it. I can dig up ginseng just like those little bean sprouts. I won't come back empty-handed for 150 taels of silver. Yuan thought of the money and got more motivated. She carried her basket carefully, searching the ground as she moved deeper into the mountains. In the Gu family kitchen, clear wine dripped slowly from a simple bamboo distiller into a wooden basin. The four brothers working on making a water wheel in the yard caught the scent of the wine and couldn't help but sniff the air. Smells so good. Gu Daniu faced the kitchen and sniffed deeply, swallowing hard. Yuan, did you really teach them how to make good wine with your method? Probably, Yuan replied. In truth, whether the wine became good or not had nothing to do with him. He had no special method. He had never even seen the bamboo distiller Yuan used. While Yuan was thinking, Zhang carried a small wooden bucket, and Yuan came out of the kitchen holding several rough bowls. Yuan and Zhang each poured a bowl of wine for the four brothers. Big brother, second brother, try this. How does the wine taste now? Gu Daniu and Gu Erniu took the bowl from Yuan's hand. They only looked at the clear, bright wine inside, with no impurities at all, and knew it must be good wine. Yuan took a sip, tasted carefully, and couldn't help but praise, good wine. The flavor isn't very rich, but it's sweet, clear, and has a faint bamboo aroma. Yuan's big, bright, sparkling eyes looked at him with hope. Do you think we could sell this wine at the town's Xinhua pavilion? Before Yuan could answer, old Gu and Yang Lijing came in from outside the yard. As soon as they entered, Yang Lijing couldn't help but sniff deeply. That smells so good. Yuan, are you guys brewing wine at home? Currently, Yuan's family had plenty of wine, which was well known in the village. But brewing wine takes time, effort, and firewood. Even in good harvest years, people mostly just brewed some homemade rice wine during the new year. Regular farmers who brewed wine at home rarely did it often. Lijing had lived most of his life and had never seen such a thing. Gu Sanyu was clever. Hearing Lijing's words, he immediately scooped a bowl of wine and handed it to him. Uncle Manhwa, try this. How's our wine? Lijing didn't refuse. After thanking him, he took the bowl and looked at the clear, bright wine inside. He was already surprised. Nowadays, good filtering and distillation techniques were only mastered by a few large distilleries. Usually, homemade and small distilleries' wines were cloudy. Even wines from big distilleries needed to settle before they could be clear, and they still had some impurities. The wine from the distillery Gu Sanyu used to work at was only average, just a little better than their farm's homemade wine, so it couldn't be this clear. He took a sip, and the rich aroma immediately stimulated his taste buds. It wasn't sour or bitter at all. Good wine, good wine. This wine is even better than the one from Xinhua Pavilion. Although Lijing could read, his education was limited, so he couldn't describe why the wine was good like Yuan. But his second brother worked as the second shopkeeper at Xinhua Pavilion in town, and he had brought back wine from there. He knew what good wine tasted like and could tell which was better, this one or Xinhua Pavilion's. Hearing this, Gu Sanyu immediately jumped in. Uncle Wenhua, if our family wants to sell this wine at Xinhua Pavilion, could you kindly introduce us to Wenyongshu? Lijing looked at Gu Sanyu with some surprise and asked, Sanyu, did your family brew this wine themselves? Gu Sanyu gently scratched his head and honestly said, this wine is the one the wine shop gave me as payment before. I used a method I saw in a book to distill it again, and now it's the wine we have. All right, tomorrow you all bring the wine, and I will go to the town with you, Yang Lijing said. He felt guilty about his granddaughter's marriage to Gu Yuan, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. At this moment, he looked at the piece of wood Gu Yuan was working on. His eyes showed a mix of admiration and regret. The fourth son of the Gu family is truly talented. He has been smart since he was young. While others need a long time to learn carpentry, Gu Yuan learned by watching the carpenter make furniture for his family. He also excelled in school. At only 12 years old, he became a successful candidate and even passed the small imperial exam with top scores. But unfortunately, his wife and granddaughter, oh well. Never mind, it's just that his granddaughter isn't lucky. Yang Lijing withdrew his thoughts and asked a Yuan, "Are you working on that water wheel your father mentioned?" Yuan put down his work and replied, "Yes, Uncle Wenhua. My idea is to install the water wheel on the big river so it can lift water to the top and then be used to dig water channels. We can combine several fields into one area to build a reservoir. During the day, we can draw water from the reservoir to irrigate the land. As long as the river doesn't dry up, our crops won't lack water." Yang Lijing listened carefully while watching Yuan's simple design drawing on the ground, made with charcoal. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, that's a really good idea. I'll gather the villagers and hold a meeting to tell everyone about it." Yuan cupped his hands toward Yang Lijing and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wenhua." Yang Lijing waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Yuan, you're doing this for the benefit of our village. I should be thanking you." After Gu Laohan and Mrs. Chun politely invited Yang Lijing to stay for dinner, he refused. "Brothers, sister-in-law, these days, everyone is having a hard time. My family is relatively better off, and we still have enough to eat. Your family is busy supporting scholars and has many children. It's a tough time for everyone. Don't be too polite to your older brother." After seeing Yang Lijing off, the sun was almost setting. Except for Yuan, who was reading by oil lamp, the others avoided using lamps to save oil. The family hurriedly packed the second distillation of the wine into jars. They also took down the simple distillation setup from over the stove and started cooking dinner. Today, Mrs. Chun took out some rice to cook, but it was mixed with a lot of rice bran, wheat bran, and sweet potatoes. The vegetables were pickles made by Mrs. Chun last year. She said her family's greens grew well last year, so she soaked more pickles and made extra salted vegetables. Mrs. Chun is very skilled at making pickles. The longer they ferment, the better they taste, and the aroma becomes richer. When the pickles are fried until fragrant, they smell very appetizing. Yuan looked at the rice that had more rice bran than rice itself and silently sighed. The rice was really rough on the throat. She still needed to find a way to earn more money, so she could eat white rice sooner. When Yuan helped serve the rice, she saw Xiaoyu leaning at the door, looking around. Yuan walked over, patted Xiaoyu's little head, and asked, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? What are you looking at?" Xiaoyu is a quiet and shy girl. She turned to face Yuan, a bit embarrassed, twisting her two small fingers and whispering, "Auntie Yuan, I'm waiting for my mom to come back." Yuan shivered at her words. It was getting dark now, and Wanshi usually returned early when she went to pick wild vegetables. She hurried to the kitchen and told Mrs. Chun that Wanshi hadn't come back yet. Mrs. Chun looked at the sky outside, and her face fell. She stepped out of the yard and went to find Go Dainyu, who was happily helping Yuan carry wood. Suddenly, a loud slap hit Go Dainyu's head. He instinctively covered his head with his hands, and the wood he was holding fell to the ground with a clatter. He held his head and looked at Mrs. Chun with innocent, slightly big eyes, his rough voice full of little grievance. "Mom, why did you hit me?" Mrs. Chun glared at him angrily. "Why did I hit you? Didn't you see that someone is missing at home? Didn't you see that your wife hasn't come back?" Go Dainyu looked around confused. Mrs. Chun was annoyed to see his silly look and wanted to scold him some more. But Go Dainyu suddenly reacted and ran outside the yard, shouting, "Wife, where are you going? I came to find you." Mrs. Chun was startled and paused, then shook her head and turned to go into the kitchen. Yuan put down his work and said, "I'm going to look for my sister-in-law with my older brother." Yuan remembered that last night Wanshi kept asking Yuan about ginseng and guessed she might have gone deep into the mountains. She said, Yuan, I'll go with you too." Mrs. Chun hadn't thought about Mr. Yuan going into the mountains before. Now that Yuan and Yuan are heading there, she realized the danger. She quickly called Old Man Gu. "Old man, take Nyo, Sen Nyo, and Brother Yuan with the eldest son to find the person. Bring the fire-starting stone, and make more torches since it will be dark soon." Everyone listened to Mrs. Chen's tone and understood that Mr. Yuan might have gone deep into the mountains. The mountains are full of fierce animals and big bugs. Especially this year, after the disaster, the wild beasts are very hungry. Not only are people afraid to go deep into the mountains, but wolves and wild boars have even entered nearby villages causing trouble. The Gu family men also didn't dare take any chances. They quickly brought small, handy tools like sickles, ready to go up the mountain with Old Man Gu to find the person. Yuan also grabbed her small chopping knife and quietly prepared to follow everyone. But before she could leave, she felt a shadow cover her. She looked up and met Gu Yuan's deep, dark eyes. "It's dangerous in the mountains. Don't go. Stay at home and wait for me to come back." Seeing Gu Yuan's handsome face from every angle, Yuan suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She stared at him steadily. It's okay to look at handsome guys openly, no shame. Yuan wasn't shy at all, but Gu Yuan's ears turned slightly red from her gaze. He awkwardly looked away, and for once, his usually calm voice carried a hint of nervousness. I'm leaving now."
Oh.
Yuan obediently responded and naturally stepped to follow him. Gu Yuan turned to look at her again. Before he could speak, her bright little eyes looked at him seriously and firmly. "I can help." Gu Yuan suddenly remembered how she had seriously asked him to stand behind her yesterday, protecting him. Looking at her small, sprout-like body, he thought, fine, if she wants to follow, let her. They probably wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into a fierce beast. "Then stay close to me later," Gu Yuan advised her before heading toward the mountain. At this moment, Dinyo was already at the foot of the mountain. He looked at the paths carved by people and scratched the back of his head, feeling puzzled. Which way should he take? "Big brother." Nyo called out to the figure scratching his head at the foot of the mountain. Dinyo was surprised and turned around, seeing his father and 3 brothers. "Dad, Nyo, Sen Nyo, Yuan, why are all of you here?" As the group approached, he finally noticed the small Yuan following behind Gu Yuan. He was surprised and said, "Hey, why is 4th sister-in-law also here?" "Later, we might need to go up the mountain, and it's not very convenient for 4th sister-in-law to come with us." Gu Daniu scratched the back of his head, trying to speak more politely, but his expression clearly showed he thought Yuan was a burden once they went up the mountain. Yuan didn't blame him. After all, her small stature might cause others to underestimate her abilities. When Gu Yuan explained that one sure might have gone to the place where they found ginseng yesterday, Yuan was already carefully examining the footprints on the ground and confirmed the path one sure took up the mountain. Fortunately, it rained heavily last night. Although the sun had been shining all day, some trees blocked the mountain trail, leaving the ground muddy in spots, and Wan Shi's footprints could still be traced. After Gu Yuan and Gu Daniu finished explaining, Yuan said, "Big sister-in-law, we'll take this path up the mountain. We'll go this way." It was getting dark. Old Man Gu used a flint to light a torch and handed one to each person. The 6 of them hurriedly headed into the mountain. Gu Yuan and Yuan walked at the front. Yuan was eager to reach the place where they found the ginseng and then look for which direction Wan Shi had gone. But as they walked, a big hand suddenly grabbed her small hand. She was a bit surprised and turned to look at Gu Yuan. Under the faint light of the torch, Gu Yuan's face showed no extra expression. Seeing Yuan look at him, he said seriously, "It's dark, and the road is a bit slippery. Hold my hand so you don't fall." Yuan immediately thought she had overthought things. How could tender grass deliberately tease her? When they reached the place where they found the ginseng yesterday, the ground, already softened by the rain, was now covered with messy footprints. It was clear that someone had been there again. Gu Dani used the torch to carefully examine the footprints and confidently said, "These are my wife's footprints." "Wife, where did you go?" Gu Daniu cried out sadly. At this moment, Gu Yuan also carefully checked the footprints on the ground. After the heavy rain last night, the mushrooms in the mountain grew well. So many people came into the mountain today to pick mushrooms. The ground was full of messy footprints. Gu Yuan quickly recognized Wan Shi's footprints and said, "This way." At the same time, Wan Shi was anxiously wandering in the deep mountain, carrying a basket on her back. "Howl, Suddenly, a wolf's howl came from nowhere, startling her so much that she trembled all over and almost collapsed to the ground. Mrs. Yuan's chubby, round face shook with fear. She wiped her tears and muttered, "Grandpa Mountain Spirit, please protect me. I mean no disrespect." As she kept muttering and looking around nervously, she suddenly heard a hum-hum sound from the bushes nearby. Her face froze, she swallowed hard, and turned around with a sad expression. In the cold moonlight, she saw two bright green eyes watching her. "Oh my, oh no, there's a ghost!" Mrs. Yuan exclaimed in fear and sat down the ground. From the bushes, the bright green eyes snorted and suddenly charged out. It was a huge wild boar, its skin shiny from rubbing against trees. Its two tusks looked like sharp sickles, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Mrs. Yuan's lips trembled with fear. Wild boar. Her survival instinct made her want to run, but the ground was wet and slippery from last night's rain. She was so scared her hands and legs went weak. She tried to crawl several times but kept slipping and falling hard to the ground. The big wild boar was now right in front of her, its sharp tusks like knives ready to pierce her belly. Mrs. Yuan closed her eyes in despair. She regretted so much. Why did she have to be jealous of the bean sprouts and dig up the ginseng? Just when she thought she was doomed, she suddenly heard a loud shout, "You wild boar! How dare you bully my wife? I'll kill you!" When Guian and the rest of the Gu family arrived following Mrs. Yuan's footprints deep in the mountains, they saw the enraged wild boar charging at her, who had fallen to the ground. Guian immediately panicked. Without thinking, he let out a loud cry and drew the sickle hanging at his waist, rushing toward the wild boar. Yuan was stunned. Was her usually sharp-tongued and silly uncle really so brave in a moment of danger? Yuan, old Gu, and the other two brothers also panicked. Wild boars can be just as fierce as a blind bear, and Guian alone was clearly no match. The four quickly grabbed their weapons and prepared to fight. Yuan also pulled Yuan behind him and hurriedly warned, "Yuan, stay back a little." Yuan looked at Yuan's serious expression, then at his slender, fair fingers holding a chopping knife and his delicate wrist exposed by his short sleeves. This young, tender grass, so weak and helpless, still wants to go fight a wild boar? Silently, Yuan took a tranquilizer from her space, gently grabbed Yuan's hand, and pushed the syringe into his palm. "Use this. Inject it into the wild boar, then press this button firmly to push the medicine inside." Yuan looked at Yuan's bright, deer-like eyes under the moonlight and paused for a moment, stunned. At this time, brave Guian was almost colliding with the wild boar. However, when he saw the boar's shining blue eyes and its sharp, cold tusks, his courage suddenly disappeared. He threw down his sickle and turned to run. Wow, what a big wild boar! Behind him, Gu Laohan and the sons Gu Ernyo and Gu Senyo were stunned. They wanted to run, but it was too late. Yuan took a deep breath, grabbed the tranquilizer Yuan handed him, and charged at the boar. When he got close, he threw himself forward and stabbed the tranquilizer directly into the boar. But the boar's thick skin and dense flesh, covered with a layer of pine oil from rubbing against a pine tree, made it hard. Yuan lacked strength and skill. The needle slipped as the boar struggled, and he couldn't inject any medicine. The boar fiercely shook him off and threw him aside. At this moment, Yuan quickly took out a larger syringe from her space, ignoring the risk of exposure. She agilely ran toward the boar. The boar was angered by Yuan and roared, trying to use its tusks to push him away as he fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yuan aimed the syringe at the thinnest skin area near the boar's and stabbed quickly. She pushed hard, injecting all the potent anesthetic into the boar's body. The anesthetic she used was highly purified and very strong. After being pricked, the boar let out a loud roar and sped up. Yuan ignored his pain, rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the boar's powerful hooves. Just as the wild boar was about to charge into the forest like a headless fly, suddenly, the huge boar, as big as a small mountain, collapsed to the ground. Its four thick legs kicked wildly a few times, and then stopped moving. Everything happened so quickly that Gu Laohan and the sons Gu Ernyo and Gu Senyo were still standing there, stunned and unable to react. The recently escaped Gu Danyu instinctively ran out, then felt something was wrong, so he raised his sickle and ran back. "Stinky wild boar, I'm not afraid of you. I'll fight you." He returned holding his sickle, and saw the old man Gu and Gu Ernyu and Gu Sanyu standing there, all staring in shock. They looked around confusedly. "Dad Ernyu, Sanyu, where's the wild boar?" Gu Old Man, Gu Ernyu, and Gu Sanyu all pointed in the direction of Gu Yuan and Suwon. At this moment, Suwon had already helped Gu Yuan to stand. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Yuan replied, handing back the syringe filled with anesthetic to Suwon. Suwon placed the syringe and the one she used earlier on the wild boar into her space. Although she disliked both syringes, she knew that throwing them away carelessly could cause unnecessary trouble if others found them. Before Gu Old Man and the three bulls could come over, Gu Yuan lowered his voice and asked Suwon, "What medicine was that just now? Can the wild boar meat still be eaten?" "Anesthetic. It doesn't affect the edibility of the meat," Suwon answered. Gu Yuan frowned slightly. "Anesthesia powder?" He was surprised to learn that anesthesia powder could be injected into the body like that. Usually, it's used to cover the patient's nose and mouth to make them faint. Suwon thought for a moment and replied, "Something like that." Gu Yuan knew these were Suwon's secrets, so he didn't ask further. His leg had just been injured, so he limped over toward the dizzy wild boar. When he got closer, besides helping Wansher, Gu Danyu, Gu Old Man, Gu Ernyu, and Gu Sanyu had already arrived. Gu Yuan reached out to Gu Old Man. "Dad, give me the knife." Gu Old Man was holding a sharp knife. Although he didn't know what Gu Yuan was planning, he trusted him and handed over the knife directly. Gu Yuan took the knife and moved to the pig's head, aiming the tip at the wild boar's neck. He suddenly stabbed in, the knife going in and out quickly, blood spurting out. The wild boar, waking from its faint, struggled a bit and let out a few squeals before finally dying.
Suvan watched in shock.
Turns out, this little tender grass wasn't as weak as she thought. Not only Suwon was stunned, but Gu Old Man, Gu Ernyu, Gu Sanyu, and the newly arrived Dinyo and Wansher were also stunned. Gu Danyu, looking dazed, took a moment to find his voice and asked, "Ada Yuan, when did you start killing pigs?" Gu Yuan restrained the killing intent in his eyes. Actually, he wasn't thinking about slaughtering pigs just now, but about killing people. In his past life, he served as an imperial guard, fighting to boost the soldiers' morale. He personally went to the battlefield and fought alongside the soldiers, killing enemies in front of the troops. No one knew that after his first kill, he vomited in his tent until he was exhausted. Later, the brutal battlefield made him numb. He could chop off the heads of enemy soldiers without blinking. But at that time, he didn't realize that the cruelty of the court was even worse than the battlefield. It was the heart of his loyal emperor. Looking at the knife in his hand, dripping with pig blood, many thoughts flashed through his mind. But in just a moment, he calmed himself and looked steadily at Old Man Gu and the three brothers Gu Danyu. He scratched his head as usual and said, "I think the butcher killed the pigs for our family like this before." Suwon's bright eyes looked at Gu Yuan, a little deeper with thought. Gu Yuan's quick and precise action just now definitely wasn't something someone could do just by watching a butcher slaughter a pig. And the terrifying aura he had just now wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. If he was reborn, then what exactly had he experienced in his previous life? Suwon quickly hid her doubts, reached out, and tugged at Gu Yuan's sleeve. She said, "Yuan, we need to move this wild boar quickly. Its blood will soon attract other fierce beasts deep in the mountains." Old Man Gu and the three brothers, hearing this, didn't bother to wonder how Gu Yuan could kill such a big wild boar just by watching the butcher. They immediately gathered materials, cut vines to tie up the wild boar, and looked for suitable branches to secure it. They hurriedly carried it down the mountain. Wang's family was truly frightened earlier. Now, her legs were still trembling, and she had sprained her ankle when chased by the wild boar. So, The 5 members of the Gu family took turns carrying the wild boar, with Su-won supporting Wang. Wang looked at Su-won, who was small and delicate, like a bean sprout, supporting her arm. She felt a bit embarrassed and sniffed, saying, "Waner, thank you for your help today." Su-won smiled and said, "Big sister Wang, we're all family. It's no trouble at all." Although Wang had many bad habits, she was straightforward and kind-hearted. Su-won didn't dislike her. Mr. Won was very moved by these words. With a brave gesture, he patted his chest loudly and said, "Young girl, don't worry. From now on, your matters are my sister-in-law's matters. If that shameless girl Yang Fanfong dares to bother Yuan Ji again, my sister-in-law won't hand her a broom. She'll just use a big broom to chase her away." They had just reached the foot of the mountain when they saw a large group of villagers carrying torches, moving like a winding fire dragon toward the mountain. As they got closer, they realized it was Yang Lijing leading all the young men from the village to go up the mountain and find them. When Yang Lijing saw that everyone from the Gu family who went up the mountain had returned safely, he let out a big sigh of relief and, somewhat reproachfully, said to Old Man Gu, "De Yong, your wife didn't come out of the mountain all this time, and you didn't say a word. You should have brought more people to look for her. With just a few of you, what if you really encountered a big wild animal, a wild boar or a wolf pack? What would you do then?" Before he finished speaking, someone shouted in surprise, "Uncle De Yong, are you carrying a wild boar?" Because it was dark and the torches weren't very bright, they hadn't noticed the Gu father and son's wild boar at first. Now they saw it clearly and all gathered around with their torches. Wow, what a big wild boar. Compared to the wild boar that Chen Jiuan hunted recently, this one is probably twice as big. This big wild boar must weigh at least 300 jin of meat. "Uncle De Yong, how did you manage to kill such a big wild boar? Dinyo, come and tell us, how did you catch such a big wild boar?" The villagers gathered around the wild boar, marveling and chatting excitedly. Gu Danyu scratched his head and chuckled happily, clearly very pleased. After placing the wild boar on the ground, Old Man Gu also cupped his hands and said to everyone, "Thanks to Lijing and all of you today. Tomorrow, everyone is welcome to come to our house for some pig soup." The villagers heard this and politely replied, "Uncle De Yong, that's too much trouble. We didn't do much to help." Even Lijing hurriedly declined, saying, "De Yong, protecting the safety of the village is my duty. Today, since your eldest daughter-in-law went up the mountain and I didn't go with you, I feel like I failed in my duty. I should meet at your house." Old Man Gu initially wanted to insist and invite everyone again. Yang Lijing whispered to him, "De Yong, if you really mean it, tomorrow you and your family should kill this wild boar. Each family can have of pork about wide. Bringing so many people to your house, it's not just about the meat. Even the rice alone could feed your family for 2 months." Old Gu, a honest man, didn't ask everyone to eat just for show. Usually in the village, there's an unspoken rule. If someone gets lost in the mountains, the villagers help find them, and the family of the lost person must invite those who helped to a meal. Since they found the lost person and also caught such a big wild boar, they naturally wanted to invite everyone to eat. They didn't expect that this year's harvest was poor and life was hard, much worse than before. After hearing Lijing's suggestion, Old Gu didn't insist anymore. He thanked everyone and said they would send meat to everyone after slaughtering the pig tomorrow. Although everyone tried to decline, their faces showed happy smiles. Since the rain stopped, they couldn't even eat enough wild vegetables, let alone meat. Hearing about meat, many people had already started salivating. In this situation, no one was afraid to exert effort. They eagerly helped Old Gu carry the big wild boar back to the yard. Chen, worried about everyone's safety, couldn't sleep and kept looking out the door. Guian was with her. After Jiang and Peng put the children to sleep, they also stood at the door waiting. When they saw a large group of people carrying a big wild boar into the yard, Chen, Guian, Jiang, and Peng all looked stunned. At that moment, Su-won helped Wan into the yard. Chen quickly pulled her aside and asked, "Wan, what's going on?" "This wild boar." Su-won explained what happened, omitting the part about injecting the boar with anesthesia. She said the wild boar might have been injured earlier after falling into a hunter's trap and then fainted after running away, which is why Guian was able to kill it with one strike. Yuan hurriedly added to Chun, "Mother, this time it's all thanks to Yuan and Yuan. Otherwise, I would have been trampled to death by that big boar. Please let Yuan and Yuan eat more of the pork this time, so they can recover. I won't compete with them." Chun sure listened with folded hands, chanting Amit Ba Buddha. If it weren't for good luck that the wild boar fainted on its own, today, their family's men and 2 daughters-in-law might have all been lost on the mountain. Jiang Shi and Peng Shi took Wan Shi from Su Wan's hands and helped her into the house to sit down. Su Wan also went inside. On her way back, she saw some herbs in the mountains and casually picked 2 bunches of medicine that could treat bruises and injuries. Now, she found a small bowl, crushed the herbs, massaged Wan Shi's ankles, and then applied the herbal paste. While Su Wan was helping Wan Shi, Guian stood nearby, watching intently. When Su Wan came out of Wan Shi's room, Guian became her little shadow behind her. Su Wan couldn't help but ask, "Yan Yan, you've been following me. Is there something you want to tell me?" Guian blinked playfully and smiled sweetly. "Fourth sister-in-law, I want to ask if the doctor next door to your family is very skilled?" In the original owner's memory, their neighbor was indeed a doctor, but Su Wan didn't know if he was very skilled. Because her father, a proud and lazy scholar, looked down on everyone in the village, and everyone in the village looked down on him too. Their family had no contact with the doctor's family next door. Su Wan thought for a moment and honestly said, "I don't know how good the doctor next door is, but he only learned medicine in a few nearby villages. His skills might be about the same as Doctor Who's. Yan Yan, do you want to learn medicine?" Guian looked at Su Wan's bright, shining eyes and said seriously, "Fourth sister-in-law, I don't want to learn medicine." "Fourth sister-in-law, did the doctor next door teach you how to make poison?" "I want to learn how to make poisons." Su Wan. What is this girl thinking? She doesn't want to learn medicine but wants to learn how to make poisons? Although Su Wan was a bit shocked inside, she showed no sign of it and asked calmly, "Yan Yan, why do you want to learn how to make poisons?" Guian's round face showed a shy expression, and she said awkwardly, "It's just. When fourth brother was studying at the county school, he took me to listen to a storytelling. The storyteller said there was a heroine who was good at using poisons, often using various toxins to punish bullies and help the poor. I also want to learn how to make poisons and become a brave heroine like that." Shuwen. She thought storytellers in ancient times only told stories about talented and beautiful people. She didn't expect this storyteller to be so unique and to talk about heroines. But then again, who didn't dream of being a heroine when they were young? "Yan Yan, I can teach you some simple poison recipes, but you must remember, poisons are very dangerous. Never use them carelessly," Su Wan said seriously. She actually thought about when Widow Yang and her children caused trouble, and how Guian mentioned that Yang who had groped them and taken advantage of the girls. That look of clenched teeth and helplessness. Girls having some self-protection skills is actually a good thing. Guian quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, desperately saying, "Yes, yes, yes, fourth sister-in-law. Don't worry." Then she raised 3 fingers and made a serious vow. "I, Guian, swear here that after I learn how to make poisons, I will follow the example of heroines, fight against the wicked, help the weak, and rob the rich to help the poor. I will never bully the weak or oppress others. If I break this vow, let me never get married and remain a spinster." Her bold words were just heard by Guian passing by nearby. Guian immediately knocked her on the head with a loud bang. A girl talking about her marriage is shameless. Guian yelped, holding her aching forehead, and pouted at Su Wan. "Fourth sister-in-law, you must help me. Fourth brother is bullying me again." Su Wan smiled gently at Guian. Guian also looked at her. The young girl's delicate face was smaller than his palm, but her big, round, bright eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars, making his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. His ears turned red, and he quickly said, "I'll go help slaughter the pig now. Yan Yan, come help too." Guian hugged Su Wan's arm and reminded her, "Fourth sister-in-law, don't forget what you promised me. I'm going to help now." The weather was too hot, and if they didn't slaughter the wild boar tonight, It might rot inside by tomorrow. So the Gu family burned water overnight to scald the pig to remove the hair, then cut it in half. They took out all the internal organs first, then divided the meat into small strips. Mrs. Chen asked Gu Yuan and his brothers to take about 50 jin of pork, each about wide and weighing 1 jin, to the family of Wan Shi, who had just gone to the mountain to look for them. This batch of meat was about 40 or 50 jin in total. Mrs. Wan found a handy wooden stick to lean on and happily watched the slices of pork being divided. Although the wild pig meat wasn't very fatty, there was plenty of it. She was drooling with greed, but seeing so much meat being given away made her feel heartache. Her face twitched, as if the meat being sent out wasn't just wild pig meat, but her own flesh. However, she couldn't speak about this openly, since it was because of her that so much meat had to be sent away. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Mrs. Chen took out all the coarse salt from her house to prepare for curing meat. But now, salt was very precious. Even coarse salt was limited and not enough for curing all the meat. Plus, the sun was scorching hot, making the ground like a big steamer. Even if they had enough salt to cure the meat, it might spoil quickly. Mrs. Chen looked at the large basket of meat and, for the first time in her life, worried about having too much meat at home. Suwon was helping Jiang and Peng lay out the meat piece by piece. Seeing Mrs. Chen worried about the meat, she said, "Mother, I have a way to preserve the meat." Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up, and she looked at Suwon with anticipation. She trusted her stepdaughter very much. Though Suwon was young, she was quite knowledgeable. Suwon explained, "We can cut all the meat into small pieces about the size of a palm, boil it in water until the water dries up and the meat releases oil, then put everything into a jar. We can also add the oil from refining pig fat, pouring it into the jar to seal the meat with oil." Mrs. Chen had never heard of this method before and hesitated at first. Next to her, Mrs. Wan, leaning on her stick, excitedly came over. "Mother, this is a good idea. Think about it, if the cooked meat is sealed with oil, how long will the oil last? The meat will last just as long. And we won't have to dry out the fat in the meat like when curing or sun-drying it. That would be much better." After speaking, Mrs. Wan looked at Su Wan with a warm, motherly smile and said, "Don't look at how young our Wan is. She's very clever, not like our distant cousin, the scholar." Hearing Mrs. Wan's kind gaze, Su Wan felt a shiver run down her spine. Besides her feelings for Guian, Mrs. Wan had never looked at her with such maternal affection, not even towards Xiaoyu or Xiaoqing. Mrs. Chen, Peng, Jiang, and Guian all felt a bit uncomfortable under Mrs. Wan's overly enthusiastic gaze. Suddenly, her attitude changed completely. This was too strange. "All right, just follow what Sister Wan said. Let's start the fire, cook the meat, and make the oil now." Luckily, Mrs. Chen quickly realized what was happening and gave an order, breaking the awkward silence. Mrs. Chen hurriedly led her sister-in-law and others to move the meat into the kitchen. Suwon had just picked up a few pieces of meat to bring into the kitchen when the Gu brothers returned. Since Mrs. Wan had sprained her ankle and couldn't work, she quickly stopped Suwon. Hey, Wan, don't carry that. The meat is heavy, and you've been working all day. Rest now and relax." Then she shouted loudly, Dinyo, Gu Dinyo, hurry up and help Wan carry the meat into the kitchen. What are you waiting for? She's just a young girl, and carrying such heavy meat. What if it gets damaged?" Although Gu Dinyo usually liked to act silly and tease Mrs. Wan for eating too much, he still cared about his wife. When he heard her call, he quickly responded and ran inside. That night, the Gu family was busy with the wild boar, but Suwon was quite free because Mrs. Wan kept telling Gu Dinyo to help her whenever she saw her doing something. Mrs. Wan basically sat Suwon down and refused to let her move, acting kindly and chatting like a caring mother. In the past, she ignored Suwon and paid her no attention, but tonight she was asking about Suwon's ancestors and family history as if she wanted to know everything. It wasn't until the rich smell of meat wafted from the kitchen that Mrs. Wan gently patted Suwon's hand and said, "Wan, wait a moment. Sister-in-law is going to check the kitchen and will be back soon." Suwon felt relieved when she saw Mrs. Wan leaning on her stick and heading to the kitchen. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Mrs. Yuan returned briskly, holding her stick and walking quickly. As soon as she came back, she pulled Su Yuan aside again and secretly took out a large piece of cooked pork from her, looking excited, and handed it to Su Yuan. "Yuan, this is a secret from the kitchen. Sister-in-law took it when no one was looking. You should eat it." Su Yuan looked at the piece of wild boar meat, which was about a third fat and two-thirds lean, and twitched her eye. Mrs. Yuan clearly had a habit of stealing from the kitchen. So, in an era when everyone was hungry and thin, was her secret to staying healthy and gaining weight this? Under Mrs. Yuan's expectant gaze, Su Yuan reluctantly took the small piece of pork.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Mrs. Yuan looked affectionately and said, "Hey, Sister Yuan, there's no need to be polite with big sister-in-law. We married two brothers, Dinyo and Yuan Ge. We are like sisters. From now on, if big sister-in-law has something to eat, you'll have some too." While speaking, Mrs. Yuan yawned. "Yuan, it's getting late. Big sister-in-law is going back to her room to sleep. You should rest early too." Su Yuan watched Mrs. Yuan hurriedly walk back to her room, leaning on her stick, and then looked at the small piece of meat in her hand. She was sure that Mrs. Yuan had stolen more than just this piece for her. In the end, Su Yuan didn't eat the meat. She took it back to her room, put it in a bowl, and placed it on Guian's desk. When Guian finished his work and returned to his room, he saw the bright piece of meat. He looked at Su Yuan with some confusion and asked, "Yuan, where did this meat come from?" Today they brought back a big wild boar, and there was plenty of pork at home. But Chunshir only allowed each of them to taste a small piece. The rest was to be made into the oil cellar meat Su Yuan mentioned, to store for future days when they could enjoy some meat. Could it be that their mother favored them and secretly gave them more meat? No way. Even if she favored them, she would do it openly, not secretly. "It was big sister-in-law who gave it to me," Su Yuan replied. Then she lowered her voice and said seriously, "Big sister-in-law stole it from the kitchen to give to me." Guian's eyelids twitched. It wasn't surprising that big sister-in-law did such things, but it was strange that she also secretly gave Su Yuan a share. Meanwhile, in the room of Dinyo and Mrs. Yuan entered and immediately closed the door tightly. Seeing her, Dinyo's eyes lit up. "Wife, did you steal some more meat?" Mrs. Yuan was startled by Dinyo's loud voice. She quickly put down her stick and reached out to cover Dinyo's mouth. "You little fool, if you don't talk, no one will know you're mute." But Dinyo ignored her scolding. Smelling the rich aroma of meat and oil on Mrs. Yuan's hand, he eagerly stuck out his tongue and licked her palm. Mrs. Yuan's plump, dark face suddenly lit up with two invisible rosy clouds. She gently pushed Gudanyu and shyly scolded, "You little rascal." Gudanyu eagerly said, "Wife, quickly, give me." Mrs. Yuan lowered her head slightly, tilting her chin, looking even more shy. "Don't rush." As she spoke, she adjusted her clothes and reached to take off Gudanyu's clothes. Gudanyu was instantly confused and covered his chest. "Wife, what are you doing?" Mrs. Yuan was even more confused. "Didn't you rush to ask me to give you something? Are you tonight planning to stay dressed and do something else?" Mrs. Yuan suddenly understood Gudanyu's meaning and flirtatiously threw two charming glances at him. Gudanyu got nervous. "What do you mean? I just want you to take out the meat." Mrs. Yuan's previously enthusiastic face suddenly fell. "Meat? No meat. I already gave the meat to the young girl." While speaking, she took out a piece of meat about the size of her palm, then pulled out a bamboo knife hidden in the room, cut the meat into small pieces, and kept 2/3 of it for Guian. As for the two girls, why would they need so much dried meat? The two girls only needed 2 slices each, given by their nurse. She divided the remaining 1/3 into 3 parts, giving 1/3 to Gudanyu, and the rest she ate herself. Gudanyu was already satisfied with getting 1/3 of that large piece of meat. After eating, he licked his fingers and asked Mrs. Yuan, "Wife, did you really give the meat to the young girl?" "Of course. I gave her a big piece." Mrs. Yuan raised her chin proudly. Gudanyu squeezed closer to her. "Wife, tell me, why did you give the meat to the young girl?" He wasn't reluctant to give the meat to his fourth sister-in-law. He knew his wife well. She was very protective of her food, and giving her food to others was almost worse than losing her life. But today, she actually took the initiative to share something delicious, meat, which they rarely get to eat all year. This was definitely unusual. Mrs. Yuan rolled her eyes at Guian. Are you stupid? Haven't you noticed how lucky that young girl is? She found ginseng on the mountain, and tonight she charged at a wild boar, which ended up falling down by itself. With her luck, if we treat her well, she'll never suffer in the future. Guian was so scared when he was on the mountain that he looked like a headless fly. He didn't know that Yuan had rushed towards the wild boar, nor did he realize that the boar fell only after she charged at it. But now, hearing his wife say this, he nodded in agreement. Then we should treat Yuan better. Yuan actually didn't want to eat wild boar meat, because it has a stronger, more unpleasant smell than domestic pork. Even after cooking, frying, and adding salt, the smell still lingered. Still, she was forced to share the wild boar meat with Guian. If she didn't eat, little tender grass wouldn't eat either. And that stubborn kid would take the meat back home, which would be like selling her sister-in-law. So, Yuan had no choice but to grit her teeth and eat. Guian watched happily as she grimaced and painfully finished her half of the meat. He reached out and gently patted her little head. Yuan, you're so obedient. You're too thin. You should eat more. Yuan, proud of being praised as obedient, raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. How am I thin? I have meat where I should. Tonight, it was your bones pressing into me, not me pressing into you. Guian, who had lived twice and still had his innocence, had never seen a girl openly say such things. His ears turned bright red, and he suddenly understood why his ears felt hot all over. He hurriedly stood up. I'll go fetch water for you to wash your hands. After saying that, he ran out of the room like a thief. He went to the kitchen to get water to bring to Yuan, but on the way, he bumped into Mrs. Chen, who was coming out after her bath. Mrs. Chen saw the water basin in his hands and his flushed cheeks. As an experienced woman, she immediately imagined a lot. She quickly pulled Guian aside and whispered, "Fourth young master, I know you're young and full of energy, but Yuan is already of age and delicate. She can't handle too much trouble. You need to be gentle, be patient, and don't tire her out." Guian, who had been blushing from Yuan's teasing, turned completely red from his neck to his face. He looked like a cooked shrimp. He couldn't explain this to his mother, so he could only nervously agree. "Yes, mother, I understand." Afterward, he hurried back into the room. Mrs. Chen watched Guian's flustered figure almost bump into the door frame and couldn't help but smile affectionately. This kid, even shy around his own mother. Tomorrow, I need to talk to Lao Si and ask him to go to town to buy some brown sugar to cook red sugar eggs for the evening to help improve health. Yuan watched Guian, who was blushing and holding water, and felt a little proud. This young guy was too shy to handle teasing, still blushing now. So, after clearing her throat, she deliberately asked Yuan, "Do we still need to put water in the bed?" Guian immediately remembered the embarrassing incident from this morning. His face turned even redder, and he couldn't seem to cool down. In his past life, he was a powerful official and a brave general, but now he was so embarrassed he wished he could hide in a hole. Yet, he kept a serious look, with one hand behind his back, cleared his throat, and said firmly, "No need. I don't sleep well at night, and if I knock over the water and catch a cold, it would be bad." Yuan thought about how he had barely moved all night while sleeping. The next morning, Yuan woke up still clinging to Guian like an octopus. But now, she no longer felt guilty about it, since it was her own choice. If she wanted to be close, she couldn't blame her for being affectionate, right? Guian packed 3 small jars of the wine Yuan had distilled yesterday into a basket. Just as he was about to leave, Mrs. Chen called him back and handed him a money pouch, saying, "Lao Si, buy some salt on your way. We ran out while cooking meat yesterday. Also, buy some brown sugar to help your wife stay healthy." Then she looked at Yuan, who was helping to sweep the yard, and waved her over kindly. "Yuan heir, come here. Later, my daughter will come to sweep the yard. You went up the mountain with Yuan and the others last night, and must be exhausted. Don't do any work today. Go to town with Yuan and relax. She also said, go buy some fabric you like from the cloth shop and I'll make you clothes with it. Yuan wanted to refuse, but Mrs. Chen pushed her toward Yuan and said, hurry up, go quickly, come back early. Reluctantly, Yuan took off her apron and followed Yuan out the door. Once they left the yard, Mrs. Chen called after them, Yuan, last night one was tired after climbing the mountain with you all. Today, instead of walking, take a bullock cart for a few coins. It'll save you some trouble. Actually, the clothes she is wearing now were newly made by Chen's family after staying up late these past few days. The clothes she brought from her mother's house are patched up and too small to wear anymore. When Yuan followed Yuan to the village entrance, Uncle Ching Shui's ox cart was already parked there, and the village chief was waiting, smoking dry tobacco. Yuan quickly told Yuan to follow slowly. Then he took a few quick steps, reached the village chief Yang, and bowed slightly, saying, Uncle Manhwa, sorry to keep you waiting. Yang waved his hand, no problem, no problem. I also need to go to the county office today. If I go too early, the officials there won't be at work yet, so I have to wait. Yuan gave Uncle Ching Shui 6 copper coins. After loading his basket onto the cart, he turned and stretched out his hand to Yuan, saying, Wan, I'll help you get on. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yuan, who was already on the cart, quickly jumping down and reaching out her small, calloused hand to him. She looked at him with bright, deer-like eyes and a cheerful smile, saying, Yuan, help me get on. Yuan. He silently reached out and took her small, calloused hand. Using his strength, Yuan pushed off her foot on the cart and got on. But as she climbed up, a clever glint flashed in her deer-like eyes. She tilted her little foot and deliberately leaned toward Yuan's arms, about to fall into his embrace. Yuan was startled and quickly caught her. In a gesture of politeness, Yuan's small hands suddenly patted Yuan's stomach hard.
Oh.
When she was teasing the young tender grass at night, she only did it while she was asleep, with no awareness. Now she just realized that the young tender grass looked thin, but actually had abs. But she didn't have enough time to feel around carefully. She couldn't tell if it was 6 or 8 packs. She planned to find another chance to explore properly. Yuan felt his whole body heat up from her playful touches. But there were several people watching on the cart, so he forced himself to stay calm, pretending nothing was happening, and helped Yuan sit properly on the cart. He also sat down beside her. Seeing her ears reddened and her bright, deer-like eyes sparkling as if sprinkled with stars, he felt his heart flutter. At the Gu family courtyard, Guian looked around to see that all the adults had gone out, so he quickly went back to his room and took out the meat that one sure had left for him. He called his older sister, second sister, third sister, and fourth sister, saying, Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, come quickly. It's time to eat meat. The 3 older sisters of the Gu family immediately gathered around, all looking at the meat in Guian's bowl with eager eyes. As for the source of the meat, everyone understood without asking. Guian held a small bowl and divided the meat. Big sister, 1 piece. Second sister, 1 piece. Third sister, 1 piece. Fourth sister, 1 piece. Although Gu Xiaowan was still crouched in the corner watching her aunts and didn't come over, Guian didn't forget her share. After each sister and the younger sister took a piece, Guian swallowed hard, covered the small bowl with his hand, and said, Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, I won't give you any more. The rest is for Aunt C to keep. The sisters nodded, saying, Yes, leave some for Aunt C. Gu Xiaoyu saw Guian hide the bowl and asked, And aren't you going to eat a piece yourself? Guian swallowed and said seriously, with his hands behind his back, Mama already gave me 2 pieces this morning, so I won't eat more. If I eat another piece, Aunt C will have less. I want to save more for her to eat. The 3 sisters felt a bit embarrassed because they had also eaten meat that morning. Each of them had already eaten 2 pieces. But that meat was already in their stomachs, and they couldn't spit it out. They could only secretly remind themselves that next time, they must not be greedy and should leave some delicious food for Aunt C. Guian took the piece of meat he had divided for Gu Xiaowan and sat down with her. Xiaowan, open your mouth. Gu Xiaowan looked at Gu Zian with her big, dark eyes, then obediently opened her mouth. Gu Zian immediately fed her the piece of meat, gently ruffling her little head, and asked with a smile, "Is the meat tasty?" Gu Xiaowan ignored him and went back to watching her ants. The ox cart stopped outside the town. Uncle Qing Shui, who was driving the cart, looked ahead and sighed, saying, "Sigh, now we have to pay a fee to go into town. I won't take the cart in. I'll wait here for you. Let's leave at the hour of the horse, around 11 a.m. The villagers on the cart stretched their necks to look toward the town gate. They saw a long line of people waiting to enter the city. Gu Yuan also took a glance, then calmly got off the cart and reached out to help Su-won down. Others might not notice the faint sadness and compassion in Gu Yuan's expression, but Su-won did. Until they paid 2 copper coins each to enter the city, Gu Yuan still looked somewhat worried. It was only when Su-won gently touched his arm that his gaze shifted from the gaunt refugees outside the city walls. He turned to look at Su-won and said kindly, "Let's go inside." In the past, this natural disaster lasted nearly 3 years. The imperial exam topic was a great drought in the land. How can people survive? Students across the country answered this question. His answer focused on building water wheels, improving water management, reducing taxes, and easing people's burdens. He also explained that while the court was distributing grain to help victims, they should also plan for the long term to ensure the future happiness of the people. The current emperor is a wise ruler who cares deeply for his people. His answer was fortunate to be seen by the emperor, who was secretly visiting their region of Huizhou at the time. After reading his answer, the emperor visited his home under the pretense of staying overnight and discussed with him late into the night by candlelight. At that time, he was full of ambition and shared all his dreams and plans. Because of this, the emperor recognized his talent. He was later selected for the imperial examinations and gained special attention from the emperor, winning 6 exams and being named top scholar in the palace exam. From then on, he entered the Hanlin Academy and the cabinet. When the emperor, weakened by overwork, passed away at the age of 50, he followed the emperor's last wishes to help the new emperor ascend the throne and was promoted to prime minister. Reborn, he no longer has the grand ambitions of his past life. He only wants to protect his family's safety. But what about the common people in this world? When they arrived at Xinhua Tower, Su-won saw Gu Yuan lost in thought. She gently tickled his palm with her finger. Gu Yuan snapped out of his reverie and looked into Su-won's bright, deer-like eyes. His ears turned red again without meaning to. The staff at Xinhua Tower knew Yang Wenhua. When they saw him, they stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Yang Lijing, coming to see the second shopkeeper again." "Please wait a moment, I'll go tell the second shopkeeper." Yang Lijing quickly bowed in thanks. Soon, Yang Wenkai, the second shopkeeper of Xinhua Tower, came out. Seeing Yang Wenhua, he immediately asked, "Brother, why are you here? Is your family having a hard time?" It hadn't rained all day, and life for the common people was becoming harder and harder. Darani County is located in Jiangnan, once a rich land of fish and rice. Now, few families can afford 2 full meals a day, and more refugees are arriving from other places. To prevent the influx of refugees from causing chaos in the town, the officials ordered the soldiers to guard the city gates and collect entrance fees. Yang Wenhua waved his hand and introduced Gu Yuan to Yang Wenkai, saying, "Second brother, we can still get by. You don't need to worry. This is Gu Yuan from our village." His third brother, Gu Sanyu, used to work at a wine shop. Since the business was poor and he couldn't earn his wages, they used wine to pay him for 3 years of work. Their family has redistilled the wine and wants to show it to see if your restaurant might be interested in buying it. After Yang Wenhua finished speaking, Gu Yuan, being cooperative, took a small jar of wine from his basket and handed it to Wenkai, saying, "Uncle Wenkai, this is our family's distilled wine. Please try it." Wenkai had worked at the Xinhua Tower since he was young, because he was clever and capable, eventually becoming the second manager. He rarely returned to the village, but he knew Gu Yuan for 2 reasons. First, because Gu Yuan had once been engaged to his niece, Yang F. Fong. Second, because Gu Yuan was a licentiate scholar. There were only a few licentiate scholars in a county, and their town hadn't produced one for many years. When Guian passed the licentiate exam, the head manager of their restaurant, following the boss's orders, tried to win him over. However, Guian was friendly on the surface, but distant in reality, neither accepting gifts nor attending poetry gatherings. He was solely focused on studying, making him hard to persuade. Although the head manager couldn't win Guian over, he wouldn't offend such a talented young man. Wenkai didn't understand why, but he knew that over the years, the head manager had been trying to attract talented scholars as instructed by the boss. So, Wenkai didn't hesitate and immediately invited Guian into the restaurant. Yang Wenhua had already introduced the two and didn't follow them inside. After saying goodbye to Wenkai and Guian, he hurried to the county seat for official matters. Wenkai led Guian into a private room and asked the waiter to bring cups. He didn't have high hopes for Guian's wine. Only the town's high officials and nobles dined at Xinhua Tower, and their tastes were very refined. They wouldn't drink wine from small local breweries, not even from the usual small distilleries. Therefore, Xinhua Tower's wine was always supplied by large distilleries in the county. But when Guian's wine was poured out, Wenkai couldn't help but sniff the aroma. The scent wasn't very strong, but it was rich and pure. He took a sip, and the fresh, clear aroma of the wine filled his mouth. As he savored it, he also detected a subtle bamboo fragrance. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise, "Good wine. Truly excellent wine. Please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. I'll take this wine to the shopkeeper to have a look, then I'll come back with an answer." After Yang Wenkai left the private room, he also asked the waiter to bring a plate of snacks to Guian's room. The Xinhua Tower is famous not only for its wine and dishes, but also for its delicious snacks. Guian naturally pushed the snack plate towards Suwon. "Wanwan, their snacks are very good. You should try one." Suwon didn't hesitate and took a piece. The rose pastry was not only beautiful in color but also crispy on the outside, with a sweet and soft filling. It was indeed very tasty. Suwon ate with chubby cheeks, looking adorable like a little squirrel. Seeing her enjoying the snack so much, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Guian's face. After finishing a piece, Suwon quietly leaned closer to Guian and gently poked him with her delicate finger, asking, "Yuan, can we take some of these rose pastries with us later?" Her bright, sparkling eyes looked at him expectantly. Her obedient and sweet look softened his heart completely. He couldn't find the words to refuse and nodded, saying, "Yes, I'll tell Uncle Wenkai later." "Thank you, Yuan." Suwon smiled sweetly at him. Her soft, charming voice made Guian's heart race. Before long, Yang Wenkai returned, smiling happily as he looked at Guian. "Sir, how much wine do you still have? Our restaurant has ordered some. The price is 3 taels of silver for a large jar, based on the local winery's price for supplying us. What do you think?" When Yang Wenkai mentioned a large jar, he was not talking about the huge sea jar they used to bring back from the winery, which could hold over 100 do of wine. The usual large jar he referred to could hold about 20 do. Suwon roughly estimated that their 518 do of wine, after losing some during double distillation, would yield about 400 do. This amount could be sold in 20 jars, earning 60 taels of silver. The initial cost to buy this wine was only 5 taels. Excluding labor costs, they had a pure profit of 55 taels. This was a very good deal. While Suwon was calculating her profits in her mind, Guian had already negotiated with Yang Wenkai and signed the contract. Of course, this batch of wine was not delivered all at once to Xinhua Tower. Yang Wenkai first had them bring 5 jars, and then they would decide when to order more based on sales. Before leaving, Guian stood up, bowed to Yang Wenkai, and said, "Uncle Wenkai, I have one more thing. My wife loves to eat your rose pastries." Yang Wenkai immediately understood, called the servant to bring a lotus leaf, packed the plate of rose pastries, and handed it to Guian. He said, "If your wife likes these small snacks, next time you bring wine, I will have the servant prepare more for you." Guian took out the remaining 2 small jars of wine from his basket and gave them to Yang Wenkai before leaving Xinhua Tower with Suwon. Yang Wenkai watched their figures walk away, then looked at the 2 jars of wine in his hand and smiled. I thought this young man was just a bookworm who didn't understand people, but now that he's not studying, he's quite good at handling things. His wife is quite lucky, but it's a pity that Finfang's child isn't so fortunate. After leaving Xinghua Tower, Guian first followed Mrs. Chen's instructions to buy salt and brown sugar, then took Yuan to buy fabric. The fabric was mostly dull gray and blue shades, not bright colors. Yuan wasn't picky. As long as her clothes were comfortable, she was fine with anything. She chose a slightly brighter blue and asked the cloth merchant to make her a dress. Nearby, Guian blushed and picked out a pure white and a pale yellow cotton fabric, asking the merchant to make 2 more dresses based on Yuan's measurements. Even the old lady who selected fabrics in the shop looked at Yuan with envy. "Miss, you married the right man. Not only is he handsome, but he also knows how to care for people." Yuan proudly lifted her chin, looked at Guian, and her beautiful eyes curved into a smile like a crescent moon. Her man was really quite good. Guian felt a bit shy, avoided Yuan's bright gaze, and although he felt a little nervous inside, he kept his composure and said calmly, "I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, he walked out of the fabric shop steadily, but with small steps. Yuan carried the fabric that the merchant helped cut for her and saw that the street was crowded in one direction. Yuan had spent her whole life in the laboratory, living a very dull life. Now that she had traveled here, she no longer needed to do research all day, so she wanted to join in the lively atmosphere. She tiptoed and looked toward the direction the crowd was heading. Unfortunately, her small stature and short height made it impossible to see anything. While she was focused on gazing ahead, suddenly someone brushed past her. Unprepared, she lost her balance and spun around, falling straight to the ground. "Wan, be careful." An anxious voice sounded in her ear, and a large hand wrapped around her slender, soft waist. She leaned on Guian's arm to steady herself and smiled sweetly at him. "Yuan, I'm fine." Guian helplessly helped her stand firm, then grabbed a passerby who was about to watch the commotion and asked, "Excuse me, what happened up front?" Although the person was eager to see the excitement, he was happy to gossip when asked. "The medical clinic's doctor caused someone's death. The family has taken the body to cause trouble. There was only one medical clinic in town." Yuan had a good impression of the clinic owner, so she instinctively took Guian's hand. "Yuan, let's go take a look." Guian blushed slightly as he looked at her small hand holding his. In broad daylight, pulling and tugging like this, even if they were a married couple, it would be considered inappropriate. And they weren't even truly married. When Yuan arrived at the clinic, it was already crowded with people watching the scene. She tiptoed, as she was too short to see anything. But she could faintly hear the voices inside. "My poor son, you were harmed by this unscrupulous clinic. How will I and your father survive without you?" A woman's mournful cry came from the crowd. "My son was treated with your medicine and herbs. It's your fault he died. You have to compensate me, or I'll destroy your clinic." Another rough voice shouted angrily, "Zheng Tuhu, your son got measles. My formula and herbs are tested and proven safe. No way they caused his death." The clinic owner's anxious, but firm explanation sounded from inside. This statement angered Zheng Tuhu, a tall, burly man. He reached out and grabbed the clinic owner, Tao, lifting him up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked furious as he said, "Fine. You say your medicine didn't kill my son. Then let's go see the officials and let them judge." Someone nearby started to advise Tao, "Shopkeeper, you say your formula and herbs are fine, but your son is dead. Just pay some money. If this goes to the officials, no one will come out well. Come on, shopkeeper Tao, just pay some money and be done with it." At this moment, Yuan finally saw what was happening inside through a gap in the crowd. A child was brought out on a broken wooden board and was just left at the entrance of the clinic, without even a white cloth covering him. The child's face was blue and purple, and his lips were also purple. Yuan's eyes flashed with a light. This child was choking and suffocating, but was not dead yet. There was still hope, but time was precious. If she didn't act quickly, the child might really die. "Move aside." This child can still be saved. Suwon ignored everything else and shouted loudly. But everyone was busy arguing about whether shopkeeper Tao should pay money, and no one heard her. She became anxious. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her small hand. She looked up and saw Yuan's determined gaze. "Follow me." Yuan took her quickly to the back of the crowd. Suwon hurried over to the child, knelt on the wooden board, and hugged the child from behind. Then she lifted the child's arm and placed it under her armpit. She pressed the child's abdomen with both hands. The crying woman, the butcher's wife, was stunned and took a long time to react. "Who are you? What are you doing? Let go of my son." Suwon frowned slightly. Her small body radiated a strong presence, and her cold eyes looked at the butcher's wife. "If you don't want your son to die, shut up." Her voice was soft, but with her powerful aura, not only did the butcher's wife fall silent, but everyone watching also kept quiet. Even Jung the butcher, who had just angrily turned away from shopkeeper Tao and was about to approach Suwon, stopped in his tracks unconsciously. Yuan initially stepped in front of Jung to block him when he saw Jung moving towards Suwon. But surprisingly, he didn't need to. Suwon's words alone made him stop. Ugh. After pressing on the child's abdomen about 10 times, the child's face suddenly turned even more purple and blue, and he let out a loud, violent cough. Then, a piece of medicinal root and dark brown medicine juice was vomited out. Cough, cough, cough. Suwon loosened her grip and let go of the child. The child was still coughing violently, and his originally blue face was now flushed red from coughing. The butcher's wife, seeing the child wake up, cried out "son," and rushed forward, hugging the child tightly in her arms. Just now, a child almost choked to death and was still recovering. Now, his own mother is holding him tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. His small face is turning a dark purple from lack of air. Suwon quickly touched the butcher's wife. "Lady Jung, please loosen your grip. You're squeezing the child too tightly." Lady Jung hurriedly released her hold. Fresh air rushed into the child's lungs, and he suddenly started coughing hard. The butcher, Jung, strode quickly toward Suwon. Just as Yuan tried to step in to stop him, Jung suddenly knelt down straight in front of Suwon. "Thank you, kind sir. I am forever grateful." "Thank you, but I still need a fee of 100 coins, Suwon said before Jung could finish. She reached out her small, calloused hand to Jung. Jung, unable to speak, looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. The child, who had just recovered, was being carefully held by his mother. She urged Jung, "Husband, what are you waiting for? Hurry and pay the little doctor." Jung snapped out of his shock and quickly took his purse from his pocket, trying to give the money to Suwon. "Little doctor, you saved our son, and you saved our whole family. This is just a small token of our gratitude." Suwon didn't expect this rough-looking butcher to speak so politely. She took the purse, counted out 100 coins from it, and returned the rest along with the purse to Jung. She then told Yuan, "Yuan, let's go." Yuan obediently responded and followed her. People watching nearby automatically made way for her. Once Suwon and Yuan had left, shopkeeper Tao from the pharmacy finally came back to his senses and wanted to thank her. He hurried after them, but after the crowd dispersed, he couldn't find her anywhere. Feeling a bit regretful, he muttered to himself, "That little doctor will probably come back to buy herbs again in the future." He recognized Suwon right away, but everything happened so fast, and he was so shocked that he forgot to thank her. When the child was brought in, he had already checked and found there was no breath. Earlier, he had been so pressured that he even considered paying money to avoid trouble. But once he paid, it would mean admitting that their clinic caused a death, which would ruin their reputation. On the other hand, if he refused to pay and Jung took him to see the officials, that wouldn't be good either. He never expected that Suwon would save the child and resolve the crisis at their clinic so simply. He returned to the clinic, and Jung the butcher awkwardly apologized to him. Although Jung was rough, he was not unreasonable. He had already understood that the problem was not with the medicine itself, but that they hadn't filtered out the medicine residue properly when giving it to the child. Plus, since the medicine was bitter, The child threw a tantrum and refused to drink it. The couple forced the medicine into the child's nose to make him swallow, which caused him to choke and almost lose his life. Shopkeeper Tao was not the kind of person to hold a grudge. He waved at Zheng and said, "The child's rash hasn't healed, and he shouldn't be exposed to the wind. You can take the child home now." Zheng the butcher apologized again and thanked him, then left the clinic with his wife and child. No one noticed that after the crowd dispersed, a curtain on a window of the tea house across from the clinic silently lowered. A guard respectfully cupped his hands and asked the elegant young man drinking tea nearby, "Young Master Wu, would you like to ask that little girl to see the lady?" Suze put down his teacup and replied calmly, "No need." The child just choked. The girl might have seen someone do that before and knew how to help, but she probably doesn't know medical skills. The guard thought about it and realized that handling a choking child didn't necessarily require medical knowledge. He seemed to be panicking and trying anything. Seeing that his young master had already put down his teacup and gone downstairs, he scratched his head foolishly and followed. Suwon was in a very good mood today. Her business with the wine was successful, and she earned 100 coins. On the way home, her face was full of a happy smile. Yuan noticed her good mood and couldn't help but smile. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." Suwon hummed a tune as she followed Yuan out of the city. Outside the city gate, Uncle Ching Shui's ox cart was still waiting. After Yuan paid, he helped Suwon onto the cart. They didn't arrive early, and most of the people on the ox cart had already sat down. Yongli was not there. He said he was going to the county to handle some affairs and would stay overnight, returning tomorrow. The ox cart reached Gujia village around mid-afternoon. Suwon followed Yuan back home shortly after. As soon as they entered the yard, Gu Xiaoyu led Gu Xiaoqing, Gu Xiaolan, and Gu Zian over. "Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, you're back." Gu Zian's small eyes shone brightly when he looked at Suwon. He tugged at her clothes with his slightly dirty little hands. Originally, Gu Zian wanted to tell Suwon that he had saved some meat for her, but she misunderstood and thought he was asking for snacks. Suwon tiptoed quickly and carefully took out the lotus seed pastry wrapped in lotus leaves from the bottom of Gu Yuan's basket. There were only 6 pastries in total. After Suwon ate one, only 5 remained. She took 3 and divided them among the 5 children, giving each half a piece. The remaining half was originally meant for Yuan, but he said he didn't like sweet food, so she wrapped it back up with a lotus leaf. The 2.5 rose pastries were not enough for each adult in the family to have half, but each child could still try a bite. Gu Xiaoyu, Gu Xiaoqing, and Gu Xiaolan saw that Suwon hadn't eaten any and wrapped the rose pastries again. They secretly each took a small piece from their halves and handed it to Suwon. "Fourth auntie, you eat." Suwon looked into the pure, clear eyes of the 3 little girls and felt warm inside. She didn't refuse their kind gesture. She squatted down and took the rose pastry from their hands, putting it into her mouth. Gu Zian saw the fragrant, tempting rose pastry and drooled, forgetting he still needed to give some to Suwon. He quickly stuffed half a piece into his mouth and swallowed it all at once. He choked immediately, his eyes bulging out. Yuan hurried to pour him a bowl of water to drink. Gu Zi and then pounded his chest with his small hand and managed to swallow the half piece of rose pastry. But after swallowing, he realized he hadn't even tasted the flavor. He looked a little pitifully at his older sister and younger sisters, who were eating happily little by little. Gu Xiaoyu raised her hand and divided her remaining rose pastry into 3 parts, giving 1/3 to Gu Zi, and Gu Xiaoqing and Gu Xiaolan also each took a small piece and shared it with Gu Zian. Gu Wan lowered her head and carefully tore off a small piece from her own rose pastry. Gu Zian thought that little Waner wanted to share food with him and was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Waner looked around the yard with her dark eyes, then ran over on her short legs to Suwon, holding out her small hand and offering the small piece of rose pastry to her. A look of surprise flashed in Suwon's eyes. She squatted down to her usual height and asked, "Xiao Waner, are you giving this to me?" Xiao Waner didn't speak. She raised her hand and pushed the rose pastry into Suwon's mouth. Suwon quickly bit down on the pastry and softly said to Xiao Waner, "Thank you, Xiao Waner." Xiao Wanner ignored her and turned around to look at the ants near the wall. She was busy stuffing the rose pastries given by her older sister and younger sisters into her mouth, puffing her cheeks as she ate like a little squirrel. Guian watched her actions in surprise, forgetting to move his cheeks. Gu Xiaoyu, Gu Xiaoqing, and Gu Xiaolan, the three sisters, also stopped and looked at Gu Wanner in silence. Gu Xiaoyu was the first to react, excitedly hugging Gu Wanner's shoulder. Xiao Wanner, you know to share things with fourth aunt now. Does that mean you can speak now? As soon as Gu Xiaoyu finished speaking, Zhang Shi came back from outside, carrying a. Gu Wanner didn't even glance at them, but the four of them eagerly ran to Zhang Shi, chattering about how Gu Wanner shared the rose pastries with Yuan. Zhang Shi was stunned with joy, so much so that she didn't notice her falling to the ground. Her eyes sparkled with tears as she squatted down and hugged Gu Wanner. Xiao Wanner, are you okay? I'm your mother. Can you call me mother? Gu Wanner still stared calmly at the ants. Zhang Shi was so excited she shook Gu Wanner a little. Suddenly, Gu Wanner let out a sharp scream, covering her head tightly with her small hands. The hope in Zhang Shi's eyes immediately vanished. She sat down dejectedly on the ground, covering her face and crying softly. Yuan walked over to Zhang Shi, took a handkerchief embroidered by Chen Shi, and gently wiped her tears. She didn't know how to comfort people, so she just wiped Zhang Shi's tears and patted her back to soothe her. After crying enough, Zhang Shi finally looked up, clutching Yuan's hand tightly and looking at her with hope. Wanner, tell me honestly, did Xiao Wanner really give you something to eat? Yuan nodded, holding Zhang Shi's hand and looking into her eyes seriously. Third sister-in-law, it's true. Zhang Shi covered her face and cried again. Maybe she had been holding back for too long, or perhaps she truly couldn't find anyone else to ask. She kept crying and asked Yuan intermittently, Wanner, do you think Xiao Wanner can get better? Xiao Wanner will definitely get better. Third sister-in-law, trust me. Yuan said firmly. Before today, Yuan wouldn't have dared say this because autism, even in modern medicine, has no cure. It can only be managed with human intervention, and medication is only supplementary. But just now, Xiao Wanner sharing the rose pastries with her gave her confidence. Even if Xiao Wanner can't fully become like a normal person, she believes she can help Xiao Wanner, helping her recover enough to communicate simply. Yuan's words seemed to grasp Zhang's hope like a lifeline. She looked at Yuan with tears in her eyes and tightly held her hand. Wanner, are you serious? My little Wanner can really get better? Perhaps because little Wanner was different from other children, Zhang was the quietest among the three sisters-in-law. Usually, when the family was together, Zhang hardly spoke. She would silently work, eat, and sleep like a lifeless puppet. Today was the first time since Yuan came to the Gu family that she spoke the most. Yuan nodded firmly and said, Yes, third sister-in-law. I learned from the neighbor grandfather next door, who studied medicine. Little Wanner really can get better. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Zhang exclaimed excitedly, a bit overwhelmed. After finishing, she suddenly remembered and gently held little Wanner in her arms. Little Wanner, did you hear? Fourth aunt said you can get better. You won't be silly forever. Mother will find a way to cure your illness. Actually, the Gu family had never stopped treating little Wanner, but her body was considered healthy by doctors in this era, so there was no way to treat her. Zhang had long given up hope, which is why she lived like a wooden doll. In fact, Zhang wasn't against having another child with little Wanner, but she had a difficult labor when she gave birth to her, which injured her body. The doctor said she would probably never conceive again. Fortunately, the Gu family was not the kind to favor boys over girls or mistreat their daughters if they couldn't have sons. Neither the father-in-law, Gu Daong, nor the mother-in-law, Chen, disliked little Wanner for being a girl. They even actively sought doctors for her whenever they had money. Over the years, Zhang felt hopeless about life, but she was the hardest working among the Gu family daughters-in-law. Little Wanner was frightened earlier by Chen, who was overwhelmed with emotion, and now she had fallen asleep in Zhang's arms. To avoid waking little Wanner, Yuan softly said to Zhang, third sister-in-law, You should take little Waner back to rest. I will handle her treatment. I will find a way. After Jiang carried little Waner back to her room, Guian quickly came over and took Suwon's hand. Fourth aunt, come with me. I have some good food for you. Suwon followed Guian into the house. Guian climbed onto a stool, opened the cabinet, and took out a small wooden bowl. He carefully handed it to Suwon, saying, Aunt 4, this was given to me by my mother. I shared some with my sister and younger sister. The rest is for you to enjoy. Suwon looked at the thick slice of wild boar meat in the small wooden bowl. Although she didn't like eating pork, her heart warmed from his kind gesture. She took the smallest piece of meat from his bowl and ate it. She gently patted Guian's little head and whispered, Actually, last night, your mother also gave Aunt for a big piece of meat. I'm a bit tired of eating it, so you can take the leftovers to share with your sister and younger sister. Guian's face was as cute as a flower cat, but his bright eyes sparkled as he looked at Suwon. Aunt 4, are you really tired of eating it? Yes, I am, Suwon nodded seriously and replied. Guian licked his lips, hugged the small wooden bowl, and ran outside. Then I'll go share it with my sister and younger sister. Yesterday, the village chief held a meeting to discuss Yuan's plan to build a water wheel and repair the water channels. Everyone was worried. Since that night when it rained, the sun had been scorching hot every day. If this continued, the corn they had planted with hope might not even sprout. Not only would they have no harvest, but they would also waste seeds and effort. So, when the village chief suggested that Yuan could build a water wheel to bring water from the river and dig channels to irrigate the fields, no one in the village opposed, except for Widow Yang and her children. However, their opposition was useless because everyone else was busy working hard. Today, Yuan was not at home. His 3 oxen had moved all the parts of the water wheel he had prepared earlier to the riverbank. When Yuan returned, he didn't stay long at home before heading to the river. The villagers were digging water channels, and with the help of his 3 brothers, Yuan began assembling the parts into a working water wheel. Suwon was also busy at home. She set up a simple distiller over the stove and called Xiaoyu to help with the fire. She planned to distill all the remaining wine. The aroma of bamboo in the previously distilled wine had faded a little, so she wanted to distill the remaining wine early, fill it into bamboo segments, and store it for a while. This way, the wine would absorb a richer bamboo fragrance. Unfortunately, the batch of wine distilled earlier needs to be delivered to Xinghua Tower tomorrow, so there is no time to process it again. After Jiang finished comforting little Waner to sleep, she came out and saw Suwon again distilling wine. She looked at the firewood at home, which was running low. She said nothing and carried her basket up the mountain to chop wood. Distilling wine is a slow process, and it cannot be rushed. Suwon didn't plan to finish all the distillation by midday. After distilling half a jar of wine, the sky gradually darkened. Suwon removed the distillation equipment and started cooking dinner. Earlier, when she went back to her room, she quietly entered her space. Inside, she picked out some herbs that could be used as spices from the remaining medicinal materials. She planned to marinate the pig's head, large intestines, liver, and stomach from yesterday's wild boar. In good years, these parts are not eaten because they are not cleaned properly and have a strong, unpleasant smell, making them hard to eat. Yesterday, Chen hesitated for a long time over these parts. She was reluctant to throw them away, but didn't know how to cook them if kept. Seeing Chen's hesitation, Suwon told her she would prepare these parts herself, which made Chen keep everything. Before crossing over, Suwon was a top medical doctor recognized as a national treasure. Usually, the government assigned special people to take care of her diet and daily life, but not because she was incapable, she simply didn't have the time. In fact, her living skills were excellent. She once spent a year surviving in dangerous border wilderness with the country's strongest special forces to train herself. During that year, she learned survival skills, close combat, physical training, endurance, and more. When she left the special forces to return to her laboratory, the officers said her abilities made her a top member of the team, and she could easily become an agent if she wanted. Yesterday, Chun had already processed the pig's head, large intestines, small intestines, and other organs. The hair on the pig's head was burned off with a red-hot iron hook, and the pig's ears were cut open, then boiled, and scraped clean thoroughly. The main issue was that the large and small intestines and the pig's stomach were not cleaned properly. Yuan placed the intestines and stomach into a large wooden basin, then used ash from the stove to scrub and wash them. After completely removing the unpleasant smell with ash, she rinsed them several times with hot water from the pot, until the large intestine was thoroughly cleaned and all traces of dirt were gone. She cut it into moderate-sized pieces. She also used a knife to remove the skin and meat from the pig's head, leaving the bones intact. Gu Xiuyu, who was helping to light the fire nearby, watched her peel the pig's head in amazement. After Yuan threw the pig's head meat, large intestine, pig's stomach, and the herbs she gathered into the pot, Gu Xiuyu finally came back to her senses and looked at Yuan with admiration. "Fourth Annie, you're so amazing. You cleaned all the meat off the bones. The butchers who used to slaughter pigs for us couldn't do it this well." At that moment, Guian just arrived at the kitchen door. Yuan was about to throw the pig's head bones into the stove to burn because they could be ground into bone meal for the chickens. But when she held the clean pig's head bones and looked at Guian, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Clearly, peeling the pig's head meat wasn't considered a skill a woman should have, especially in ancient times. And she did it so thoroughly, like Gu Xiuyu said, even the butchers weren't as skilled. How could she explain this? Guian clearly had no intention of letting her explain. After glancing at the perfectly cleaned bones in her hand, he quickly looked away and walked to the stove to pick up the chopping knife, saying, "I'm here to get the cleaver." "Oh, okay. I'll keep cooking," Yuan replied a bit foolishly, coming back to her senses. After watching the handsome young man leave the kitchen, she calmly turned around and continued cooking. She planned to make another salty vegetable and pork intestine soup tonight and stir-fry pig liver and pig kidneys together. There was enough pickled vegetables at home, and there was also sour cabbage in the jar. However, since this era didn't have chili peppers, Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Without the spicy peppers, the stir-fried pig liver and kidneys felt a bit lacking in flavor. The marinating process was taking longer, so Yuan tidied up the other stove in the kitchen. Gu Xiaoqing, Gu Xiaolan, and Gu Zian had already been waiting at the door of the kitchen, drawn by the aroma from the marinating pot. At this moment, Yuan instructed them to light the fire under another pot. As the sun, like a salted egg yolk, sank behind the mountains, birds flapped their wings and flew into the woods. The villagers who dug water channels finished their work, and the four brothers Guian, who built the water wheel, packed up their tools and headed home. Before the family even entered their home, they smelled a strong aroma of meat. The smell wafted through half the village. Not only did their family notice it, but everyone in the village could smell it and kept swallowing their saliva. "Wow, that smells so good. Which family is cooking something delicious?" Someone friendly with the Qin family greeted her and said, "Aunt Gu, are you cooking meat at your place? They say wild boar meat is very strong, but your cooking smells so good. How come?" Besides a few children, only daughter-in-law Jiang and Yuan were at home. Qin knew Jiang's cooking skills, which were okay, but couldn't produce such a fragrant dish. It could only be Yuan. Thinking about how Yuan had told her last night to keep the pig's head and stomach because she could cook well, Qin guessed it was her. Qin cheerfully said, "What are you smelling?" "It's my daughter-in-law Yuan making pig's head and stomach. I was going to throw them away, but she said it would be a pity, so I kept them. Children like to mess around, so she let her." On the surface, Qin seemed to scold, but her proud tone when talking about her daughter-in-law showed she was very pleased. Villagers naturally wouldn't criticize her. Someone responded kindly, "Brother Yuan's wife is quite capable. Auntie, you're so lucky." But where there are supporters, there are also those who can't stand others' happiness and want to cause trouble. Someone said, "Aunt Gu, you chose such a capable daughter-in-law for Brother Yuan. Aren't your 3 daughters-in-law a bit overshadowed?" Chen's face darkened. Everyone knew Yuan was a bit petty and jealous. Her words at this moment were clearly meant to stir trouble between their families. But before Qin could speak, Yuan already shouted, "My 4th sister-in-law is very capable." Comparing her to our 3 sisters-in-law, she's better, because she's part of our family. Guahua, who had just been involved in stirring trouble, blushed deeply. Her son, Dan, was almost 20 and considered a grown man. But with such a year, who would spend a lot of bride price to marry a wife? Guahua quietly left in shame. Yuan then spat fiercely and said, "Pa, trying to stir trouble between me and Suwan's family? That's never going to happen." When they arrived home, Suwan was directing Xiaoqing to turn up the fire at the stove. She poured the leftover oil from cleaning the pork intestines into the pot to refine it, then added chopped sour greens to stir-fry. Once it smelled fragrant, she added thin slices of pig liver and kidney, quickly stir-fried them a few times, and the tempting aroma instantly spread throughout half the village. Not only the Gu family members who had just returned to the yard were drooling with hunger, but the neighbors nearby were also eager to taste it. While Suwan was cooking the kidney and liver together in the pot, she smiled and said to Chinshi, who walked into the kitchen, "Mother, you're back. The meal is ready. Wash your hands and we can start eating." Chinshi looked at the big bowl of stir-fried kidney and liver in Suwan's hands, her mouth watering and her heart aching. The smell was really delicious, but seeing it made her feel a bit distressed. The sour greens looked oily. How much oil must have been used? Although their family had just hunted a wild pig on the mountain and rendered some oil, eating so much oil would be too much even for a landlord's family. But since Suwan cooked the dish, even if Chinshi felt heartache over the oil, she didn't say anything. Suwan understood her expression of pain and took a large clay basin filled with a stir-fried kidney and liver in one hand and with chopsticks in the other. She picked up a piece and fed it to Chinshi. "Mother, try it. Is it delicious?" Chinshi chewed the piece of kidney, feeling the rich aroma of oil in her mouth. The kidney was crispy and tender, and the sour greens added a refreshing, appetizing flavor. So good, she almost wanted to swallow her tongue. "Delicious. Waner, what did you use to make this?" Chinshi praised sincerely, also curious. She thought that even the emperor's royal dishes probably only tasted like this. She had never eaten pig intestines or similar things before, so she couldn't tell that Suwan was giving her pig kidney. "This is pig kidney," Suwan replied with a gentle smile, then asked Chinshi, "Mother, can you tell if the oil used in this stir-fry tastes different?" Chinshi was stunned. Isn't pig kidney usually greasy and smelly, with a strong smell? How could it taste so good? She had only been marveling at how delicious it was and hadn't paid attention to whether the oil tasted different. Wang Shi, who had already come over attracted by the fragrant smell, saw Chinshi looking stunned after Suwan's question. She took the opportunity to speak. "Waner, come here. Try a piece and let your eldest sister-in-law taste it. Let her see if the oil tastes different." Suwan picked up a piece and fed it to Wang Shi. Wang Shi ate it quickly, swallowing it whole like Guian. She couldn't possibly tell if the oil tasted different. Suwan didn't hide much and said, "This oil was made from fat scraped off the large intestine." Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Wan's expressions suddenly became a bit difficult to describe. Although the dish was tasty, the oil from the large intestine. Guian, who was helping to cook by the stove, came over and looked at Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Wan's faces. He said, "Grandma, Mother, you don't eat it, I will." The large intestine was kneaded with wood ash by Aunt C, then washed many times with clean water. "It's whiter than snow from the sky. There's nothing wrong with eating it." Hearing Guian's words, Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Wan's expression softened, especially Mrs. Wan, who was now salivating while staring at the stir-fried kidney and liver in the clay basin. "Mother, sister-in-law, wash your hands first. Tonight, besides the stir-fried kidney and liver, there are more delicious dishes." After Suwan handed the stir-fried kidney and liver to Gu Xiaoyu and set it on the table, she turned around and scooped out the braised large intestine and pig stomach from the pot. The large intestine was cut into pieces, the pig stomach into strips. The large intestine was soft and sticky, the pig stomach crispy and chewy. There was also pickled vegetable and sausage soup, which absorbed the aroma of the pickles. So delicious. At first, the Gu family was a bit hesitant to eat the ingredients, but after trying just one bite, they couldn't stop. Today, Suwon cooked plain white rice, no bran, no wheat husks, not a single coarse grain. The family ate happily, their mouths full of oil. The little kids' bellies were rounded and full. Guian, with an exaggerated expression and tone, said, "Aunt C, I've never had such delicious rice and dishes since I was little." Aunt C, you must be a fairy come down to earth, right? How else can you do everything and make such tasty food? Suwon smiled silently and gently patted Guian's small head, which was bundled up in two little pouches. However, Suwon didn't expect that this adorable Guian would develop a high fever in the middle of the night, accompanied by vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach pain that made him roll on the ground. But Guian was still fine now. After he went out to play, Guian, with a pleading look, came over and said to Suwon, "Fourth sister-in-law, can you start calling me Poisoner from today?" Last time, Suwon promised Guian she would teach her, but she still hadn't done so. It wasn't because she didn't want to teach her, but because she didn't know where to start. Learning to make poison requires first knowing how to prepare poisons. To prepare poisons, you need to recognize various herbs and understand how to combine them properly to fully activate each toxin's power. Suwon thought for a moment and then asked Guian, "Yen, can you read and write?" Guian lowered her small head and pointed to her fingers. "When fourth brother was teaching Xiaoyu and Unin and the others to read before, I learned a few characters. But later, fourth brother was going to take the imperial exam, and mother didn't let him teach Unin and the others anymore, so I stopped learning. So, Guian can recognize some characters, but not many. Alright, I will first teach you the names of some common herbs, tell you their appearances, and when the house is quiet, we can go to the mountain to see if we can find these herbs for you to recognize. I'll start with the simplest medicine formula, mefizin, which is used for various sedatives." As Suwon spoke, she picked up a stick and started writing in the sand in the yard. Mandrake flower 10 coins, raw grass black pepper, fragrant white angelica, Sichuan lovage, and dangue, each 4 coins. The herbs raw grass black pepper, Sichuan lovage, and dangue are common in herbal shops. During the time Yuan was bedridden, Guian often went with Mrs. Chun to buy medicine, so she recognized these 3 herbs. She studied very seriously. But when she looked at the characters Suwon was writing on the ground, her face was full of confusion. Although she didn't know many characters, she could recognize very simple words like flowers and grass. But why did she recognize the words Suwon mentioned, yet she didn't recognize any of the characters Suwon wrote? Yuan also came over. Seeing Suwon writing on the ground and looking at it with Guian, then gazing at Suwon with deep black eyes, he asked, "Wan, what language are you writing in?" The scene of going to Widow Yang's house to get the land deed flashed in Suwon's mind like lightning. The characters on that land deed were in Qing Kingdom script, but she didn't recognize any of them. Now, the characters she was writing were modern vernacular characters. She had forgotten that different places have different writing systems. At this moment, Yuan said, "The world is divided into 5 parts today. The sides are Qing Kingdom, there is also Qin Kingdom, Liang Kingdom, Qi Kingdom, and Yi Kingdom. I have seen the writing of Qin, Liang, and Qi Kingdoms before in the study room of the county school, and it's different from what you are writing. Only Yi Kingdom is the farthest from our country. The 2 countries haven't opened border trade yet, and there's no communication between them. I haven't seen the writing of Yi Kingdom. Wan, is the writing you did in Yi Kingdom script?" What could Suwon do now? She definitely had to go with the flow.
Probably, yes.
Suwon pretended to be unsure and said, "The few characters I know were all taught to me by my grandfather next door in my family. I actually don't know that this isn't our country's writing, nor do I know which country this writing belongs to." "Oh, I see. Then that grandfather might not originally be from Qing country," Yuan said thoughtfully, looking at Suwon's shy, deer-like eyes. He was telling the truth. Qing country currently has no trade or communication with Night country. Qing country has no writing of Night country, but in a past life, he personally opened the trade routes between Qing and Night countries. No one had seen Night country's writing before, but he knew very well that the characters Suwon wrote were definitely not Night country's writing. Maybe so, Suwon replied, following his words. Yuan didn't show much reaction. He took the small wooden stick from Suwon's hand and said, "Let me teach you the characters of Qing country." After speaking, he rewrote the few medicinal herbs Suwon had just written using Qing country's characters. Looking at that one character, which was just a big cluster of Qing characters, Suwon felt her head hurt, but she could only silently memorize it. After memorizing those characters, Suwon returned to her room, feeling exhausted. But there was one big thing she still needed to do, and she couldn't do it alone. At this moment, Yuan was copying a book under the oil lamp. Suwon sat on the wooden bed, swinging her feet and zoning out, waiting for Yuan to finish copying so she could discuss an important matter with him. When Yuan finished, he turned around and saw the young girl sitting at the edge of the bed with her hands supporting her, her little feet in new cloth shoes swinging quietly. Her obedient look softened his heart instantly. He stood up and walked over to her, unconsciously bending down to get closer, smelling her fragrant hair. "Why aren't you sleeping? Are you waiting for me?" Suwon had let her mind drift far away and didn't notice when Yuan came beside her. When she heard his voice, she suddenly looked up, but her forehead accidentally bumped right into Yuan's chin.
Ouch!
Suwon instinctively covered her little head and looked at Yuan apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Yuan, holding his chin from the bump, winced in pain, his muscles twitching. Why was her head so hard? Had she practiced iron head skills? Even if it hurt again, he couldn't show it. When Suwon looked at him for a moment, he quickly took his hand away from his chin and hid it behind his back. He stood straight and said seriously, "It's okay. Let's go to sleep." Suwon tilted her head and looked at Yuan's evasive eyes. Did a Yuan invite her to sleep? Was it the kind of sleep she was thinking about? Seeing the tall and graceful young man, with a posture as upright as a pine tree, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. However, she was a rational person. She was still young, and sleeping with him at such a young age could easily drain her energy. So, she slightly lifted her face and looked at Yuan with bright, deer-like eyes. She beckoned him with her finger. "Yuan, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Under the dim light of the oil lamp, her fair skin looked even more delicate and smooth. Her slender finger made a teasing gesture that was a little flirtatious. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a serious expression and moved closer to her. "Wan, what is it? Just tell me. Does our village have a bamboo forest? The kind that most people don't go to?" Suwon asked seriously, because this was an important matter related to making money, and she couldn't be careless. Yuan frowned slightly and thought carefully before replying. "Yes, behind our old house there is a large bamboo forest. It's at the end of the village, far from everyone. That bamboo forest is planted by our family, and villagers won't cut it down without permission." Hearing this, Suwon's eyes immediately sparkled as she shared her idea of pouring alcohol into the bamboo to enhance its aroma. Yuan had never heard of such a strange method, but he was willing to believe Suwon. "Okay, I'll go with you," Yuan agreed quickly. Suwon smiled with her eyes curved and nodded her little head. In the bamboo forest, Suwon took out a large syringe she had prepared earlier. She drew alcohol from the jar and injected it into the bamboo joints. Not every bamboo could be used for brewing wine. Only a few of the strongest, most robust bamboo segments could be selected for this purpose. After filling each bamboo with alcohol, Yuan used a carving knife to mark that bamboo. Once Yuan understood how Suwon was doing it, he became the one injecting the alcohol, and Suwon only needed to follow behind him and make a mark. Suwon didn't produce much distilled wine in the afternoon, only half a jar, but the two of them worked until midnight to pour all the wine into bamboo tubes. On the way back, Suwon was thinking about how to add more bamboo aroma to the wine using this method. It seemed complicated, so she needed to find a better way. She was so focused that she didn't notice the path under her feet. Suddenly, a warm big hand held hers, and a gentle voice from a young boy said, "Be careful." Suwon snapped out of her thoughts and saw that she was standing on a stone step. If Guian hadn't pulled her, she might have slipped. She looked at Guian and saw that his delicate features looked even softer in the moonlight. However, his beautiful starry eyes always carried a faint sense of weariness that didn't seem to match his age. Guian only held her hand briefly, then quickly let go when she looked at him. But she still saw that, under the moonlight, his ears were a little red. Guian wasn't as brave as her and felt a bit shy being stared at. He cleared his throat and said, "Watch the road and walk carefully." "Okay," Yuan replied obediently and carefully looked at the path as she walked step by step back home. Her obedient look made Guian feel like he was raising a daughter. The atmosphere as they walked home was peaceful and calm. But as soon as they reached the door, this peaceful atmosphere was broken by a loud, crying scream. "Wow, wow, wow, Dad, Mom, it hurts so much. My stomach hurts so badly. There are lots of bugs biting my belly, so painful." Guzian's voice came from inside the room. Then, the lights in Gu Daniu and Yuan's house lit up, and Yuan, ignoring Guian behind her, ran quickly into the house. Guian heard the noise, and his face changed. He forgot about his basket and followed Yuan into the main room of the Gu family house. Inside the room, little Guzian sat on crying and vomiting, filling the room with a foul smell. Gu Daniu held a spittoon for Guzian to vomit into, while Yuan looked frantic, like a hot potato, rushing around. She originally wanted to find Mrs. Chun to tell her to get a doctor. Seeing Yuan, her eyes lit up immediately. She remembered that Yuan had also studied medicine. She quickly grabbed Yuan and said, "Yuan, come look at Nen. He's sleeping peacefully, but suddenly he's crying about stomach pain, and when he gets up, he's vomiting and having diarrhea. What should we do?" Yuan hadn't yet had time to break free from the Yuan family's grasp to check Guzian's condition. Guian, who entered a step later, stood at the door with a serious expression and said 3 words, "It's a plague." As soon as Guian spoke, Madame Yuan, who had been holding Yuan's hand tightly, suddenly loosened her grip and collapsed weakly to the ground. Tears, large as beans and like broken strings, kept falling down her face. "My son, he was still fine this afternoon. How could he have caught a plague?" Madame Yuan was just a simple woman with limited knowledge. She knew that a plague could be deadly, not only for herself but also contagious, capable of infecting many others. But at this moment, she couldn't think about all that. She almost crawled to Guzian's side and hugged him tightly. "Nen, you can't die. You're my life. If you're gone, how can I go on living?" Her crying was different from the dramatic act of Widow Yang. Her words were full of genuine emotion. Even though Yuan didn't fully understand maternal love, hearing the despair in her voice made her eyes sting instinctively. She had just observed Guzian's symptoms and could preliminarily judge that he was suffering from dysentery, which was not a hopeless disease. But looking again at Guian's serious face, she wondered, had Guzian died from dysentery in his past life? Yuan was right. In Guian's previous life, Guzian indeed died from dysentery. At that time in Qing Kingdom, they still called dysentery a plague. This plague not only took Guzian's life, but also claimed many others. Half of their village had died, and their family lost only Guzian among the children, which was considered the best outcome. However, in that past life, Guzian was not infected at the very beginning of the outbreak, nor was it at this time. Guzian was infected about 3 months later, by which time many people in the village had already died. At such a time, Guian's only thought was to report the matter immediately to the authorities so they could take action early. But just as he was about to move, Yuan grabbed his arm with bright, determined eyes and said, "I can cure him. Don't go to the officials yet. They are busy with the disaster victims and may not respond immediately. First, go to the village elder and tell him to warn everyone not to drink raw water. Then, check the village well to see if there's anything unusual. Please especially check if anyone has been urinating, defecating, or washing clothes near the well in the past couple of days." Guian looked into the bright, innocent eyes of the young girl and calmed down. In his previous life, when the plague first started spreading, he had already returned to the county school, so he didn't know about it at first. By the time he found out, many people had already died, and the authorities had taken notice. They had quarantined all the places where symptoms appeared and called doctors to study how to treat the plague. After reporting the situation to the court, the emperor even sent half of a royal hospital's doctors to help with the treatment. Dysentery isn't an immediate deadly disease, so Suwon had time to talk with Yuan slowly. If only Yanin has the plague, I have a way to prevent others from catching it. Yuan looked at Suwon. His deep, slightly weathered eyes were full of trust. He walked out confidently. Suwon turned to the crying Mrs. Wan, who was holding Guian and crying desperately. The loud cries of Guian and Mrs. Wan had woken everyone in the Gu family. All the family members came out. Mrs. Chen was walking into the house and asked, "Elder sister-in-law, what happened to Yanin?" Mrs. Wan was about to speak when Suwon held her hand. "Big sister-in-law, Yanin can be cured. You don't need to worry. You and brother should go outside first. I will treat Yanin." Hearing Suwon say this, Mrs. Wan, who was crying with despair, stopped and looked at Suwon with hope shining in her small eyes. "Wana, you really can cure him? You're not lying to me? Don't worry, I can cure him."
Suwon nodded firmly.
At the same time, Suwon said to Mrs. Chen, who had entered the house, "Mother, don't come in yet. Yanin is sick, and this disease might be contagious." When Mrs. Chen heard the word contagious, her steps paused. Her face immediately turned pale, her legs weakened, and she almost staggered to the ground. Luckily, Peng and Jiang, who had come to check on her, quickly supported her from both sides. After helping Mrs. Chen, they didn't dare let her stay inside the house for long, and hurriedly supported her out. Mrs. Wan, tears in her eyes, touched Guian's forehead and, full of reluctance, handed him over to Suwon. "And then listen to Auntie C. Auntie C will cure you." By now, Guian's face was pale from pain, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. But looking at Suwon holding him, he obediently nodded. "Auntie C, I will listen to you." After Guian helped Wan Shi out and they left, Suwon gently laid Guian on the bed. Guian was already feeling dizzy, but the sharp stomach pains kept him from sleeping. Suwon took out an 4-needle, tubing, and saline from her space. Guian was showing signs of dehydration, so she needed to give him fluids first. She added some painkillers and anti-diarrheal medicine into the saline. Once Guian's stomach pain eased and he no longer had diarrhea, he quickly fell asleep. Suwon then took out antibiotics like norfloxacin from her space, mixed them with saline, and prepared to switch the 4 after Guian finished rehydrating. Chun Shi lit an oil lamp. Besides the children being told to sleep, all the adults stayed in the main hall, looking anxious and worried, but no one disturbed Suwon. After hearing Guian explain what happened, Suwon had become their last hope. Jiang Shi silently stood up and went to the kitchen. Peng Shi understood what she wanted to do and followed her out. Once outside the hall, they both wiped their tears before heading to the kitchen. They had just heard their older brother say that when he said no drinking unboiled water, it must be boiled. Their family already had someone sick, so they had to be extra careful. Meanwhile, after Guian arrived at the village chief's house, the village chief put on a coat and came out to meet him. Guian explained everything, and the village chief's face grew serious as he lit a dry pipe and smoked in silence. Such matters might not get much attention if reported directly to the officials, but they would be taken very seriously by the village chief. First, because Guian was a scholar and the most educated person in the village, and the village chief trusted his judgment. Second, if the plague really broke out in his village, he would be the first to be held responsible. He might not die from the plague, but he could end up in prison or even be executed. After smoking twice, the village chief stood up, adjusted his coat, and said, "Yuan, let's go. We'll visit each household to inform them. Uncle Wenhua, please temporarily keep quiet about Anne's illness. Just say it's a new government notice about preventing the plague," Guian asked before leaving. The village chief took a puff of his pipe, nodded, and said, "Yes, I understand, uncle." After a major disaster, a large epidemic is always expected, and everyone knows this. Especially floods, which are most likely to cause outbreaks of disease. Now, some refugees from northern flood areas have come here, and it is reasonable for the authorities to issue some health policies. Also, telling villagers about the need for disease prevention and informing them that someone in the village has fallen ill creates very different levels of fear. The village head and Yuan went door to door to deliver notices. Although villagers lamented that heaven was taking people away, they cooperated fully because their lives were at stake, and everyone valued their own safety. Widow Yang's house is a bit remote, so the village head and Yuan were the last to visit. Before they even reached her house, they heard Yang Hu crying loudly, "Mother, it hurts so much. My stomach is really hurting." Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, Widow Yang was anxiously pacing outside the latrine. Hearing Yang Hu's diarrhea and shouting, she clenched her teeth, made a firm decision, and said, "Son, wait here. I will go to Gu's house to find that girl and see what kind of magic she used on you. Today, I am risking my life to make her undo that magic." She then headed toward the courtyard gate. As she opened the gate, she saw the village head and Yuan outside, looking serious. Widow Yang was momentarily stunned when she saw Yuan, then immediately knelt down and cried out, "Uncle, you are Tiger's real uncle. Please help us, a poor widow and orphan." In Gu family village, there are two main families, the Gu family and the Yang family. The Gu family is larger, but the current village head is from the Yang family. However, the village head Yang is fair and just and cares about all the villagers, so the Gu family people respect him greatly. Seeing Widow Yang crying without shedding a single tear, the village head frowned and looked serious. "If you have something to say, stand up and speak properly. Don't keep kneeling and crying. Tiger is a good boy. What has he become now?" The village head Yang was somewhat angry with Widow Yang. After all, Yang Hu was the only descendant of his brother, but now he had been raised into a trickster who cheats and steals, and was even interested in other families' daughters. Everyone disliked him. Widow Yang wiped imaginary tears from her eyes, sniffed, and said, "Uncle, you don't know. That day, Gu's second son brought his wife to our house to the land deed for our 2 acres of land. I don't know what kind of magic she used, but it caused my son Tiger to be in constant pain. It only slightly improved yesterday, but after going out this morning and coming back, he ate lunch and then started having diarrhea and vomiting again, rolling on the ground from the pain. Uncle, that young lady from the Gu family must be some kind of spirit."
Widow Yang bitterly scolded Yuan.
Yuan was no longer patient and asked directly, "You said Yang Hu's stomach hurt and he was vomiting and diarrhea started after lunch? Did you go anywhere after his stomach began to hurt?" Widow Yang didn't want to answer Yuan. She looked at the village official, wanting to keep crying and complaining. The village official raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Answer Brother Yuan's question." Widow Yang was still a little afraid of the village official. Hearing his tone, she trembled unconsciously.
"Tiger.
Tiger's pain is so bad now. Where could he have gone?" I didn't go anywhere. Today, Tiger vomited on himself, so I took his clothes to wash." "Where did you wash them?" Yuan's voice was deep and cold. There was an invisible pressure around him. Not only Widow Yang, but also the village official were startled. The village official even felt an urge to kneel down like when meeting the county magistrate. Under Yuan's intimidating presence, Widow Yang didn't dare lie. She whispered softly, just, "I washed them in the well, by the well." Yuan and the village official both changed their expressions. The village official looked at Widow Yang angrily and stomped loudly on the door, knocking loudly. "You troublemaker." Widow Yang was stunned by the village official's scolding. She wanted to argue back, but Yuan's cold stare made her hesitant. "If you don't want your son to die, stay at home and take good care of him. Don't go anywhere." The village official also looked stern and said angrily, "Without me, you two mother and daughter would have been kicked out of the village the moment you stepped outside your yard." Widow Yang was so frightened she forgot to throw a tantrum. She wanted to ask why, but she didn't dare. The village official was usually kind, but he had his temper. When her husband died, some villagers wanted to chase them away, thinking they would starve. It was the village official who stepped in and made a big fuss, making those villagers stop. Thanks to him, the house, land, and property her husband left behind were all kept safe for her and her son. Where did Yang Hu go after leaving this morning? Yuan asked again. I don't know. Tiger. Tiger won't tell me if he's coming back, Widow Yang stammered. Yuan didn't hesitate. He stepped forward to ask Yang Hu, but Yang Lijeng held him back.
Yuan, let Uncle go in and ask.
Uncle is old and the village chief, so it's his business. Yang Lijeng was faster than Yuan and entered Yang Hu's room first. Yang Hu was sitting on the wooden stool, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. He looked sick. Earlier, when he was pretending to be sick, he seemed lively, but now his face was as white as a ghost, and he looked very weak. The room was filled with a foul smell of waste. Yang Lijeng was smoking a dry pipe and didn't care about the smell. His brows furrowed deeply as he walked up to Yang Hu and asked sternly, Tiger, I'm asking you honestly. Where did you go this morning when you left the house? Yang Hu was focused on holding his stomach and crying out in pain, so he didn't notice Yang Lijeng entering. When he suddenly heard his voice, he was so frightened that his already weak body trembled. He didn't bother to cry out anymore, his eyes flickering nervously under Yang Lijeng's intense gaze. He stammered, and no, I didn't go anywhere. Tell the truth. Yang Lijeng knocked on the pipe and asked sharply, one word at a time. His stern eyes, though slightly clouded, still held authority as they fixed on Yang Hu. Do you know what illness you have? If you don't tell the truth, no one can save you. Hearing this, Yang Hu's legs went weak. His face, already pale, turned even whiter, and he trembled as he said, I just went to Yanghua Lane in the town for a bit. Could I have that kind of disease? But I've never heard of a disease that causes vomiting and diarrhea. Ugh, as he spoke, another wave of stomach pain hit him, and he spat out a large mouthful of waste. Yang Lijeng quickly moved aside. Yuan had told him earlier that being contaminated with a patient's waste was the easiest way to catch the disease. After vomiting, Yang Hu seemed frightened and quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Then he knelt before Yang Lijeng with a thud.
Sir, please save me. I don't want to die.
I haven't married or had children yet. Yang Lijeng's face turned angry. Yanghua Lane was famous and the only red light district in Penglin town. It was obvious where Yang Hu had gone. He raised his cigarette holder, feeling furious at Yang Hu, wishing he could hit him. At this moment, Yang Hu couldn't care less and quickly blurted out like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, Sir, I went to Yanghua Alley, but I didn't do anything. That guy didn't come to me. I was lying on that kiln girl, but I didn't do anything. If Suwon had been here to hear this, she wouldn't be surprised, since she had previously given Yang Hu a silver needle when he was caught trying to cheat her and when she and Yuan went to get the land deed, which had disabled him. However, Yang Lijeng was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Yang Hu with disbelief. Huzi, are you saying you're not well? Yang Hu no longer cared about face or shame. Sir, I'm not lying. I really didn't do anything. Do I have that disease? Venereal disease still remains a terrifying, incurable illness today. Yang Lijeng sighed and shook his head, saying, You don't have that disease, but it's not a good one either. Stay at home with your mother, and don't go out. I'll think of a way. But what could be done? Yuan claimed that his wife could cure such a plague, but if someone else caught it, he wouldn't have the face to go ask Suwon for help. It was only Yang Hu, such a person, who made him feel ashamed to seek her help. Yang Lijeng left Yang Hu's room, and Yuan immediately approached and asked, Uncle, where did he go that caused him to catch this illness? Fearing that he might have been infected himself, Yang Lijeng took a step back, his face dark with worry, and shot a stern look at Yang Guafu, who was also anxiously waiting for an answer. Then he said, Yanghua Alley. What is Yanghua Alley? Even Yang Guafu, a rural woman, knew about it. Her face changed, and she almost staggered. No matter how much others might see Yang Hu as a troublemaker, in her eyes, her son was just a mischievous boy. She never expected her son to go to such a place. But at this moment, Yang Lijeng and Yuan had no time to worry about her inner shock and distress. After once again ordering her and Yang Hu not to leave the house, they left Yang Guofu's home together. On the way, Yang Lijing kept frowning and sighing while smoking his dry tobacco. Yuan was also trying to recall what he knew about the plague from his past life. In their past life, this plague was never fully understood, and no effective cure was found. The best they could do was prevent infection. The prevention method was simple: boil water with purslane and drink it. Yuan shared this recipe with Yang Lijing and Yang Widow. Some people recovered from the plague by drinking purslane water, but whether Yang Hu could recover after boiling and drinking purslane was not his concern. Although Yuan cared about the well-being of all people, he was not the type to repay kindness with kindness. Yuan didn't report to Yang Lijing whether Yang Hu had brought the plague back from Yanghua Lane, trusting that Lijing had his own reasons. On the way home, Yuan also picked some purslane from the roadside to boil water and drink. When he arrived home, the entire Gu family was still in the main hall, watching over the house. Chen didn't want to waste lamp oil, so she kept the oil lamp dim, casting only a small glow inside. Seeing everyone inside the house, Yuan's anxious feeling eased a little. Instead, he felt warmth and peace inside. He entered the house, and old Gu's eyes immediately looked at him. Chen stood up nervously and asked, "Fourth brother, how is it? Did you tell Lijing? Has the village been notified? Do they know where this disease came from?" Yuan didn't rush to answer. First, he showed everyone the purslane he had brought back, explaining that boiling it could help prevent the plague. Then he talked about going to notify Lijing. When he mentioned that Yang Hu had gone to town and caught the disease, and that Yang Widow had washed clothes by the village well for convenience, Chen gritted her teeth in anger. Yuan was so furious, she wanted to grab a kitchen knife and confront Yang Widow, but Guian managed to stop her. There was only one well in the village. Since Yang Widow washed clothes nearby, what water could everyone drink and eat from? Yuan and Lijing had already discussed this when they returned. There was a cave by the river that never ran dry, no matter how dry the weather. For now, villagers would fetch water from there, and the well would be sealed. Peng and Jiang also took purslane to the kitchen to boil water. But when they poured the water, they realized it was only collected from the well that day. How could it be safe to drink? At this time, Erniu and Seiniu, waiting in the main hall, also realized the problem. They came over to tell Mrs. Peng and Mrs. Jiang not to boil water yet. Instead, they lit torches and went to the river to fetch water for tonight's use. In the main hall, Yuan looked at Mrs. Wan, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and Guian, who was quietly wiping tears, and said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Actually, today's incident is my fault. This afternoon, Anin choked on some snacks. I scooped raw water from the water jar for him to drink." Guian waved his hand. Although Mrs. Wan was still sobbing, she said, "His fourth uncle, it's not your fault. We all drank water directly from the jar. If anyone is to blame, it's Yang Hu and Widow Yang, those wicked people. If anything happens to Mayanin, I will fight those two to the end." Mrs. Wan said this with teeth clenched in anger. At this moment, Su Wan opened the door and came out. Mrs. Wan immediately stood up.
"Wan, how is Anin?"
"Big sister-in-law, don't worry. Anin's condition has stabilized. He's already asleep," Su Wan said with a reassuring smile. Then she turned to Guian and Yuan and said, "Big brother, Yuan, do you think we can find some lime nearby? It's best to sprinkle lime all over their house. Anin's waste should also be buried deep after mixing with lime. Also, all the clothes and bedding Anin wore or used today should be boiled in hot water." As soon as Su Wan finished speaking, Mrs. Chen immediately said, "There's some leftover lime from the last time we burned lime at home. I'll go get it. Big family, you should quickly tidy up the room," as Wan said. "Okay, I'll go tidy up right now." Mrs. Wan wiped away her tears and no longer showed any reluctance to Mrs. Chen's plan. Anin's forehead finished, and Su Wan had cleaned up all the medical waste left from the infusion, throwing it into the space, which would automatically decompose and process the trash. When Mrs. Wan returned to the room, she saw Anin sleeping peacefully. His face, which had been pale from pain, now looked a little rosier. Although still different from usual, Mrs. Yuan was already very satisfied. She quickly cleaned the entire room, sprinkled lime in every corner, and packed away all the clothes and bedding Anon had worn or used. She planned to boil water and sterilize everything thoroughly. Yuan had already told her earlier that although the water in the well was contaminated, it was better not to drink it. However, boiling it to wash clothes was still okay. Guian also removed the dirt from Anon earlier, dug a deep hole, poured the dirt in, then covered it with lime before burying it. Actually, dysentery is considered a common illness today, similar to a cold. But in this era with limited medical knowledge, it was seen as a plague, and if not careful, it could kill many people. So, Yuan was very cautious. Tonight, Yuan was really tired. She first went to the bamboo grove to pour wine into a bamboo tube. When she returned, Anon had just fallen ill again. She was busy until dawn, but she still hadn't gone to bed. She had wanted to tell everyone about using purslane to make a preventive tea for dysentery, but when she reached the kitchen, she found Peng and Jiang already boiling purslane water. Jiang is a quiet person who doesn't like to talk much. Seeing Yuan's confusion, Peng said proactively, Yuan said that boiling purslane can help prevent this plague. Yaya, you've been tired all evening. Go rest now. Thank you. Second sister-in-law, Yuan politely and sincerely thanked Peng, then looked at Jiang. When she went to the space earlier to get medicine for Guian, she also took out a new bottle of medicine to help treat Xiao Wanner's autism. She handed the bottle to Jiang and said, Third sister-in-law, this is medicine that can help Xiao Wanner. You give her 1 pill every day. At the same time, she advised, besides taking medicine, Xiao Wanner needs your company and to talk to her more to get better. I'll help more with chores at home in the future, so please spend more time with Xiao Wanner. Peng immediately responded, Third sister-in-law, I'll do more chores at home too. You take good care of Xiao Wanner, she's the most important. Hearing this, Jiang's eyes welled with tears. She looked at Yuan and Peng with gratitude, saying, Second sister-in-law, Yaya, thank you both. Peng replied cheerfully, We're family, connected by bones and tendons. Everyone does their part. Why are you thanking us so much? Peng was not entirely selfless. When she handed over her private savings that day, she secretly kept the most money. She had some small schemes, hoping her own life would be better, but she also wished for everyone in the family to get healthier and happier. When Yuan finished her bath and returned to her room, Guian was still nearby, copying books while waiting for her. Seeing her come back, he got into bed with her to sleep. Yuan didn't ask how he knew that purslane could prevent dysentery, and he didn't ask how she treated Guian without boiling any medicine. Both of them knew each had secrets, but chose not to ask about each other's. Although Guian only slept briefly after the sky turned pale, he woke up before dawn. Today was his first time delivering wine to Xinghua Tower, so he couldn't delay. When he opened his eyes, Yuan was still lying on her side, with one hand and a long, straight leg resting on him. Her small face was pressed into the pillow, with a little bit of chubby cheek showing. Her long eyelashes cast butterfly-shaped shadows on her eyelids. She looked very obedient in her sleep. Guian felt his heart soften without even realizing it. Carefully, he lowered her thin arms and legs from his body, then quietly got out of bed without disturbing her peaceful sleep. After leaving the room, worried about waking her, he gently closed the door. At this moment, Gu Erniu and Gu Saniu had already packed the distilled wine, waiting for Guian to go to town together. Yesterday, after they returned and discussed delivering the wine, they agreed that because the world was unstable, the 4 brothers would go together today to look out for each other. If anything happened, they could handle it. But because Anon was sick, Dinyo stayed home to help take care of her, so only Gu Erniu, Gu Saniu, and Gu Yuan went. Before leaving, Gu Yuan reminded Qinshi, Mother, Mama was tired last night. Don't wake her up. Let her sleep a bit longer. But who would have thought that this simple sentence, which he saw as harmless, sounded completely different to Qinshi. She immediately scowled and gave him a sharp look, even pinching his arm hard enough to make him grimace in pain. 4th son, Mother always thought you were a obedient child.
But when I told you to take good care of Wan, you ignored me.
Last night, Wan stayed up most of the night to treat An's illness, and you still made her tired? If you don't know how to care for others, don't sleep with your wife in the future. Let your wife sleep with me, and you sleep with your father.
Yuan.
A faint blush rose to his ears. How could he explain to his mother that he wasn't late because he was tired of Wan? Should he tell her he and Wan haven't been intimate? He couldn't say it out loud. He could only blush, lower his head, carry the basket filled with wine, and quickly leave the yard. Mother, second brother, and third brother are still outside waiting for me. I'll go ahead. Mrs. Chen turned to quietly open a small gap in Yuan and Suwan's door. She looked at Suwan, who was still peacefully sleeping on the bed. After closing the door again, she turned around with a look of concern and went to the kitchen to cook red sugar eggs for Suwan to help her recover. Women's bodies are precious, especially Wan, who is young and thin. She couldn't let fourth brother bother her. While cooking the red sugar eggs, she was also thinking about whether to start the plan to have fourth brother and his wife sleep separately. She wanted to take good care of Wan for a few more years and couldn't let fourth brother ruin her carelessly. At this moment, Suwan had no idea that Mrs. Chen was worried about her and was thinking about making her and Yuan sleep separately. She suddenly felt that her big plush bear in her arms seemed to be gone, which made her uncomfortable. But she was too sleepy, so she turned over, pulled the blanket over her, and fell asleep again. When Yuan, Erniu, and Saniu were carrying wine and heading to the village entrance to take the ox cart, they met Yang Lijing, who also looked worried. Yuan sat next to Yang Lijing and told him about the need to sweep lime at Yang Guafu's house. Yang Lijing didn't delay and immediately sent his grandson, who was playing at the old locust tree at the village entrance, to inform Yang Guafu. He specifically told his grandson to bring lime from his house to Yang Guafu's, but to speak through the wall and leave the lime outside her door without contact. After giving instructions to his grandson, Yang Lijing quietly said to Yuan, Yuan, I thought about this all night. Since Huzi's illness came from Yanghua Lane, then surely someone there's caught it too. That place has all kinds of people, and if this disease spreads, it will be terrible. Today, I'll go to the town to report to the town chief and see how they want to handle this. In town, Yuan, Erniu, and Saniu went to Xinghua Tower, while Yang Lijing went to the town office. When they arrived at Xinghua Tower, a notice had already been posted on the signboard announcing the limited sale of the new wine, Bamboo Rime. At the Xinghua Tower, many elegant gentlemen had already gathered, waiting to taste the wine. Yuan's three brothers did not enter through the main door, but used the back entrance. The shopkeeper had seen Yuan before and knew he was here to deliver wine. He also knew that yesterday, the second shopkeeper had shown some refined guests the wine Yuan brought, and it had become quite famous among the regular customers of their restaurant. Today, many visitors came specifically for the elegant taste of the Yinzhu Yun wine. He naturally did not dare to neglect Yuan and immediately went to call Yang Wenkai out. After pouring the wine, Yang Wenkai quickly paid Yuan 16 taels of silver and kindly said, Yuan, our restaurant's boss came yesterday. After tasting this wine, he said that if the bamboo aroma in the wine could be a bit stronger, we could raise the price when buying wine. Go back and think about it, see if you can find a way to make the wine smell more bamboo-like. If you really find a method to make the aroma stronger, our restaurant won't lose money on the price. Yesterday, Yang Wenkai still called Yuan Scholar Gong, but since that sounded too distant, and they were from the same village, today he changed it to a Yuan, which made their relationship feel closer, without saying much. Yuan thought about how last night Suwan had pulled him to use a strange device to pour wine into bamboo tubes, claiming it could enhance the bamboo aroma. That girl seemed almost like she could see the future. But he showed nothing on his face and politely nodded to Yang Wenkai, saying, Uncle Wenkai, don't worry. I will do my best to find a way to increase the bamboo scent in the wine. Yang Wenkai, while politely seeing them off, handed Yuan a food box. Yuan, this is our restaurant's new rose pastry. Take it home for your family to try. For the next batch of wine, you can deliver it before the Dragon Boat Festival, about 20 days from now. This batch is limited, and we expect to sell it by then. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement and left the back courtyard of Xinghua Tower. Gu Erniu and Gu Sanyu had been excited since they took the money, especially Gu Sanyu. He had helped at the wine shop for many years and had never seen such a small jar of wine sell for so much silver. When Gu Yuan first said he wanted to buy all the wine from the shop, he was worried. In these times, wine wasn't something to eat or drink casually. Drinking too much could cause trouble. Wasn't buying it a waste of money? But he never expected that the 5 taels of silver spent back then not only easily paid for itself, but also earned so much more. He excitedly took the money bag from Gu Yuan and shook it, saying, "Exactly 16 taels of silver. This is so heavy." Yuan, how did you used to say it?
Books.
Books have money. You read so many books. Doesn't the money come to you naturally? Gu Yuan looked at his 2 happy older brothers, smiling himself, but did not correct Gu Erniu. Instead, he told the brothers to hurry home. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment they left the backyard of the apricot blossom inn, they had already been watched. "Big brother, this is a big catch. That bag has at least 10 taels of silver. When should we make our move?" In a hidden spot behind the 3 Gu brothers, a rough man in a dirty linen shirt, with oil stains on it, asked a scar-faced man who was chewing on dog-tail grass.
Bah.
The scar-faced man spat out the grass and said, "Let's follow them first. Find a quiet place, and then we strike directly." After Gu Sanyu enjoyed holding the money bag, he handed it over to Gu Yuan for safekeeping. The brothers didn't stay long in the city and headed straight outside, planning to take a bullock cart back to the village. Since they carried so much silver, and the world was dangerous, it was safer outside the city. Passing through a small alley leading to Yanghua Lane, Gu Yuan instinctively looked into the alley. Most businesses in Yanghua Lane only operated at night. People like Yang Hu, who wandered there during the day, were rare. So, the whole alley was mostly closed and very quiet. He believed that those in their position shouldn't interfere in others' affairs. Gu Yuan had given up his official career and was now just a common man. Whether many people in Yanghua Lane had caught that disease or how many had been infected was not something he could control. He only glanced and then followed his 2nd and 3rd brothers to leave. But just a few steps away, a dozen rough men chewing dog-tail grass suddenly rushed out from a side alley, surrounding them tightly. Gu Erniu and Gu Sanyu instinctively protected Gu Yuan behind them, looking at the men. "What do you want?"
Bah.
The scar-faced man spat out the grass again, tilting his head with a cold, noble look as he glared at the 3 brothers. "We're not doing anything. We heard you guys do business at the Apricot Blossom Inn and made a lot of money. We came to borrow some silver to spend. We won't lend you anything. We don't know you, so why should we lend you silver?" Gu Sanyu firmly refused. Scarface glared at Gu Sanyu and said, "I need to borrow money from you. Whether you lend it or not is no longer up to you. Brothers, attack." Scarface waved his hand, and a group of thugs immediately rolled up their sleeves and charged at Gu Yuan and his brothers. A fierce light flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. In his previous life, he had fought on the battlefield and killed people. When his aura appeared, the thugs felt a sudden chill from their feet, and their steps instinctively paused. But it was only for a moment. They soon realized that the 3 farmers surrounded in the middle were just simple villagers. Especially the one protected at the back, who looked clean and delicate, like a young woman, and was very pretty, completely helpless-looking. Gu Erniu and Gu Sanyu raised their baskets to block their chests. Gu Yuan seized the moment, quickly grabbing the arm of the closest, pulling hard, and then punching him in the softest part of his stomach with a clenched fist. This was a self-defense move he learned from a great general in his past life, especially effective when fighting enemies unprepared. But he forgot that in his previous life, he had been trained on the battlefield. This life, he was still just a weak scholar. His punch caused the pain, but didn't do any real harm, and instead made him angry. "Hey, you dare to fight back? Today I'll beat you to death." The snarled, raising his large fist like a punching bag and swinging it at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan wanted to dodge, but behind him were Gu Erniu and Gu Sanyu. If he dodged, one of his brothers would definitely get hurt. Just as he prepared to endure the punch, the who was about to hit him suddenly screamed and knelt down in front of him. Then he saw Yuan frowning, pouting, looking fierce as she walked toward him. Behind Yuan were the butcher Zheng and several other butchers, all holding pig slaughter knives, just like the ones they saw last time at the clinic when the son was choking on medicine residue. "Zhao Seer, if you dare hurt my benefactor even a hair, Old Zheng, will cut off your arm today."
Zheng shouted loudly.
Though with the scar on his face trembled all over. Zheng, a pig butcher, has been killing pigs for years, which has made him very fierce and known for his bad temper in town. He says he can really cut off an arm if he wants to. But Zhao Seer, with his scarred face, is the leader of a gang. If he just gives in now, it would be very embarrassing. He straightened his chest and gathered some courage. He looked at Zheng and said, "Zheng, you sell your pork, I do my work.
We've always kept to ourselves.
My business is none of yours." Zheng angrily stabbed his knife into the ground, about 3 inches deep, and said loudly, "Zhao, you're stealing from my benefactor. I think you're tired of living." Zhao Seer saw Zheng's knife, shining coldly in the dirt, and shivered instinctively. His gang just wanted money, not to hurt anyone or risk their lives. Faced with Zheng's tough attitude, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, Zheng. Since this person has some connection with you, I'll give you face today. I won't borrow their money." Then he waved to his gang brothers, "Let's go." 2 gang members quickly helped the one who had fallen to the ground, and they left with Zhao Seer. Yuan squinted slightly as she watched them walk away. She hurried over to Yuan. Yuan, are you okay?"
I'm fine. Yuan nodded.
Yuan, why are you here?" Seeing Zhao Seer's group almost disappear around the corner, Yuan didn't answer Yuan's question. She quickly covered her stomach and said, "Oh, Yuan, my stomach hurts a lot. I need to go to the guest room first. Please thank Brother Zheng and the others for me." Yuan was worried that her sudden stomach pain might be contagious from Guian. He wanted to go with her, but she was already walking away. He watched her head toward Xinghua Tower, thinking she was borrowing the guest room there. Since Uncle Wenkai also knew her, his worry eased a little. He politely bowed and thanked Zheng and the others. Zheng patted his chest loudly, making a bang sound. "Benefactor, you're too polite. The little doctor saved my son's life. He's a great benefactor to our family. Since he's your husband, he's also our family's benefactor. If you ever come to town and that Zhao troublemaker dares bother you again, just come find me. Zheng, may not be good at much, but I can handle the Zhao troublemaker." Zhao Seer, along with his group of rough brothers, was walking back while cursing bitterly. This is bad luck. Why did I have to run into that pig butcher Zheng? Such a big, fat fish wasted. He angrily kicked the brother who was supporting himself. "Zhu Sanner, what is wrong with you? Why did you give up so easily before the pig butcher even got close?" Zhu Sanner looked embarrassed. Today was really humiliating. He raised his fist, ready to fight, but didn't land a punch and backed down instead. How could he show his face on the street after that?
"Boss,
I don't know. My legs suddenly went numb, and I just couldn't stand." "Haha, Zhu Sanner, I think you only gave up because you saw that pretty girl, right?" A nearby laughed loudly. "But that girl is really beautiful. She's a bit thin and small, but her chest and hips are perfect. Her waist is so slim, I could hold it with one hand. If I could sleep with her, I'd be happy even if I turned into a softie." While they was shamelessly talking dirty, he suddenly noticed that everyone else had stopped and was silent like chickens. He looked up and saw a small figure leaning casually against the wall in the alley. It wasn't the heroine Yuan he had imagined earlier. Who was it? After a brief moment of silence, the thugs quickly became excited again. Especially Li Er, the who had just spoken. Seeing Yuan, he was practically drooling. "Just talking about the girl, and she's here. Boss, among us brothers, I'm the only one still single, never even had a proper relationship. Now, this girl wants me to take her home as my wife." Suddenly, a small figure darted in front of him and slapped him hard across the face. The others reacted quickly, rushing forward to catch Suwon. The small needles in Suwon's hand shot out rapidly, and most of the thugs were softened by the needle's effects. Before crossing over, she had trained with special forces, so she was quite skilled. But now her strength was limited, just like Yuan. She couldn't fight these thugs head-on. However, her silver needles never missed. Soon, only Zhao Seer, the leader, was still standing properly. Zhao Seer had no idea how his brothers had fallen, and in fact, his brothers didn't know either. At this moment, Zhao Seer looked at Suwon with fear in his eyes. He kept warning her to stay back, saying, "You don't come closer. I'm quite capable." Suwon's bright, innocent-looking deer-like eyes seemed harmless, but the slight smile on her face carried a hint of menace. She took a step closer to Zhao Seer, saying, "You're quite bold, stealing money and even targeting my husband." As soon as she spoke, Zhao Seer fell to his knees with a loud thud, begging, "Lady Hero, please spare me. We won't dare do it again, I swear. No more next time?" He hurriedly bowed his head repeatedly, banging it against the ground. "Next time?" Suwon looked down at him coldly and asked. No next time. We won't dare to do it again," Zhao Seer hurriedly replied. Suwon extended her rough, calloused hands toward him. At first, Zhao Seer didn't understand, but when he saw her thumb and forefinger pinching, he quickly realized what she wanted. He reached into his pocket and took out a small bag of money, presenting it respectfully to Suwon. "Lady Hero, this is my gift to you.
Please accept it."
Suwon smiled warmly and took the bag, then looked over the other thugs who were lying on the ground, unable to move but still able to reach into their pockets. They hurriedly took out their own bags of money and respectfully offered them to her. Suwon collected all their money bags with a smile, then walked out of the alley feeling refreshed. Only after her figure disappeared at the alley entrance did Zhao Seer, whose legs had gone numb from kneeling, stand up and help his fellow thugs to their feet. A group of thugs supported each other as they left the alley, tears glistening in their eyes. As town bullies, they usually only bullied others and stole their money. But today, they were all forced to kneel and had their secrets taken. Who could they complain to? When Suwon returned to find the three brothers, Yuan's brothers had already left with the other helpers, led by the butcher Zheng. Yuan saw the familiar small figure and hurried over. "Yuan, does your stomach still hurt? Is there anything else uncomfortable besides the stomach pain?" Suwon knew he was worried. She might have caught dysentery. She smiled sweetly and said, "Yuan, don't worry. I'm fine. Let's go, we're going home." Yuan followed Suwon toward the city gate. "Yuan, how did you come to the town? Did you walk here?" But then he thought it was unlikely. Their village is 20 or 30 miles from the town. If Suwon had walked, she wouldn't be so quick. Yuan asked about this, and Suwon suddenly remembered. The ox cart from the neighboring village passed through our village on its way to the town. My mother ran out of sewing needles earlier, so I took the ox cart from the neighboring village to come to the town and buy some needles for her. As she spoke, she turned back and headed to the sewing shop. Gu San-nyo still looked a bit suspicious. "Fourth sister-in-law, how did you know we were bullied by those thugs and went to find Brother Zheng and the others to help us? When I first arrived in the town, I planned to find you at Xinghua Tower. When I got there, I saw those people sneaking around following you. I thought they were many, and we couldn't fight them, so I had to find help. I wanted to find someone from our village, but then I passed by Brother Zheng's meat stall. He stopped me, and I told him what happened," Suwon answered straightforwardly. Gu Er-nyo and Gu Sen-nyo suddenly understood and still felt a bit scared. Thankfully, their mother had forgotten to remind them to buy sewing needles this morning, so Suwon went to Xinghua Tower and saw those people following them. Also, Suwon saved Zheng Tu's son that night. Otherwise, the 16 silver taels they earned from selling wine today might not have been recovered. Suwon went to the sewing shop and bought the needles and threads that Chinshur had asked for. Only then did she leave the city, with Yuan and the others. When they reached the city gate and were still in line to leave, they saw a group of soldiers with spears and doctors heading toward Yanghua Lane. It seemed that Yang Li had reported the plague, which had attracted the county magistrate's attention. Yuan's expression visibly relaxed. As long as the county magistrate took the plague seriously, it was likely they could avoid a large-scale infection like in the past. Outside the city gate, many refugees still gathered, all staring greedily at those coming in and out. But now, the soldiers managed the refugees strictly, so there was no chaos or fighting over possessions. After Yuan and the others got on the ox cart and waited a while, the villagers who had planned to ride the cart arrived. Uncle Qing Shui drove the ox cart back toward the village. The bright sun shone directly overhead, making people feel uncomfortable. It wasn't even the Dragon Boat Festival yet, but the sun was already so strong, which was quite rare. Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the heat, when suddenly she sensed a cool shade above her head. She looked up and saw Yuan's large hands forming a shelter, blocking the hot sunlight. Yuan looked at Yuan. His ears were red, and he instinctively avoided her gaze. She was curiously watching Yuan's reddened ears, thinking how easily this young guy could become shy. Suddenly, Uncle Qing Shui, who was driving the cart, hurriedly called out to the old ox pulling the cart, "Stop, stop." People on the cart started talking. Why is there a child lying on the road? Probably those refugees fleeing from danger couldn't take care of the child, so they abandoned him. Is this child dead? Who knows? That old man is so greedy, he might eat people. Meanwhile, Uncle Qing Shui, who was driving ahead, was considering whether to get off and check. Someone advised him, "Uncle Qing Shui, let the ox go around. And let's hurry up. If someone is using the child for some trick like a trap and then blames us, it would be trouble. Even if it's not a trap, if I go down and see the child is dead, that's fine. But if he's alive, should we save him or not? If we don't save him, we'll feel guilty. But if we do, whose family has enough food to raise an unknown child?" Everyone was talking excitedly, but Yuan had already gotten off the ox cart and was walking toward the child. Yuan watched Yuan's slim but tall figure, said nothing, and also got off the cart. The two walked to the child's side, one after the other. Yuan squatted down and gently turned the child over from the ground. The child was soft and warm, clearly still alive, but sick with a high fever. When the child was turned over, Yuan saw a flash of surprise on Yuan's face. But it was only for a moment. Yuan's face quickly returned to his usual calm and indifference, showing no sign of recognizing the child. Yuan looked at the child's small face and couldn't look away for a moment. The child was really too handsome. Round little face, tiny delicate features, each part perfectly proportioned. Even in a coma, his adorable, rosy little face made people want to pinch him. Yuan had to admit she was moved. Nature is not about romantic feelings between men and women. It's simply the feeling of seeing a cute kitten or puppy and wanting to pick it up and cuddle it. Yuan saw Yuan hiding his emotions and didn't ask whether he knew the child. She only asked, "Should we save him?" Yuan picked up the child and looked at Yuan. "Yes, save him. Is his illness serious?" Yuan couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch the small, red face of the little bundle from the fever. It was a bit hot to the touch, but the skin was really soft, tender, and elastic. After pinching, she said seriously, "It's not that serious. He's just exhausted, overheated from the heat. We'll give him some medicine, lower his fever, and let him rest. He'll be fine." "All right, I'll take him home," Yuan said. Then, he carried the child onto the ox cart. Yuan also got on the ox cart. Although Gu Ernyo and Gu Senyo were a bit surprised that Yuan actually carried the child onto the cart to take him home, they didn't say much outside. The other villagers were surprised too. Now everyone was struggling to eat, and Yuan's family, one of the poorest in the village besides Widow Yang, was planning to take this child in. They felt guilty enough for not caring for the child properly, and now that Yuan was willing to take him home, if they tried to persuade him not to, the child might die and become a ghost that wouldn't leave them alone. Yang Lijing looked at the child in Yuan's arms and sighed while smoking a dry pipe. "What a good child." "Ah, Yuan, you've picked up this child. What do you plan to do?" "First, treat his illness and raise him. When I go to town next time, I'll register him at the official office to see if I can find his family," Yuan replied. "That's the only way. Yang Lijing said while smoking his pipe again. But everyone knew deep down that with the current times, it was unlikely they could find the child's family. Most likely, the child would have to be raised by Gu's family. Just as Suwon reached the door of her house, she heard Chen's voice inside the yard asking, "Want your back? Did you get the sewing and needlework supplies your mother asked for? Did you meet Old Fourth and the others?" Chun came out to greet her as she asked. As soon as she saw Gu Yuan carrying a child about 3 years old, she looked shocked, noticing that the child's eyes couldn't even move properly.
Mom,
This is a child we found on the road. He's sick. I'll check on him first, Suwon said. Then she and Gu Yuan carried the child into their house. Mrs. Chun looked at Suwon and Gu Yuan carrying the child into the house, then turned to Gu Erniu and Gu Sainiu. What exactly is going on? Why did you bring a child back? Gu Erniu and Gu Sainiu took turns explaining what happened on the road. Mrs. Chun sighed but didn't say much. This year's harvest was indeed tough for every family, but their family had first earned 150 taels of silver from selling ginseng, bought a lot of grain to store, and caught a wild boar. Things were actually better than in previous years. Having one more mouth to feed, even if it's a 3-year-old child, wouldn't ruin them. After Suwon entered the house, she carefully examined the child and found that he was not only sunstroke, but had also traveled a long distance. His clothes were torn on the branches, revealing tender skin with cuts and wounds. The wounds weren't large but were red, swollen, inflamed, and some had pus. After Gu Yuan left the room, Suwon first hung and 4 drip on the child, then cleaned each wound carefully. Once she finished cleaning the wounds, she took a thermometer from her space and placed it under the child's armpit, who was still unconscious. Seeing that the first bottle of fluid was almost empty, she replaced it with a new one. She then checked the child's temperature, 39.5 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, in ancient times, it was life-threatening. Suwon removed the child's clothes, took alcohol and cotton swabs, and wiped his armpits, neck, and inner thighs to reduce the fever. She worked on him until late afternoon before the fever finally subsided. Suwon stored the medical waste properly, then left the room. She heard second sister-in-law Pun complaining in the yard to Gu Erniu, who was chopping firewood with an axe. What do you think the fourth couple is up to? Dislike the poverty at home? Think there's too much grain? And they even brought back a child? It's just their kind-heartedness. Now outside, there are piles of refugees. Do they have to meddle in this? Can they handle it? Gu Erniu, annoyed by Peng's words, couldn't help but reply, "Stop saying so much. It's just one child. How much can he eat?" Peng was even more upset upon hearing this. What do you mean, one child can't eat much? Look at Anan. She eats just as much as I do every day. A little boy like that could eat me out of house and home. Do you understand? Suwon was about to leave when suddenly, with a loud splash, a basin of water was poured onto Peng's face from the doorway of the kitchen. Peng was startled and looked up at Yuan, who was splashing water. He angrily stomped his foot and said, "Big sister-in-law, what are you doing? Can't you watch where you're splashing water? And now water is so precious. Are you the one splashing it? That's meant for watering the potatoes in the garden." Yuan looked at Peng with small, sharp eyes. "I did it on purpose to splash you." As soon as Yuan said this, Peng felt angry and speechless. "Big sister-in-law you."
Me?
"What about me?" Yuan held a wooden basin in one hand and crossed her arms, glaring fiercely at Peng. "What's wrong with me bringing back a child? Is that eating your food? Don't forget, the food you eat every day was bought with the money my sister earns. The pork you eat was caught by her on the mountain. So what? If my sister brings back a child, she might eat more than you." Peng wanted to argue, but Yuan was quick and sharp, and Peng couldn't say a word. Suwon also came out, looking at Peng with her bright, innocent eyes that showed no warmth. "Second sister-in-law, don't worry. Since this child was brought back by me and Yuan, we will take care of him." Peng didn't expect Suwon to come out at this moment. Seeing her small frame and her eyes full of embarrassment, Peng looked uncomfortable. "Yuan, second sister-in-law. Actually, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that you and Yuan will have your own children sooner or later. If you're raising this child now, then your own children in the future. Peng's words were cut off, but anyone could understand what she was trying to say.
One also looked at Yuan.
One, big sister-in-law isn't against you raising this child, but what your second sister-in-law said makes sense. Have you and Yuan thought about it carefully? Peng quickly nodded and agreed desperately. One, that's exactly what big sister-in-law means. Yuan softened her expression. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, don't worry. When Yuan comes back, we will discuss it again. At this time, Gu Yuan, Gu Sanyu, Old Man Gu, and Mrs. Chun had gone out to build a water wheel and dig a water channel. Yuan said this, but she knew deep down that whether they discussed it or not, it didn't matter. As long as they couldn't find the child's family, Gu Yuan would definitely take care of him. Yuan went back to check on the child. The child was probably tired, and with the illness, he hadn't rested well for a long time. After giving him in he was now sleeping peacefully. When Yuan went out again, Chen Shi, who had been digging a water channel with the villagers, had already returned early. Seeing Yuan come out of the room, Chen Shi held her back and whispered, "Wan, how is the child?" Yuan smiled gently and said, "The fever has gone down. We'll see if it comes back tonight. His wound is a bit infected, but I treated it, so it should be fine." "That's good." Chen Shi sighed in relief. She had been worried all afternoon. It was a blessing to save the child, but if he had died in their house, it wouldn't have looked good. Also, Anan was still sick. "Wan, you watch over the two children. I'll go steam some egg custard for Anan and that child," Chen Shi said, patting Yuan's hand before heading to the kitchen. Today, Guian was also still receiving fluids. Bacterial dysentery needs a course of treatment to kill all the bacteria. However, Guian's spirits had improved a lot today. He no longer had stomach pain like last night and was just sleeping heavily. Yuan's treatment with the was no longer a secret, but Yuan didn't plan to hide it. Since she needed to take care of the child, she called Guian to remind her about the precautions for the before asking her to look after Guian. At this moment, Yuan finally had time to go to Guian's room. Guian still had an needle in his hand, sitting semi-upright on the bed. His eyes were wide open, and his small mouth slightly parted as he listened to Guian reading him a story. Guian had only heard storytelling once before and could only tell that one story. She had already told that story to several children many times, but they still listened very attentively every time. This gave Guian a lot of confidence. Seeing Yuan come in, Guian stopped reading and happily stood up, holding Yuan's hand. Fourth sister-in-law, and is much better today. Guian also tilted his little head to look at Yuan. When she came to his side, he quietly leaned close to her ear and whispered mysteriously, "Fourth aunt, are you the heroine in the story that the little aunt said, the one who can use poison and helps the poor?" Seeing Guian's serious little face, Yuan couldn't help but reach out and ruffle his small head, teasing him. "Guess what?" Guian stared at Yuan seriously for a moment, then nodded very confidently. "Fourth aunt, you must be that heroine." Then, he gently clenched his small fist and promised, "Aunt Fourth, don't worry. Both Xiao Gu and I will keep your secret." "Good. You must promise to keep it safe for me," Yuan said while checking Guian. She then asked Guian how he was feeling. His stomach no longer hurt, but his sounds were very loud, so he hadn't fully recovered. After finishing her check, she noticed Guian had just taken his medicine. She removed the needle, collected the medical waste, and planned to hide it in her room to dispose of later. Guian ran out like a wild horse, free and playful. Guian watched her every move with admiration, eyes fixed on her carefully. When she finished, Guian asked, "Fourth sister-in-law, did you learn this treatment method from the old doctor next to your family?" "Yes," Yuan replied without hesitation. In the original story, from her family home to Gu village, it took several days by ox cart. In ancient times, transportation was slow, and the Gu family probably would never see her family again, let alone the old doctor next door. So she had no guilt about letting that doctor take the blame. "Fourth sister-in-law, when can I be as good as you?" Guian asked, a bit sad but full of admiration. By the way, fourth sister-in-law, I remember the formula for the anesthesia powder you taught yesterday. When will you teach me the next formula? Guian asked eagerly, her eyes shining. Actually, Su-won had been thinking about this too. She could write down the formulas she knew and compile them into a medical book for Guian to memorize. But first, she needed time to learn the language of Qinghua, and Guian also needed time to learn how to read. Second, Qinghua's characters were very complicated. Each character was a large symbol. Even if she learned to read Qinghua characters, writing a medical book in that language would be very difficult. Moreover, even if Guian memorized all the prescriptions and poison formulas, she wouldn't recognize the medicinal herbs, which would be useless. So, she needed to find another way to teach Guian. The best method was to use traditional Chinese medicine teaching styles, starting with small tasks like drying and sorting herbs, gradually helping her recognize various herbs, understand their combinations, and then systematically learn the prescriptions. The current problem is that there are no medicinal herbs at home, so they need to go to the mountains to gather herbs. The herbs on the mountain are not easy to find. Before Su-won could think of an answer, she heard noise outside the courtyard gate. She and Guian went out and saw many women from the village, including aunts and older women, gathered in their yard, gossiping about Mrs.
Chen.
De Yong's family. I heard from our head of the household that today your son, Yuan, found a child on the road and brought him home. Are you planning to raise that child? Hey, De Yong's family, tell the truth. Did your son, Yuan, pick up that child because your bot girl can't have children? When that girl came here, I told you your wife didn't choose well. Her small behind looks like she can't have children. When they first heard that Gu Yuan had picked up a child, Mrs. Chen was still polite in her response. But when the village's well-known gossip started saying such things, Mrs. Chen's face turned cold. Lu, sure, your behind is quite big, but I haven't seen you give birth to a son with a backbone. Although Mrs. Chen was lively and fiery, she generally had a good temper. No one expected that Lu Chueying's remark to Su-won would anger Mrs. Chen, causing her to directly poke at Lu Chueying's sore spot. Lu Chueying was unlucky in having sons. She had 8 daughters in a row. Only after she could no longer have children did she adopt a son from her husband's brother to raise. She herself couldn't have children and liked to laugh at others who couldn't have children. When Jiang Shi had her little Waner and injured her health, making it impossible to have more children, Lu Chueying often mocked Jiang Shi openly or secretly in the village. At that time, Mrs. Chen would glare at her when she heard, but she never directly scolded her face to face. But now, after Mrs. Chen's blunt remark, Lu Chueying couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, her face flushing and paling alternately. She said, Hey, De Yong's family, I wonder how you don't recognize good from bad. I tell you, it's for your own good. Even if Brother Yuan stops studying, he's still a talented scholar who can get official government work. If you buy a thin, infertile girl for him, would Brother Yuan be happy? Lu Chueying initially felt a bit guilty when she spoke, but as she continued, she became more confident and raised her voice. At this moment, Mrs. Wan, who was cooking medicine for Gu Zian on the small stove in the kitchen, grabbed a large broom and vigorously swept the courtyard. Dust flew everywhere as she swept, and she said, Oh dear, I just swept this yard this morning. Why is it so dirty again? Everyone, please make way. Be careful not to let the dust dirty your clothes. Mrs. Wan swept towards Lu Chueying's feet. Lu Chueying dodged and shouted, Mrs. Wan, can you even be a daughter-in-law? You can't even sweep the floor properly.
Hey.
While speaking, Mrs. Wan had already swept Lu Chueying out of the yard. Mrs. Wan stood at the gate of the yard, confidently placing her broom beside her. She looked at Lu Chueying with small eyes and said, Aunt Lu, whether I can sweep the floor or become a daughter-in-law is up to my mother-in-law to decide. It's not your place, Aunt Lu. You'd better go home and think carefully about which girl in your family to marry off, so you can get more bride price and grain in return. After saying that, Mrs. Wan turned her hips and went into the yard. Having 3 children and only one with a good temper. What's there to be proud of? Lu Chueying spat bitterly at Mrs. Wan's swaying big backside. Lu Chueying was pushed out, while the others remained in Gu's yard, gathered around Mrs. Chen. De Yong's family, Don't get angry because of Lu Chuiying. You know what kind of person she is. We actually came to ask if your family has called a doctor to check on that child. Today, our men went to the city and saw soldiers sealing off an alley in Yanghua Lane. They're checking who has been there, saying there's an infectious disease in Yanghua Lane. What infectious disease? Isn't that just a plague? Last night, your distant relative told us to be careful about the epidemic, to boil water before drinking, and to use porcelain to make medicinal water. But now your family has picked up a child, and we don't even know what illness he has. Isn't that frightening? Isn't it? De Yong's family, it's the Qingshan family who said it like that. I heard that yesterday, Huzi went to Yanghua Lane. Yang Guafu even washed Huzi's clothes by the well. Now, the magistrate has locked Yang Guafu and her children in the yard and told us not to go near. We're not allowed to drink water from the well either. This plague is no joke. The villagers were talking excitedly. Last night, Yuan had already explained clearly to the magistrate that this plague could be treated. Although Su Wan's family's and was infected, there was no need to worry. To avoid causing panic, we initially planned to hide the situation from the villagers, only saying that the government was conducting health checks. But who could know that the disease was first spread by Yang Hu from Yanghua Alley? Now, the village chief is reporting to the county magistrate that the widow Yang and her children are being kept in the yard and are not allowed to go out. Everyone naturally knows that a plague has arrived, so it's understandable that people are scared about Gu Yuan and Su Wan finding and bringing back this child. Su Wan walks into the crowd and stands beside Mrs. Chun, saying, "Dear ladies, the child we brought back does not have an infectious disease. He only has some injuries and the wounds are inflamed. He was also sunburned and got a bit of heat stroke. Today, I went to the city, and the symptoms of this plague include stomach pain, vomiting, and diarrhea. But the child shows none of these signs. I also know a little about medicine, so I wouldn't recklessly bring a child with an infectious disease into the village and risk harming everyone. Please rest assured." At first, many people were holding back their objections while she was speaking the first part. But when she mentioned the symptoms and her medical knowledge, many remembered the bet she once made with Yang Hu. Seeing her smiling face and determined eyes, they couldn't help but believe her. "Since that child doesn't have an infectious disease, we can relax," said Mrs. Chun from the Gu family. "Old sister-in-law, it's getting late. We're going home to cook dinner. You all can go ahead." Just as the women in the yard were about to leave, they saw a tall carriage stop outside the gate. Everyone paused, curious, and craned their necks to look at the carriage. After the carriage stopped, a man dressed as a steward quickly set down a stool for the driver to dismount. Then, he helped an older gentleman out of the carriage. Yang Lijing also hurried over from behind the carriage. The person coming out of the carriage was the county magistrate, Fan Shueru. After stopping, he turned to Yang Lijing and politely asked, "Yang Lijing, is the doctor you mentioned living here?" Yang Lijing nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, here it is, here it is." Just then, Gu Yuan and Gu Sanyu returned from the river. Gu Yuan is a scholar who knows the county magistrate, so he stepped forward, slightly bowing and respectfully greeting him, "Master Fan." Fan Shueru is considered a good official, without any airs of authority. He returned a polite gesture to Gu Yuan as a peer and asked curiously, "Why is Scholar Gu here?" Yang Lijing quickly explained, "Master Fan, this is Scholar Gu's home. The doctor I mentioned who knows how to use porcelain water to prevent the plague is Scholar Gu's wife." "Medical woman?" Fan Shueru slightly frowned. How skilled could a medical woman be? The plague is spreading rapidly. In just half a day, over 100 people in the town have been confirmed ill. Besides Gujia village, where the situation is already confirmed, the village officials and other villages are still searching for doctors to help investigate. Can we really rely on a medical woman to solve this? When Fan Shueru arrived, he was full of hope. But after learning that the doctor Yang Lijing mentioned was a woman, he felt disappointed. Now, the town's doctors have no good ideas. The only hope is the porcelain water Yang Lijing mentioned, but that remedy is more for prevention than cure. If they can't treat those already infected, and if higher authorities find out, his official career could be over. Now, the only option is to try a desperate measure. Master Fan came personally to see my wife about the plague? Yuan politely asked. The plague news has spread, and there's no point hiding it anymore. Exactly, Fan Shueru replied, regaining his composure and nodding. Yang Lijing said that Dr. Su not only knows how to use porcelain water to prevent the plague, but can also cure it. This official wishes to invite Dr. Su to the city to treat patients. Does Scholar Gu agree? Yuan looked at Su-won in the yard. At this moment, after learning Fan Shueru's identity, everyone in the yard was trembling and kneeling on the ground. Only Su-won stood at a distance, her bright eyes shining like a young deer, with no intention of kneeling. Yuan didn't think Su-won should kneel either. He turned to Fan Shueru and said, "Since Master Fan wants my wife to treat the patients, please discuss it directly with her. I respect her opinion." Fan Shueru looked at Yuan strangely after hearing this. Women are expected to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues: obey their father at home, obey their husband after marriage, and obey their son after the husband's death. Yuan isn't a son-in-law, yet he claims he can't decide for his wife. And he said it so openly, as if he didn't think it was shameful at all. Truly strange. Actually, Yuan only felt that he and Su-won were not truly husband and wife, so he didn't feel qualified to make any decisions for Su-won. Fan Shueru followed Yuan and Yang Li into the Gu family courtyard. First, he asked the kneeling people to stand up and leave. Then, under Yuan's introduction, he approached Su-won. Although Fan Shueru, influenced by his upbringing and education, didn't think highly of Su-won, a female doctor, he showed no sign of this on his face. He politely cupped his hands and bowed to Su-won, then explained his purpose. Su-won thought for a moment and asked innocently, "Do you charge for consultations?" Fan Shueru was taken aback. He had wanted to appeal to Su-won with reason and emotion, talking about the common people and the country's needs. But seeing that Su-won was a young woman, probably too young to understand those topics, he swallowed his words. He looked troubled and said, "Dr. Su, right now, disasters are happening everywhere. It's a special time, and the county's finances are tight. May I ask how much you charge for a consultation? Consulting fees are quite high now. Ordinary doctors at clinics charge around 300 coins, and consultations start at 500 coins. Famous doctors can charge 1 or 2 silver coins." Fan Shueru wasn't trying to use his official power to refuse payment. The relief efforts had already drained the county treasury, and he had even used his own savings to help. Now, he was truly short of money. Su-won raised one finger and showed a 1. Fan Shueru's face changed slightly, and he asked hesitantly, "1 silver coin per patient?" Su-won shook her head and said, "1 coin." This time, Fan Shueru was stunned. He thought Su-won was just an inexperienced young girl who had learned a bit of medicine by luck. He expected her to take advantage of the situation and demand a hefty fee, but he didn't expect. After realizing this, he immediately bowed deeply to Su-won without any airs. "Dr. Su, your noble character is admirable. There's no need to be polite. Wait here for me." Su-won waved her hand and called Yuan over. She clasped her small hands behind her back, looking calm and composed as she walked into the house. Inside, she closed the door and instantly changed her expression. The previous mature look disappeared. Her bright, water-like eyes looked at Yuan obediently and blinked. Her delicate, slender fingers tapped lightly. She stretched out 2 small fingers, pinched Yuan's sleeve, and shook it. "Yuan, can you do me a favor? I want to write a medicine recipe to treat the plague for Lord Fan, but I can't write characters." Yuan looked at him, feeling as if his chest was filled with something soft and warm. He didn't dare to look into her eyes. After avoiding her gentle, heart-melting gaze, he pretended to be calm and nodded, saying, "Okay." While reciting the recipe, Su-won watched Yuan write. The characters from the Jinghua style are complex, but Yuan's handwriting is strong and lively, full of spirit. Su-won carefully blew dry the written prescription, then slightly bowed, bringing her delicate face close to Yuan's, smiling warmly and saying, "Yuan, your writing is really beautiful, just like you." Yuan's heartbeat involuntarily skipped a beat, and his ears turned red. Suwon was too close. He could feel her gentle breath and smell her rich fragrance. A warm feeling rose within him. As a normal man, he instinctively wanted to lean closer and taste the sweet scent of her pink lips. Suwon smiled softly, feeling a little excited inside. She was about to kiss her. The tender young girl was going to kiss her. Fourth sister-in-law, you just said if this child suddenly gets a fever again, what should we do? Guian asked as she entered the room, seeing Suwon quickly straighten up and walk over casually. Guian. It seemed she saw something extraordinary, but it also seemed she saw nothing at all. Yuan turned away, only giving Guian a back view. His face was so red it looked like a monkey's, unable to face anyone. Suwon finished packing the prescription and carefully reminded Guian to take care of the 2 sick children at home. After everything was arranged, she left to deliver the prescription to Master Fan. Master Fan, please send someone to take this prescription back to the city. The doctors there can prepare the medicine and give it to the patients first.
Okay.
At first, Master Fan didn't fully trust Suwon's medical skills, but now, seeing her, he felt as if she had a calming power. His trust in her medical ability grew naturally. He immediately sent a servant on horseback to deliver the prescription quickly. Suwon got into the carriage. Since Master Fan couldn't ride with her, he chose to ride a horse alongside. Before the carriage left, Yuan hurriedly came out of the house. Wan, I will go with you. Suwon tilted her small head and looked at him obediently. After thinking for a moment, she did not refuse. Facing so many patients was both frustrating and boring. Having a handsome guy by her side, when tired, she could also enjoy looking at him to relax. After Yuan greeted Master Fan, he then sat outside the carriage with the coachman. Suwon sat alone inside the carriage, pretending to rest with her eyes closed, but in fact, she was counting the medicines in her space. When she first came here, because she wasn't skilled at using her space, she had to physically enter it to get things. Now, she could simply use her mind to view and take items freely. During this time, she used many medicines from her space laboratory, such as the medicine she initially gave Yuan, the anesthetic used for the wild boar, the antibiotics for Guian, and the anti-inflammatory medicine for the rescued child. But after she checked the supplies in her laboratory, she found that these medicines hadn't decreased. In fact, there were even more antibiotics for bacterial dysentery, enough for about 10 people. These medicines were neatly stacked on the laboratory workbench. She quickly checked the supplies in her space again, but strangely, the used items hadn't been replenished, nor had they increased. For example, the potatoes she had taken out to eat, the rice that had secretly been transferred into the Gu family's rice jar, and the 3 rain bombs used for artificial rain. All of these were missing now.
Bandit.
Could it be that only the items in her laboratory automatically replenished or increased according to her needs? Would the supplies in her living area not restock? To find out, it wasn't difficult. She decided that once she finished using the antibiotics for bacterial dysentery, she would see if those targeted antibiotics increased again. Although Yang Lijing reported the plague situation quickly, Master Fan responded swiftly. However, the bacterial dysentery must have already spread in the city for some time. Since this illness is similar to common diarrhea when mild, many people didn't notice it until the symptoms worsened or it became contagious to more people. The situation was worse than Suwon had expected. Before leaving the government office to go to the countryside, Master Fan had instructed his subordinates to clear the main hall and backyard to gather and treat the patients. The hall of the government office was now filled with sick people, and soldiers with cloth-covered faces were continuously carrying patients inside. Fortunately, Master Fan's servant hurried back quickly and delivered the prescription to the doctors caring for the patients. By this time, some doctors had already started giving the first dose of the prepared medicine to the patients in order. Suwon calmly looked at Fan Shueru. Master Fan, have someone prepare quicklime and sprinkle it around all the patients' homes. As she spoke, she took out a bottle of alcohol, already packed and ready, from her basket. Use this in the government office to sweep 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Afterward, Suwon put on a medical mask and entered the hall, checking each patient's pulse carefully. Mild patients only needed to follow the prescription she provided earlier to recover, but some seriously ill, weak, or disabled patients could not be treated so easily. She ordered someone to transfer 5 critically ill patients, those already dehydrated and in shock, to a room in the government office for infusion therapy. After hanging IVs for all 5, she stepped out of the room. By then, the backyard of the government office was already filled with patients lying on the ground. When Yuan arrived, he didn't stand idle. He helped the doctors serve and feed the patients. "Sir, it's bad. There are also many people outside the city who are sick," a soldier hurriedly reported to Master Fan, who looked worriedly at the many patients in the hall. Hearing this, Fan Shuer's brow furrowed even more. Now, the townspeople couldn't be saved, so who had the time to care for the refugees outside the city? But those refugees were wandering everywhere. If nothing was done, the epidemic might spread even more seriously. Master Fan clasped his hands behind his back and paced in the yard, feeling overwhelmed. It was a year of great disaster, and now with a major epidemic, he truly felt stuck, caught between a rock and a hard place. After giving the medicine to a patient, Yuan approached Fan Shueru. He respectfully nodded. "Sir, do we still have enough medicinal ingredients to treat this epidemic?" Many mild patients had already shown clear signs of improvement after taking the medicine prescribed by Yuan twice. Because of this, Fan Shuer's attitude toward Yuan improved a little. He returned a courteous gesture and said, "The prescriptions from Dr. Su use common, inexpensive herbs. We still have enough supplies." Yuan's deep, steady eyes looked calm. "Lord Fan, since we still have enough medicinal herbs, why not brew the medicine and take it outside the city to help the refugees? Mild patients can recover after taking the medicine. If someone is severely ill and beyond help, we should handle their bodies properly to prevent infection. Also, have someone sprinkle lime on the refugee gathering places outside the city to clean them thoroughly." Listening to Yuan's firm words, Lord Fan saw a flash of light in his eyes. This seemed to be the best way to handle the situation now and could greatly reduce the spread of the disease. He immediately called the soldiers and gave orders. Yuan checked the new patients again. 3 of them were very weak and dehydrated, and after moving them to the side rooms, she started 4 treatments. She worked tirelessly until dawn the next day, finishing the IVs for all 8 critical patients. Finally, she removed the last 4 needles from a patient's hand and let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Yuan pushed open the door, carrying a bowl of sweet water with eggs. Yuan smelled the rich, sweet aroma of brown sugar and realized she hadn't eaten since yesterday noon. Lord Fan had prepared a resting room for Yuan and Yuan next to the ward where the critical patients were being treated. Yuan placed the bowl of sweet water with eggs on the table and pushed it towards Yuan. "Wan, you worked hard last night." Yuan was really hungry now. She scooped up a tender, white egg and took a bite. Hearing Yuan's words, she held the sweet water egg in her mouth, puffed her cheeks, and blinked her bright, lively eyes at him. Yuan's earlier words were simple, but her gaze made them seem a bit ambiguous. He quickly wanted to clarify, "Wan, I mean." Before he could finish, Yuan scooped up another sweet water egg and put it in his mouth, smiling brightly. "Is it tasty?" Yuan, with food in his mouth, couldn't speak clearly. He slowly chewed and swallowed before saying shyly, "I think I burned the sugar a bit." He didn't cook often, so his cooking skills were limited. Yuan happily took a sip of the sweet water, then set down her bowl. She looked at him with a gentle smile. "I think it's just right. The sugar should be cooked like this for the best flavor." Although the cholera outbreak was fierce, Lord Fan responded quickly. By the afternoon, no new patients had been brought to the government office. The method of boiling water with purslane to prevent the plague has also been spread, but the weather has been dry, so purslane is scarce. Now, every household is searching for it, and it's hard to find even one plant. However, Lord Fan also told the night watchman that if purslane cannot be found, boiling water and drinking it can also help prevent the plague. Since bacterial dysentery is transmitted through harmful bacteria, boiling water can effectively kill the bacteria. A few critically ill patients have already recovered, and the rest just need to take medicine on time as prescribed. Other doctors can handle the remaining cases. So, Suwon went to say goodbye to Lord Fan and also collected her medical fee. That day and night, they treated a total of 134 patients, earning 134 coins. Lord Fan happily took out his purse to count the money, but then realized he only had 104 coins, not 134. He suddenly felt embarrassed. Suwon quickly took the 104 coins and said, "Lord Fan owes me 30 coins. When you have the money, don't forget to pay me back." After saying that, she left the yamen with Yuan. Lord Fan hurriedly sent a carriage to see her off. As she stepped out of the yamen, on the second floor of a tea house opposite, a guard respectfully stood before a young man dressed in fine clothes who was enjoying tea. "Young master, I've found out that the remedy for this plague was given by Miss Su." The critically ill patients who seemed about to die were transferred into side rooms, and after she personally treated them, they improved. "Do you think we can invite her to treat, madam?" The young man in fine clothes, Suze, stood up and said, "Let's go." Suwon had been awake for almost a day and night, and as soon as she sat on the horse, her little head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, moving bit by bit. Guian was still outside the carriage. Suwon originally planned to have him sit inside with her, but Lord Fan's carriage looked very grand in the village, though it was actually quite small. It was just enough for one person. Two would be a bit crowded. The young tendergrass was a bit old-fashioned and refused to squeeze in with her, so she had to give up. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Suwon, who was dozing peacefully, was thrown forward as the carriage stopped abruptly. Because of the narrow space, her small head hit the wall of the carriage hard.
Ugh.
Suwon pouted and rubbed her forehead, then unhappily lifted the curtain to peek outside. A carriage pulled by 4 horses appeared, 3 times taller than Lord Fan's carriage, blocking their way. No wonder their carriage suddenly stopped. A guard from the opposite carriage jumped down and respectfully stood in front of Suwon's carriage. "My name is Su Chong, a guard for the 5th young master of the Dingbei Marquis estate. Our young master invites Dr. Su to visit the estate for a consultation." At this moment, Suwon was awakened from her nap and accidentally hit her head, feeling her anger rising. The troublemaker didn't even apologize and wanted her to visit their estate? Maybe they have a serious illness? Suwon's face turned small and serious. She waved her little hand. "No, I won't go. No matter how much money you offer, I won't go." After saying that, she sat back into her carriage, feeling annoyed. She had just dreamed that the young tendergrass wanted to kiss her, but this annoying person interrupted her. She was unhappy. Su Chong was turned away, and his eyes sharpened. The young master ordered that since Dr. Su's medical skills are confirmed to be excellent, they must invite her back today no matter what. Just as he was about to act, a figure, not as tall as him but as upright as a pine tree, jumped down from the carriage and stood in front of him. Yuan's deep, dark eyes, shining with cold light, swept over Su Chong, finally settling on the tall carriage. He loudly said, "Dingbei Marquis has been loyal and brave all his life. Does he know his descendants are bullying others outside?" Suze, dressed in black brocade, stepped out of the carriage, facing Yuan's voice. He was worried that his little tender grass was being bullied, so he peeked out from the carriage. Suwon's gaze fixed on Suze's face for a moment, sharp as a knife, with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like peach blossoms holding a smile. As he opened his fan, the word handsome young master seemed tailor-made for him. He's quite good-looking. Just a little bit less than her little tender grass. Suze got off the carriage, tall and graceful, walking to the front of Suwon's carriage. He smiled gently and said, "Dr. Su, I apologize for the rudeness of my servant. Please don't mind. It was not my intention to block or bump into you. My mother is seriously ill, and I was anxious, which led to this rude act. I wonder if Dr. Su can forgive me and come to the estate for a consultation for my mother?" His voice was as gentle as he was, even under the hot sun, making people feel like a spring breeze. Suze believed that no girl could resist his charm or refuse his requests. But in reality, Suwon simply slammed the door of the carriage and coldly refused no. "Husband, let's go home. What is going on?" Relying on his good looks and acting like a proud peacock, he still tried to flirt in front of her young apprentice. Didn't her face turn dark when she saw him? Yuan also looked coldly at Suze and his guard Su Chong, then turned around and jumped onto the carriage. He picked up the whip and lightly tapped the horse's rear. The carriage moved steadily out of the city. At this moment, the drivers arranged by Master Fan had already been frightened to the point of being stunned. This was the son of the Duke of Dingbei. Even their master would have to treat him with great care. He had almost knelt down just now. But these two not only refused him but also scolded him and showed him a cold face. Do they really know who they have offended? If they truly angered the Duke of Dingbei's son, even their master couldn't help them. Suze looked at the humble carriage that had already left the city gate, awkwardly touching his nose. Could it be that after living in the countryside with his mother for so long, his charm was gone? He couldn't even flirt with a small female doctor and was rejected with a cold face. On the way back, Yuan's face darkened halfway. How did he run into Suze, that love magnet? Suze is the fifth son of the Duke of Dingbei and one of the most famous playboys in the capital. But he is different from other playboys. Others fight and cause trouble, but he likes to ignite passions, making many young ladies in the city fall for him. Once, a young lady even shaved her head to become a nun on his wedding day, causing a big stir. Yuan had already thought it through. He and Suwon were not truly married. If she ever found her true love, he would support her. But when he saw Suze's charming eyes smiling at her, his heart felt tight. He was afraid she might be bewitched by Suze. Her true love shouldn't be a flirt. Fortunately, Suwon was not at all swayed by him. In fact, she disliked him very much. Thinking of the small action Suwon took to slam the carriage door because she disliked Suze, Yuan found her particularly adorable. His originally dark face unconsciously curved into a slight smile, a hint of amusement. When Yuan helped Suwon out of the carriage at the door, he heard lively chatter from their yard, as if the villagers nearby had come. It seemed they were all talking about congratulating her. A cute little doll-like child peeked out from between the door cracks, looking outside. Her soft, messy hair had been neatly combed and tied into two adorable little puffs with red hairbands. When she saw Yuan and Suwon get off the carriage, her big, black, shiny eyes lit up with surprise. She hurriedly waddled out with her short legs, ran to them, and looked at them eagerly. "Are you Jing's dad and mom?"
she asked. Suwon was surprised.
She had rescued the little girl and planned to raise her if she couldn't find her family, but hearing her call her mom made her feel a little strange. She crouched down and gently pinched the small puffs on the girl's head, saying, "I'm not your mom, but I am your older sister. From now on, you will live with me." The little girl was very thin, with a delicate face and big, bright eyes that looked even larger because she was so slim. Her beautiful features made her look very charming, and her big, shiny eyes made her even more adorable. She bit her small, white thumb and looked at Suwon and Yuan with curiosity. "Me, my sister, so is he my brother?" Suwon thought for a moment and corrected her seriously. "No, he's your brother-in-law." Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The little girl crossed her arms behind her back, frowned slightly, and looked at him carefully. She circled around him twice and then asked, "Brother-in-law?" Suwon thought the girl didn't understand what brother-in-law meant. She was about to explain when she saw the girl lift her chin, point at Yuan confidently with her tiny finger, and say, "Sister, he's not good enough for you. Don't take him."
Yuan.
Yuan. Suwon pulled the girl aside and pointed to the Gu family's yard softly. "Jing, the house we're living in now belongs to your brother-in-law's family. The food we eat is also from his house. If I don't want him anymore, we won't have a place to stay or food to eat." The girl bit her finger thoughtfully, frowned seriously, and then whispered to Suwon, thinking she was speaking quietly, "Sister, if we have our own house and our own food, then we don't need him anymore, right?"
Yuan.
Little Do Ding didn't need Su Wan's answer. She reached out her small hand and tightly held Su Wan's hand, speaking seriously and carefully. Sister, don't worry. When Jinger grows up, he will earn a lot of money and buy you a big house. Then we can send him away. Seeing little Do Ding's confident and serious look, Su Wan felt a bit overwhelmed. Could a 3-year-old from ancient times understand so much? Oh, dear, isn't that your brother Yuan and One coming back? Su Wan was thinking about how to talk to little Do Ding about brother-in-law Guian when a loud voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and saw Tian Suehua, Gu Qingshan's wife, coming out of their yard. Tian Suehua stretched her neck and looked toward the village entrance, just in time to see a glimpse of the county magistrate's carriage. Her smile on her face instantly became more enthusiastic. Oh, Juan, is that the county magistrate's carriage personally bringing you back? Old sister-in-law, look, when Juan first arrived, I said she looked so pretty. Our brother Yuan is lucky. And indeed, Juan's medical skills are impressive. She can even cure the plague. The county magistrate personally came to pick her up. That's a first in our village. Even young Li Jing has never received such treatment. Our brother Yuan is smart in his studies, good at carpentry, and hardworking. Old sister-in-law, with such a good son and daughter-in-law, you can look forward to a happy life. Su Wan was pulled into the yard by Tian Suehua, who held her arm affectionately. She wasn't used to such closeness from others. As she looked at Tian Suehua holding her arm, her eyes involuntarily twitched. If she remembered correctly, not long ago, Tian Suehua told Chinshur that she was formidable and should sharpen her sharpness. And yesterday afternoon, she came to their house with a fierce attitude, worried that the children they brought back might spread the plague, one of the main culprits being Tian Suehua herself. How could her words change so completely in just a day? Su Wan calmly withdrew her hand from Tian Suehua's arm. Tian Suehua's loud voice drew the attention of the onlookers in the yard. A group of people gathered around Su Wan and Gu Yuan, asking eagerly, One, what does it feel like to ride in the county magistrate's carriage? One, are there many deaths in the city? I heard they said the county magistrate ordered all the city gates to be closed, and no one is allowed to enter the city. Young miss, you're back so quickly. Has the plague in the city been cured? Did the county magistrate reward you with gold, silver, or jewelry? When Su Wan heard this, she thought of the poor county official who still owed her 30 when out of the total 134 win for medical fees. Gu Yuan looked at the aunties in the yard with a polite smile. Auntie Tian, Auntie Lu, Auntie Wu, the plague in the city is under control, so everyone doesn't need to worry. Last night, Wan and I helped care for the patients and didn't get much rest. Maybe you all should go home today and come back when you're free. Gu Yuan's way of asking them to leave was quite blunt for himself, but for the curious aunties wanting to hear gossip, it was quite polite. Those aunties ignored him entirely, pulling Su Wan aside and deliberately lowering their voices, though everyone could still hear. Asking her, Young miss, I heard the plague first started in Yanghua Lane. Did those kiln girls catch the disease too? If the kiln girls were the first to get sick, then I think this plague isn't much different from other contagious diseases. Who would get such a disease if they were normal? I agree. Look at our village. Only Yang Hu, that troublemaker, got sick. It's really embarrassing for our village. Although Gu Yuan grew up in the village, he was only 5 when he lost his parents and spent most of his time in private schools and academies, rarely dealing with these aunties. Now, seeing this scene, he felt a bit overwhelmed. He wanted them to leave quickly, so Su Wan could rest well, but they paid him no attention at all. Just as he was about to ask Shun and a few other sisters-in-law for help, he suddenly heard Su Wan exclaim, Oh no, Auntie, I was in such a rush to come back that I forgot to change my clothes. When I was treating a patient, another patient vomited on me. That's the easiest way to catch the disease. As soon as Su Wan finished speaking, the aunties around her looked at her with fear, quickly backing away as if she were a snake or a scorpion. Tian Suehua was the first to awkwardly but politely speak up. Young miss, I just remembered. I have a basket of clothes at home that haven't been washed. I'll go wash them now. I still have pig feed boiling at home, so I'll head back too. My family's chickens haven't been locked up yet. I went back to lock them up first. In an instant, everyone dispersed quickly. Suwon looked at her clean clothes and wondered how she could forget to change out of her stained outfit. Yuan watched her bright, clever eyes like a little fox, and a faint smile appeared on his face without him realizing. The hot water is already prepared in the kitchen. Wash up quickly and go rest. Before Suwon could respond, she saw Jinga struggling to carry a heavy wooden basin toward her. Water splashed out as he moved, splattering his cute, snowy face. Big sister, wash your face. Next to them, Guian hurriedly handed Suwon a soap pod. Fourth aunt, use this soap to wash your hands. It'll be cleaner. Both children spoke at the same time and then looked at each other. Suwon took the basin from Jinger's hands. Jinger, with his small hands behind his back, looked at Guian with bright, lively eyes, frowned thoughtfully, cleared his throat, puffed out his little chest, and tiptoed to pat Guian's small shoulder. He even deliberately lowered his gentle voice a bit and said, "And be good. Call him uncle." Guian was caught off guard. Earlier today, Jinger had already woken up, and Guian was happy about having a new little brother at home. They had been playing and calling each other brothers happily. But who would have thought that once Uncle and Annie came back, the little brother would become an uncle? Looking at the tiny little guy who was half a head shorter than himself, Guian was a bit reluctant. But under Yuan and Chen's guidance, he was a polite boy. So he lowered his head, looked a bit sad, and obediently called out, "Little uncle." Jinger jumped up, patted Guian's small head, then, with his hands behind his back, nodded calmly. "Good nephew." After washing up, Suwon didn't rush to sleep. Instead, she asked Guian about Jinger's condition after he woke up. From the moment Jinger first spoke to her, she had already suspected that the child might have amnesia. He probably remembered only his own name, Jinger, and nothing else. After talking with Guian, her suspicion was confirmed. Fourth sister-in-law, Jinger only remembers his name. He doesn't even remember his own family name. How can we help him find his relatives? Suwon remained calm. It's okay. If you can't find them, just take your time. Actually, since she found Jinger, she never thought she would be able to find Jinger's family again. Even in modern times with good infrastructure, a lost child is hard to find again. And in ancient times, when transportation and communication were not advanced, it was even more difficult. Guian also realized that whether or not Jinger's family could be found didn't matter if Jinger still remembered them or not. She looked at Suwon with some confusion. Fourth sister-in-law, I don't understand. Jinger's head isn't injured, so how could she forget everything? A doctor once said that her fourth brother might forget things after waking up because he had a head injury. Not only head injuries can cause amnesia. Sometimes, after experiencing something so painful that you can't accept it, you might forget. It's a way our minds protect us, Suwon explained to Guian. Guian nodded as if she understood but looked playful. She stuck out her tongue at Suwon. Fourth sister-in-law, you should rest quickly. If I delay my fourth brother from seeing you resting, he'll definitely get worried and tap my head again. Suwon slept until the sun was setting the next day. When she opened her eyes, she felt a bit dazed. She shook her head and realized she had slept for such a long time. Even during experiments, she wouldn't usually sleep this long after staying up for days and nights. In the end, it was because her small body was just too weak. After waking up, Suwon not only smelled the fragrant aroma of fried pork, but also heard cheers coming from outside the village. Guian, who had just woken up, dashed back like a little monkey. He ran into the kitchen, cheeks flushed with excitement, pulling Chin-shur as they headed outside. Grandma, it's done? The water wheel my fourth uncle made is finished. The water from the big river is flowing in, and it's so clear. Chin-shur quickly scooped the fried pork from the pot into a bowl, then casually fed a piece to Guian. She took his hand and said, "Really? Let's go see." When Chin-shur left the kitchen, Suwon had just finished tidying up and came out of the house. Chin-shur grabbed Suwon's hand. "Wani, you're awake? Let's go see." And then said the water wheel my fourth brother made is finished. There's water now. Suwon's eyes sparkled as she nodded happily. She knew her little tendergrass was very capable. As Chun-Shur and Suwon left the courtyard, everyone in the village was already heading toward the river. There is no need to go all the way to the river. Halfway there, everyone could already see the clear water rushing through the newly dug water channels toward the fields. When they reached the riverbank, a large water wheel was turning slowly and steadily, lifting water from the river and pouring it into the channels. Under the setting sun, the shimmering water reflected a golden glow, and the water flowing into the channels looked like flowing gold. Yuan was standing by the water channel, his usually weary eyes now filled with pure happiness and satisfaction. Some villagers had already taken out their treasured copper basins to celebrate. The presence of water meant their crops could be planted. They just needed to wait a few more months until the new harvest, and everyone could survive. At dinner that night, after Chin divided the cooked meat among the family, she pushed the remaining portion to Suwon. "Wan, you've been helping in the city with the plague these past days. Eat more, and take good care of yourself." "Thank you, Mother," Suwon replied with a sweet smile, then carefully divided the remaining half portion of meat among the children. The wild pig meat, after being cooked in oil for a while, had lost its unpleasant smell. When stir-fried on high heat, it gave off a unique and delicious aroma. The children ate eagerly, their faces covered in oil, which made everyone feel happy. Jinger looked at the meat that Suwon had put into his bowl, then at her empty bowl of rice. Without hesitation, he scooped all the meat back into her bowl. "Wan, you eat." When Suwon returned yesterday, Jinger had obediently called her sister Su. But this afternoon, after hearing Yuan call her Wan, he refused to accept it. He insisted that calling her Wan was more intimate, and he wanted to call her that too. Seeing Jinger's adorable face, Suwon reached out and pinched his cheek. "All right, I'll eat." Old Gu was very happy during dinner. To celebrate, he even asked Chin to fetch 2 more gin of strong homemade wine. While drinking, Old Gu arranged for the whole family to go out the next day to transplant corn. Corn could be planted from the village's founding until around the Dragon Boat Festival. Generally, the earlier it was planted, the better because it was less likely to get pests. However, this year, from the start of the year, the weather was dry and rainy, causing delays. Fortunately, it rained recently and the water wheel and channels had been repaired, so they could seize the last opportunity to plant the corn. The next day, Suwon went to the fields with everyone. "The corn I planted earlier has already sprouted." After sprouting, Gu daily waters it twice every morning and evening, so the seedlings are growing strong. Unlike others who plant seeds directly, their plants are thin and numerous, and they wither quickly in the sun. Our family works together to prepare the land and transplant the corn, busy and happy. Even Gu Zian and Jinger are not resting. They are busy searching for earthworms in the field. When they find one, they put it in a bamboo tube to feed the chickens later. Today, Guian didn't come out because she is the same age as Suwon, both 15, and at the age to get engaged. But because the weather was bad, the engagement was delayed. Mrs. Chin worries that if Guian goes out now and gets sunburned, it will be harder to talk about the engagement. So she keeps Guian at home doing chores. Guian isn't lazy at home. She feeds the chickens, sweeps the yard, washes clothes, and chops firewood quickly. While chopping firewood, she hears a knocking sound outside the yard. She casually picks up her axe and goes to open the door. Who is it? The moment she opens the door, her eyes widen. She stares blankly at Su Zhe standing outside, unable to react for a moment. Su Zhe's gaze pauses on the axe in her hand, then shifts to her face with a gentle look and quickly bows politely. "May I ask, is this the home of Dr. Su?" Guian finally comes back to herself. She notices her axe has unknowingly fallen to the ground and hurriedly responds, "Yes, it is. But my sister-in-law isn't home right now. Would you like to come in and sit?" Su Zhe hesitates, but then says respectfully, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Before he finishes speaking, Guian quickly picks up the axe from the ground and steps in front of him. Su Zhe is startled and instinctively takes a step back. Realizing her action was a bit abrupt, Guian quickly hides the axe behind her and shyly says, "Young master, I'm sorry." I forgot I'm only alone at home, so it's not convenient for you to come in. Then I'll take you to find my sister-in-law in the field, he suggests. All right, thank you very much, miss. Suze bows politely, showing good manners. Guian's cheeks flush as she locks the door. No need to thank me. Is someone at your home sick with the plague? It's not that. My mother is ill, and despite calling many doctors, she hasn't improved. I heard that Dr. Su is highly skilled and even devised methods to treat plagues, so I came to seek his help, Suze gently said. Guian dared not look at him again. Only listening to his voice made her face feel like it was burning. Seeing Guian's shy expression, Suze's lips curved into a satisfied smile. It seems his charm is still flawless. The only problem is that the young healer Yuan failed to recognize his true worth and treated him badly. At the farm, Guian, to ease her embarrassment, called out from a distance, "Fourth sister-in-law, a young man is looking for you. He wants you to treat his mother." Her voice not only caught the attention of the Gu family, but also the nearby villagers working in the fields. Many people looked over and saw Suze standing in the field, dressed in moon-white brocade, looking like a celestial being. Suddenly, a few people gathered and started discussing. Who is this noble young master or wealthy son? I just passed by De Yong's house and saw a big carriage outside, pulled by 6 horses. The county magistrate's carriage only had 2 horses. Could it be that De Yong's family got lucky? They bought a bride to bring good fortune, and their son, who was sick for half a month, suddenly woke up after lying in bed. The visitors they received are all quite wealthy. Looks like De Yong's family is about to prosper. Hey, did you see the corn seedlings in De Yong's field? They're thick and strong, and I heard they use very few seeds. Less than 4 gene of seed for such wide planting. It's all thanks to Suwon's method of starting seedlings before transplanting. As they talked excitedly, everyone looked at Suwon's family with envy. After glancing at Suze, Suwon gave him a small tap on the back of his head and ignored him, continuing to squat and transplant corn seedlings. She didn't particularly dislike this proud peacock, but her little tender grass seemed to dislike him very much, so she kept her distance. Suze, with a good temper, squatted beside her and asked, "Dr. Su, what would make you willing to come and see patients?" Su Chong was stunned when he saw this scene. His 5th young master was famous in the capital for having a hot temper, though he liked to show off his handsome face, attracting many young ladies who admired him. He is a very strange person. He likes girls to admire him, but does not like girls to get close to him. In the capital, any girl who approaches him will make him angry. But now, this contradictory 5th young master is actually sitting beside that little healer girl, and he's even sitting in the yellow soil that he despises so much. Yes, in the hole he already dug, he poured some foul-smelling fertilizer that has fermented.
Just this.
5th young master, who has been raised in luxury and never touched hard work, surprisingly endures it. Suwon thinks the person next to her, Suze, sounds like a noisy parrot, very loud. She turns her head to glance at the noble young master, noticing that his smiling peach blossom eyes hide obvious disgust. She looks at the freshly fertilized soil where she plans to transplant corn, her bright little deer eyes flashing with mischief. She deliberately raises her muddy little hand and pats Suze's shoulder. Young master is seeking medical help for his mother, showing such filial piety that it moves heaven and earth. This consultation, it's easy to say. Suze's white silk robe instantly bears her small muddy paw prints. Suze clenches his silver teeth repeatedly. This girl is doing it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. If his mother's illness hadn't worsened these past 2 days, he would have cut off her claws on the spot. This consultation will definitely delay the work at home. How about this? First help me transplant these corn, and I'll go with you for the consultation. Suwon tilts her little head, her bright deer eyes sparkling as she speaks. This is easy. Suze taps his folding fan, which he holds in his hand, then closes it. Su Chong, come here. Suwon doesn't stop him, only frowning slightly and thinking. My land isn't small, but it's not tiny either. One person probably can't finish it by tomorrow morning. If you want to treat your mother's illness sooner, you should help your guards work together. While speaking, Suwon points to a large area of land belonging to the Gu family nearby. The Gu family has many children and plenty of labor. Plus, everyone is hardworking. They were poor before because they spent a lot on Gu Yuan's education, but the Gu family's land isn't small. Although it's all reclaimed land and not very good, after so many years of fertilization, in good harvest years, they can easily support the whole family. Suze looks at that large piece of land, which is at least 5 acres. Su Chong really wouldn't finish it by tomorrow morning. His face looks so grim it seems like he could squeeze water out of it. Suwon didn't care how bad his mood was. After helping him plant the fields, she turned to her family and said, "Father, mother, older sister-in-law. The young master and his guards helped us with the work in the fields. Let's go home now."
Oh.
The sun is so bright. Suwon raised her hand to pretend to block the sun, then smiled sweetly at Suze. "Young master, hurry up. Finish transplanting the corn seedlings, then come to my house and call me." Suze's smile on his face finally couldn't hold anymore. His handsome face darkened like a black pot. He wasn't planning to cut off this girl's claws. He was planning to cut her. He had only promised to do his part of the work, but he ended up calling away all the people from the Gu family, leaving him to do all the work himself. While Suwon and Suze were talking, Guian kept lingering nearby, repeatedly planting the same corn seedling just a step away from Suwon. Seeing the corn seedling in his hand, which was already battered and lacking spirit, Suwon's small face showed a slightly more obedient smile. She looked innocent and harmless, completely different from the person who had just been digging a hole for Suze. Yuan, let's go. We're going home." Although the Gu family felt it wasn't quite proper to let a young master from a noble family plant corn seedlings, they chose to listen to Yuan. Only Guian felt a bit sad for such a handsome young man who had to work with mud and farm manure. When they left, she kept glancing back at Suze. While Suze was busy transplanting corn seedlings in the fields under the stars and moon, Suwon was already hugging her little tender plant like an octopus, sleeping soundly and possessively. But tonight was different from usual. Next to their big bed, there was a small bed. On the small bed, Jinger was sleeping sprawled out, snoring softly. At this moment, Chen-Shi was not asleep yet. She nudged her elbow against Gu Laohan, who was already snoring beside her. His father, that young master who came today, doesn't seem like an ordinary person. The big cart pulled by 6 horses is still parked outside our yard. Do you think Yuan could be planning to take revenge on us and cut our heads off someday? Gu Laohan, half asleep, turned over and said, "Wife, don't worry about it. Yuan is not a careless girl. Besides, there's also Lao Si." When letting that young master plant the corn, Lao Si didn't say anything. "What are you worried about?" Before Chen-Shi could say more, they heard a knocking sound outside the courtyard door. She quickly kicked Old Man Gu and told him to open the door. She also hurriedly dressed herself neatly, seeing that when she arrived today, Yuyabai still looked elegant, and Suze was smiling happily. Now, his fine clothes were stained with yellow and green patches, and his face was as black as a pot bottom. Old Man Gu and Mrs. Chun were so intimidated by Suze's presence that they didn't dare make a sound. At this moment, Suze no longer pretended to be gentle and kind. He scowled and shouted, "That girl, tell her to come out for the young master." Old Man Gu and Mrs. Chun exchanged a glance. Although they had no power and couldn't fight Suze, if Suze wanted to harm Yuan, they would risk their lives to stop him. "Young master, our 4th daughter-in-law." Old Man Gu was about to make an excuse, saying Suwon had already left. The door to Suwon and Su Yuan's room was already open. Suwon was dressed neatly, but her face still looked tired, as if she hadn't slept well, showing her bossy attitude. Frowning slightly, she looked fierce. "You disturbed my brother's sleep. Go outside and talk." Just moments ago, Suze was furious, wanting to tear the girl apart, but when he saw her fierce little face, he suddenly couldn't be angry anymore. A hint of grievance flickered in his charming eyes. He looked upset and followed Suwon to the yard, feeling wronged. After Gu Yuan tucked Jinger into bed, he quickly followed out. As he stepped out of the main hall, he saw Su-won looking at Su-zae with disgust, fanning her nose to waft away the bad smell. Are you planning to go back to the mansion like this? Su-zae was so angry, he almost exploded. Clearly, this girl was playing tricks on him, making him, the noble Marquis of Dingbei, work like a farmer all day in the fields, even carrying lanterns at night to help her plant corn seedlings. His back still hurt and wouldn't straighten. But now, this girl was complaining that he smelled bad. Su-zae was furious inside, feeling like a little person was jumping around wildly in his heart. Su-won completely ignored his irritable look. She took 2 steps back to keep her distance and said, "There is hot water in the kitchen pot. Go wash up, then we'll go to your house to treat your mother's illness."
Confronting.
The girl was somewhat considerate, knowing to prepare hot water for him. However, he wouldn't show it on his face. He looked down at Su-won, who was only as tall as his shoulders, and sneered twice. "You brat, you'd better cure my mother's illness, or..." "If even I can't cure your mother's illness, then no one in this world can. By the way, the consultation fee is 100 taels of silver. Pay first, then treat the illness." Just as Su-zae was feeling pleased, a small hand stretched out in front of him asking for money, shattering all his happy thoughts. This time, not only Su-zae but also Old Man Gu, Old Lady Chen, and Gu Yuan were all stunned, especially Gu Yuan, who had seen Su-won treat illnesses before. Last time, she saved the son of Zheng the butcher and only charged 100 won for the consultation. The time before that, when she went with Lord Fan to the government office to treat the plague, she only charged 1 won per patient. But now, she was asking for 100 taels of silver. Su-zae hesitated for a long time without taking the money. Su-won's small hands grew tired, so she naturally retracted them and yawned slightly. "Are you going to treat or not? If not, I'll go back to sleep." Su-zae gritted his teeth and looked at Su-chong. Su-chong, looking pained, took out a silver note worth 100 taels from his money pouch. Su-zae snatched the silver note from Su-chang's hand and slapped it into Su-won's palm. "You brat, I've paid the money. I tell you, if you can't cure my mother's illness, I'll hold you responsible." Su-won stored the silver note carefully. Her small, deer-like eyes looked at Su-zae with disdain. She pinched her nose with one hand and waved the other in the air, grumbling loudly. "Go take a bath. You smell terrible." Su-zae was so angry, he almost jumped up, but Su-won had already carefree gone back to her room. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. After a whole day of hard work, Su-zae and Su-chong, the tired master and servant, washed up in the Gu family's kitchen with hot water. Su-chong then took a spare set of fine clothes from the carriage and changed into them. This time, Su-zae's clothes were dark green, decorated with ink-colored bamboo. After putting them on, he looked quite proper and handsome again. Su-won looked at his clothes and silently muttered, "So flashy." She didn't lower her voice intentionally, so Su-zae heard her. His face immediately turned the same dark green as his clothes. But thinking that he still needed Su-won to treat his mother, he held back and swallowed his words. Gu Yuan naturally didn't want Su-won to go alone with Su-zae, so he also got into the carriage with her. Su-zae's carriage is not as cramped as the poor little carriage of the county magistrate. The inside of the carriage is very spacious, enough for 3 people to sit comfortably. Although Su-zae is reluctant to sit in the same carriage as that rude girl, he is even less willing to share a carriage with Gu Yuan. He glances at Gu Yuan with a sideways look, snorts twice, and is about to ask Gu Yuan to get off the carriage when Su-won speaks up, "Young Master Su, shouldn't you have a more polite attitude when inviting someone? And I am a married woman. Do you think it's appropriate for us to share a carriage?" Originally, Su-zae planned to kick Gu Yuan out of the carriage, but he grits his teeth with a look full of hostility and sits beside Su-chong, who is outside the carriage, driving the horses. Su-chong feels the murderous aura from his master and quietly says, "Fifth young master, killing is against the law." Old Marquis said that if someone from the Marquis family dares to commit crimes, he will hang them at the city gate and beat them to death. Su-zae coldly glances at Su-chong. "I don't know. It's up to you to say." Su Chong trembles and honestly drives the carriage, not daring to provoke this young master again. The old Marquis of Dingbei was instrumental in helping the current emperor ascend the throne, with great contributions, and gained the emperor's trust. After clearing obstacles for the emperor and helping him gain control of the court, he retired early, handed over military power, and resigned from all official positions, which made the emperor trust him even more. Now, the Marquis of Dingbei is the eldest son of the old Marquis, Su Hong, Su Zhe's father. Su Hong lacks the brilliance of the old Marquis, has average abilities, and after inheriting the title, he serves as the Minister of Rights in the court. He does his job properly, and over the years, he has neither made great achievements nor committed serious mistakes. Su Hong has no particular strengths, but he is known for one thing: his unwavering loyalty. Unlike other noble families with multiple wives and concubines, Su Hong is deeply devoted to his wife, Yishur. Over the years, there has not been a single concubine or secondary wife in the Dingbei Marquis' residence. It is said that 5 years ago, when Yishur suddenly fell seriously ill, she tried to summon her strength to ask Su Hong to take a concubine, but he firmly refused. The palace doctors were helpless about Yishur's illness, so Su Hong had his 5 sons take turns accompanying her and searching for famous doctors outside the palace. This year, it was the turn of the youngest, 5th son Su Zhe, to accompany his mother to seek medical help. But by then, Yishur's condition was worsening day by day, and she herself felt hopeless, believing she was beyond saving. This year, her main goal was no longer to seek medical help but to walk the same path she had taken in her youth. When Su Hong was young, he served as the governor of Liangjiang. Lady Yi accompanied him during his term, and they also stayed in the Jiangnan area for a while. After returning to the capital, she often thought about this place. She wanted to come back while her health was still good, to walk here again. However, Su Zhe was not willing to give up. He kept searching everywhere for a kind-hearted folk doctor. When Su Zhe took Su Yuan to the southern estate of the Dingbei Marquis, it was already late at night. An old maid stood at the gate of the estate, looking outside. Su Zhe saw her, and her face, always charming and sly like a fox spirit, made him nervous. He quickly stepped forward and asked Grandma Zhang, "Why are you waiting here? Has my mother had another bad spell?" "No. Madam is resting peacefully. She's just tired. Since the 5th young master hasn't returned for a long time and Madam is worried, I asked the old servant to wait here for him," Grandma Zhang replied kindly. Su Zhe let out a small sigh of relief and looked back at Su Yuan, saying, "Grandma, I've found a new doctor. When Mother wakes up, I'll take her to see her." Grandma Zhang looked kindly at Su Yuan, seeming to think she wasn't a doctor, then shifted her gaze to Gu Yuan. But Gu Yuan looked no older than 16 or 17. How could he be a doctor? Grandma Zhang silently sighed. The 5th young master was still too young. He didn't even realize he was being tricked. Still, out of filial piety, Grandma Zhang didn't want to expose him. She politely said, "Then please, both of you, follow me to the guest room to rest for the night. When Madam wakes up tomorrow, I will take you to see her for treatment." Before she finished, a young maid hurried out from inside the yard and quickly bowed to Su Zhe and Grandma Zhang, saying, "5th young master, Grandma, Madam. Madam is unwell again." Hearing this, Su Zhe's face changed. He reached out to grab Su Yuan's hand. "Come with me, quickly." But Gu Yuan stepped forward silently, blocking the way between him and Su Yuan, and calmly said, "Young Master Su, please lead the way." Su Zhe realized his earlier action was abrupt. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he flicked his sleeve and led the way ahead. Su Chong, standing nearby, was almost shocked out of his wits. His 5th young master just now. Was he trying to pull Dr. Su? His family's 5th young master is usually the most annoyed when women try to touch him. Yet, he unexpectedly wanted to pull a woman closer. At this moment, Su Zhe also furrowed his brows tightly, feeling very annoyed. He didn't understand why. This bratty girl clearly disliked everyone in the capital, being rude and daring to scheme against him. He wanted to scold her. But strangely, he felt very close to her. This kind of pulling and tugging, this intimate action, he would never do with anyone else. Yet with her it felt natural, he didn't even have to think about it, just. Although he had only met her a few times, he felt a strange connection. Su Zhe's brows furrowed even more tightly, but even with his frown, it didn't lessen his handsome, captivating face. Instead, because of this action, he looked almost like a gentle, pitiful figure, as if he was holding a delicate treasure. Unfortunately, Yuan and Guian, who were with him now, were not the kind to cherish or pity. Yuan followed Su Zhe into a quiet little courtyard. The place was silent. Su Zhe hurriedly quickened his steps and almost ran into the house. Yuan quickly followed. Guian naturally couldn't enter the ladies' room in the mansion, so outside, he only signaled with his eyes for Yuan to be careful, standing quietly on the porch. Inside the room, Yuan saw Lady Yi lying on the bed, looking pale and gaunt. Though unconscious, her brows were tightly furrowed in pain, and her lips had turned purple. Obviously, she was taking in more air than she was releasing. Yuan didn't hesitate. She quickly took a simple oxygen mask from her small cloth pouch, placed it on Lady Ye's face, and held the balloon with her hand, squeezing it rapidly. With oxygen, Lady Ye's pale face visibly started to recover, and her breathing became smoother. After saving her, Yuan handed the balloon to Su Zhe.
Hold it, she said.
Although Su Zhe was unhappy with the girl's attitude, this was for his mother's health. He took the balloon without complaint. Yuan sat down, checked Lady Ye's pulse, then took out a stethoscope from her pouch and hung it around her neck. She was about to listen to Lady Ye's heartbeat when Su Zhe instinctively stopped her. "What are you doing?" he asked. He had never seen the strange device she was holding, and he wondered where she was planning to put it on his mother. Yuan rolled her eyes at Su Zhe. "Madam has a heart condition. If I don't listen to her heartbeat, how can I treat her?" Su Zhe was scolded again. He could only silently squeeze the airbag repeatedly to provide enough oxygen for Madame Yi. After using the stethoscope to listen to Madame Ye's heartbeat through her undershirt, Yuan also checked her liver, spleen, and abdominal sounds, then lifted Madame Ye's pants to examine her calf. Madame Ye's calf was smooth and white, but Yuan gently pressed it, leaving a deep dent that didn't bounce back for a long time. Nanny Zhang saw this scene and wanted to speak but hesitated because of Su Zhe. Su Zhe's attitude towards Yuan was different from that of a doctor. No doctor would normally touch the lady casually like this. Yuan put away the stethoscope. Madame Ye's symptoms clearly indicated dilated cardiomyopathy, a serious acquired heart disease. Usually, surgery is needed to cure it, especially for someone like Madame Yi, who is already struggling to breathe. She could perform the surgery, but in Qingqiao, such procedures were mainly used in the military hospitals and were mostly for external surgeries. Very few people would open someone's chest to do a heart operation. Moreover, the conditions were not suitable now, no sterile rooms or proper facilities, so rushing into surgery would be very risky. Su Zhe, who was quite vain, had at least helped transplant a wide patch of corn. Since he promised to cure his mother, she would naturally do her best.
Suvan çeket Madame Yagain.
Her lips, which had been pale and bluish, had regained some color. Although her face still looked thin and gaunt, her complexion was much healthier. Turning to Su Zhe, Yuan said, "She has stabilized now. She no longer needs the ventilator. Go bring me a glass of water." "Okay." Su Zhe naturally got up and went to fetch water. But after taking a few steps, he realized that this girl was giving him commands again. He had unknowingly obeyed her without question, being completely obedient to her. Feeling very annoyed, he knew turning back now would be embarrassing, so he resigned himself and went to pour the water. Yuan saw Su Zhe leave and then said to Nanny Zhang, "Nanny, I forgot to tell young Master Su that this water is for Madame's medicine, not tea. It needs to be warm boiled water. Please tell him." Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Shi on the bed with some concern. After Yi Shi put on that strange device belonging to Yuan, her breathing became noticeably smoother. She bowed to Yuan and hurried out to get water. During this time, Suwon replaced the medicine for treating dilated cardiomyopathy with a new bottle and added a few bottles of quick-acting heart-saving pills. When Suze returned with the water, Suwon gave Yi Shi her medicine first, then handed the remaining medicine to Suze, clearly explaining the usage and dosage of each. She also gave Suze a simple breathing mask. Next time your mother has another attack, do as I did just now. Cover her face with the mask, press the airbag, and help her breathe. Afterward, she packed up her stethoscope into her small cloth pouch, hung it on her shoulder, and prepared to leave. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Shi, whose breathing was steady and face had turned rosy. Her earlier doubts about Suwon had completely disappeared, replaced only by respect. She respectfully bowed to Suwon. Dr. Su, I will see you out. Suze suddenly stood up. Girl, stop right there. Are you planning to leave just like that? Suwon rolled her eyes at him. What else? Do you want to invite me to dinner? Suwon thought about it. If Suze really wanted her to stay for dinner, she could reluctantly agree. After all, the Gu family's meals had improved a little since she arrived, but ingredients were still limited, and the food was only SOSO.
Ze snorted in dissatisfaction.
You're a doctor. You diagnose and treat patients, just giving some medicine without explaining what illness they have or how long they need to take it. Do you think that's appropriate? Suwon looked at him with her small deer-like eyes and said calmly, My wife has dilated cardiomyopathy, which is basically a heart disease. It can't be cured with medicine alone. To fully recover, she needs surgery. At first, Suze felt a bit disappointed when he heard that medicine couldn't cure her, but he also felt a small thrill of excitement. Haha, this girl couldn't cure his mother's illness. He had finally found a way to hold her accountable. But when he heard the second part, he froze. Surgery? What kind of surgery? Simply put, I would cut open her chest with a knife and clear the blocked part of her heart. This can effectively prevent heart attacks and ease her frequent breathing difficulties and fainting spells. Susie listened as they discussed opening his chest and other procedures, feeling a cold chill run from his feet. He couldn't help but shiver slightly. Then, he blurted out without thinking, It's too late now. It's not safe for you to go back. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food. After you eat, you can stay here overnight and go back when it's light tomorrow. After saying this, Susie suddenly realized what he had just said. He quickly added, I'm not worried about you. It's just that you came to treat my mother. If something happens to you on the way back, it could ruin our whole family's reputation. Madame Zhang, standing nearby, also chimed in, Yes, Dr. Su, young Master Gu, these are difficult times. Coming so late to treat Our Lady, if anything happens on the way home, it would be bad. Soen blinked her bright, deer-like eyes at Gu Yuan. After Susie finished speaking, although he turned his face away proudly, he kept glancing at Soen out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Soen eagerly looking at Gu Yuan, he couldn't help but snort inwardly. Good-for-nothing girl. Gu Yuan looked at Soen's sparkling eyes and knew she wanted to stay. He unconsciously smiled gently and nodded. Susie hummed vaguely and said to Su Chong, Go tell the kitchen to make more delicious food, so people won't say our whole family is stingy and won't feed a little girl enough.
Yes.
There was crispy lychee duck, rouge goose, sugar-glazed pork knuckles, a big pot of clear chicken soup, and various snacks and side dishes. Soen looked at the table full of delicious food, swallowed, and wagged her little head, sighing, Tias, what they say about the rich, and their food being so rotten it kills the bones. That's it. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of crispy, tender duck meat covered in fragrant lychee, took a bite, and said, So delicious. Susie, who had been feeling proud when he heard her swallow, suddenly had his handsome face turn completely dark after she said this. He felt he really couldn't stay with this brat any longer. If he did, he might get so angry he'd explode. But this girl had a way of making him so mad he almost bit her, then feeding him a sweet treat afterward. Just now, her saying so delicious had instantly cooled his temper. He originally wanted to scold Suwon but swallowed his words instead. His mouth moved faster than his brain and said, When the disaster started this year, our Marquis's estate already donated most of the stored grain from the granary, leaving enough for our household. The ingredients in the side courtyard, are because my mother is not feeling well and needs nourishing. Yuan, still holding a sweet and fragrant goose liver snack, swallowed and looked seriously at Su Zhe, saying, "The lady's illness shouldn't be overtreated. You can eat less chicken, duck, and goose, but pork knuckles are too greasy, so don't eat them. Also, remember to tell the cooks in the estate to use less salt in the lady's food. Given her current health, she shouldn't consume more than 1 gram of salt a day." While Yuan was speaking, Su Zhe listened carefully and then instructed a maid nearby to tell Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama is Ye's trusted wet nurse and the person responsible for Ye's daily care. Yuan hadn't had such a feast in a long time. She kept eating until her belly was round before stopping. When the servants came to clear the table, she quickly stopped them and said, "Go get me a food box." The servant looked puzzled and asked what she wanted the box for. Su Zhe frowned and said, "Do as Dr. Su says." When the food box was brought, Yuan carefully packed each piece of food she had set aside before eating into the box. After packing everything, she solemnly handed the box to the servant and said, "Please, keep this box with well water. I want to take it back to eat tomorrow." Su Zhe's eyes twitched. If someone else did this, he would despise them from head to toe. But for this girl, he thought her packing food was normal. If she didn't pack it, it wouldn't be her. And for some reason, he even felt that her carefulness about saving food was honorable and that their habit of wasting leftovers was shameful. He turned to the servant and ordered, "Put some ice in the box." The servant's eyes widened in disbelief. Ice was such a precious thing. The Marquis had spared no expense, even using the ice gifted from the palace, to make his wife comfortable in the countryside. Now Lord Ho was asking them to bring ice to cool leftovers for Dr. Su? The servant gained a new understanding of Yuan's importance in Su Zhe's mind. The servants at the side courtyard had already arranged rooms for Yuan and Guian. After her training in the special forces in her previous life, Yuan was not picky about where she slept. She could sleep anywhere. So, once she entered her room, she lay her head on the pillow and fell asleep quickly. Guian, however, could not sleep no matter what. His mind kept flashing back to Su Zhe's handsome face, which looked almost devilish. In the past, some people said he looked even more attractive than Su Zhe, but he always had a cold, intimidating expression. Girls in the capital city would avoid him, wishing to stay far away. Su Zhe, on the other hand, always wore a gentle smile, appearing refined and elegant. He truly looked like a noble young master from a storybook, surrounded by moonlight, full of charm, every movement like a painting. Girls saw him and wished they could throw themselves at him. Guian knew how powerful Su Zhe's charm was over women. But Su Zhe was very different with Wanwan. What if Wanwan? Guian sat up, feeling it was necessary to have a serious talk with Su Zhe. At this moment, Su Zhe was also unable to sleep. Thinking about that girl made him feel upset, so he used his light skills to sit on a beam, wanting to get some air. Su Chong, mysterious and silent, also sat quietly beside him. Suddenly, a big face appeared close to his, startling him. "Young master, are you really Su Dafu's son?" Su Zhe almost fell off the beam in shock. He angrily grabbed Su Chong and gave him a hard punch. "Su Chong, you fool! Do you want to scare me to death?" After hitting him, he pouted proudly. "There's no way I would fall for such a rural girl. I just feel sorry for her. She's like a flower planted in cow dung." Her husband, who was only 12 when he took the imperial exam, was robbed by bandits and stopped studying. Now he just farms at home, with no ambition at all. He doesn't deserve her. Su Chong, with a face swollen from the punch, continued to sit beside Su Zhe. "Young master, what kind of person do you think can match Su Dafu's daughter?" Su Zhe frowned and thought for a moment. "I don't know. Among the people I know now, I don't think anyone can match that girl." Su Chong, daring to ask further, leaned his big face close to Su Zhe's. "Young master, does that include you?"
Bang!
Su Zhe punched Su Chong in the face. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have fallen from the beam by now. Fortunately, Su Chong was skilled in martial arts and managed to steady himself. "Su Chong, Are you not thinking clearly now? I told you I have no interest in that girl. No interest. Can't you understand human words?
Shufis snapped angrily.
Su Chong couldn't hold back his curiosity and muttered softly, "If you're not interested in Dr. Su, why do you care whether the match between the husband and wife is suitable?" Su Chong is about the same age as Su Zhe. They grew up together in the Marquis' household, studying and practicing martial arts side by side. To Su Zhe, Su Chong is officially a guard, but in fact, he is closer than his 4 brothers and 1 sister, like family. He sighed and said, "I can't figure this out either. That girl gives me a strange feeling. I really dislike her, but I can't help caring about her. I have no interest in her, but I worry about her. It's like, just like how I feel about my sister." Su Chong rolled his eyes. It sounded as if Su Zhe cared a lot about his sister. But he was the one who was often impatient when talking to Miss Liu. When the master and servant said these things, they didn't bother to hide it, speaking normally. Coincidentally, Yuan, who came to find Su Zhe, heard everything clearly. If Su Zhe had told him directly that he considered Su Wan as a sister, Yuan probably wouldn't believe it. But since Su Zhe told Su Chong, Yuan believed it was true. In his previous life, Su Zhe had been the head of the court. After the death of the current emperor, he became the emperor's right-hand man. His spies covered the entire Qing kingdom, especially the noble families in the capital, and he knew everything about them. He had arranged those spies for the new emperor and knew well about families like the Dingbei Marquis' household. So, Su Zhe's friendship with Su Chong was something he understood. Su Zhe wouldn't lie to Su Chong, and there was no need to. Since Su Zhe truly had no feelings for Wan, and it seemed Wan also had no feelings for him, there was no point in discussing it further. He turned to go back to his guest room. When he arrived earlier, Su Zhe was scolding Su Chong and didn't hear his footsteps. But this time, the courtyard was very quiet. When he moved, Su Zhe and Su Chong heard him and saw 2 figures rise into the air and then land in front of him. Without Su Wan present, Su Zhe no longer pretended not to care about Yuan's existence. His hostility toward Yuan was now openly displayed. "Oh, is that young Master Gu? It's so late. Instead of sleeping peacefully in your room, you're out wandering around? I can't find a proper room?" Su Zhe's voice was full of provocation, making people want to punch him. Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "I came out to talk to you." He had originally planned not to say anything, but since he was caught, he decided to speak. Su Zhe opened his folding fan and smirked.
"Talk. What do you want to talk about?"
Yuan's deep, cold gaze fixed on Su Zhe, and he said slowly, "Stay away from Wan. She already has a family." Under Yuan's oppressive look, Su Zhe's action of fanning himself paused involuntarily. Realizing this, he angrily closed his fan. He was actually scared by a humble mountain man. How embarrassing. Thinking again, talking to someone like him was beneath his status, especially for that annoying girl. He snorted lightly, showing disdain. "I have no interest in married women, and that girl is ugly anyway." After saying this, Su Zhe swaggered into the house with his fan, almost tripping on the steps. If he hadn't nearly fallen on his face, his words might have sounded more convincing. The next day, the Marquis' estate sent a carriage to pick up Su Wan and Yuan. Su Wan sat in the carriage, holding the packed lunchbox from last night, her small face showing satisfaction. She didn't even look back until the carriage left. Meanwhile, Su Zhe, hiding in the shadows instead of seeing her off, was furious. He threw his fan on the ground and muttered, "That girl has no conscience at all. All she cares about is eating. Look at her eyes when she sees the lunchbox. She's happier than when she sees me." Su Chong. Dr. Su looked quite happy when he saw the lunchbox. But when he looked at you, was he really happy? As the carriage stopped at the gate, Su Wan saw a small figure sitting on the doorstep. It was Jinger, with her head drooping and 2 small buns tied with red ribbons on top, very eye-catching. Su Wan jumped down from the carriage, clutching her lunchbox. Just as she landed, she saw Yuan, who had gotten out earlier, reaching out his hand to help her down. She quickly and confidently climbed back onto the carriage, then reached out her hand to Yuan. She tilted her head to peek under the carriage and said, Yuan, this carriage is so high. I'm a little scared. Can you help me down?
Yuan.
It sounds like just now. She suddenly jumped down while holding the food box and then quickly climbed back up again, as if it wasn't her. But he still extended his large hand to her. This time, Yuan obediently took Yuan's hand, stepped onto the stable footstool in the courtyard, and got off the carriage. Their conversation caught the attention of Jing Er, who was sitting on the doorstep. Jing Er quickly lifted her small head, her bright eyes shining as she looked at Yuan. She wiggled her short legs and rushed towards Yuan, hugging her big leg. Wan, I miss you so much. Yuan gently pinched Jing Er's little bun on her head, holding the food box in one hand and Jing Er's hand in the other. Come on, I brought you some delicious food. Let's go home and eat.
Jing Er instinctively swallowed hard.
Yuan originally reached out to help carry the food box, but this time, Yuan was busy with Jing Er and didn't notice his action. He could only awkwardly retract his hand. But as he watched the two of them, one big and one small, walking hand in hand through the courtyard, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Yuan returned early, and since breakfast at home was eaten late, the whole family hadn't had breakfast yet. She reheated the food she brought back from the Marquis's residence and placed it on the table. The family looked at the beautifully prepared dishes, their eyes wide with amazement, forgetting to swallow. Mrs. Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Wan Er, are these dishes really for eating? They look so beautiful. Guian had already eagerly picked up a piece of the rosy goose and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't even chew, swallowing it whole. He quickly picked up another piece, unable to find time to reply to Mrs.
Wan.
When Guian reached for his third chopstick, Mrs. Chen suddenly tapped his chopsticks with hers, giving him a commanding look. Guian pouted sadly, still eyeing the crispy lychee duck and rosy goose, but reluctantly shifted his chopsticks to the wild vegetables beside him. Mrs. Chen divided the remaining crispy lychee duck and rosy goose evenly among the children, including Yuan but excluding Guan. Guian ate with crumbs and oil on the corner of his small mouth. His little eyes were full of satisfaction as he looked at Yuan. He solemnly said, "NEC, I thought again. You're not a hero, you're a fairy. Only a fairy can make so many delicious things." Since the water wheel and canal were fixed, the corn in Gu's village grew quickly. It was time to plant soybeans too. After breakfast, Mrs. Peng and Mrs. Jiang picked out soybean seeds together in the yard. These seeds were leftovers from last year. They chose the plumpest ones for this year's planting. For farmers, these seeds are very important. No matter how hard the past was or how hungry everyone was, no one thought about eating the seeds. Yuan went over to look at the seeds. Soybeans can be saved for planting, but even the best seeds they had at home were not very good. The grains were small and not very full. Yuan didn't say much. She asked Guian to go to the mountain to pick herbs. When she left, she saw Wan squatting in the corner of the yard, watching ants. Although she had told Jiang that Wan needed more company, farm life was busy, and there was rarely time to truly stay with the children. Even if there was free time, Jiang, who hadn't learned systematically, didn't know the best way to keep Wan company. Usually, she would do needlework while talking to her, but Wan wouldn't speak to her about the ants. After a few words, they ran out of things to say. Yuan carried her basket and walked over to Wan. She squatted beside her and softly asked, Wan, do you want to go to the mountain with NEC to play? Usually, Wan didn't respond to others, but today, she looked at her with bright, clear eyes. She didn't speak, but stood up. Yuan was happy and told Jiang, third sister-in-law, Wan wants to go to the mountain with me. I'll take her. Jiang looked surprised and looked at Wan. She saw Wan, who usually squatted in the corner watching ants, now standing quietly beside Yuan with her head lowered, looking obedient. Jiang almost couldn't hold back her tears. She nodded to Yuan, her voice choked with emotion. All right, thank you, Wan. Yuan found that Wan was a very well-behaved child. She held her hand all the way, and Wan obediently followed her. Because Sue's main reason for going up the mountain to gather herbs at night was to help Guian identify the plants, she kept talking to Guian while walking and saw herbs along the way. Before putting them in her basket, Suwon would tell Guian about each one. Although Gu's village is now easing the drought with a water wheel, the drought in the mountain areas is still ongoing, so there are hardly any herbs in the shallow regions. Suwon and Guian listened to each other, both very focused, and didn't notice when they accidentally entered the deep mountain area. The deep mountain also suffered from drought, but there are water sources and waterfalls. Since it is rarely visited by people, the drought here is not as severe as outside. Various herbs grow very lushly inside. When Suwon saw a small patch of plants that only had stems but no leaves, her bright little deer eyes lit up even more. This was a large patch of tianma, a type of medicinal herb. She thought, this is a big opportunity. Although tianma isn't as valuable as century-old ginseng, if collected in large quantities, it can sell for a lot of money. After teaching Guian how to carefully dig up tianma, Guian excitedly started digging. Meanwhile, Suwon brought Xiao Waner close, gave her a small, and held her hand, carefully digging the soil to extract the tianma. When the first round, plump tianma rolled out of the ground, Suwon looked at Xiao Waner with a gentle smile and asked, Xiao Waner, is it fun? Xiao Waner didn't speak or move, but her eyes shone even brighter. She pointed to another tianma stem nearby, tugged Suwon's hand, and they started digging together. Although she didn't say anything, it was clear she understood everything. Guian saw the scene and almost cried tears of joy. Her own niece, of course. Everyone hopes she will be well. Guian looked at Suwon with more respect and happiness. While Suwon was happily digging tianma with Xiao Waner, she suddenly felt the surrounding environment turn eerily quiet. Only the sound of their small hose digging into the earth was clear. Suwon frowned slightly and looked sharply toward Guian. She saw a hungry wolf with glowing green eyes staring intently at Guian from not far from Guian's side. The wolf's mouth was open, revealing sharp teeth, and saliva was dripping from its lips. Suwon's expression turned cold. She fixed her gaze on the wolf, which radiated fierce energy. However, the wolf had obvious injuries on its body, and as a social animal, Suwon did not see any other wolves nearby. In an instant, Suwon realized that this wolf was a loser in the competition for the Wolf King. Adult male wolves in the pack regularly compete for the title of Wolf King, and those who lose are expelled from the pack. Suwon quickly pulled Xiao Waner behind her and shouted, Yen Yen, get out of the way. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward directly toward the lone wolf. The lone wolf also lunged at Guian the moment she moved. Guian, who had always dreamed of being a heroine, was inspired by Suwon's loud shout. Instead of being afraid, she felt a little excited. Instinctively, she rolled on the ground, just as her teacher had told her to do, narrowly avoiding the lone wolf's attack. Suwon held a syringe in her hand and faced the wolf. She quickly jabbed a pillow into the wolf's eye and pressed the syringe to inject anesthesia. How the lone wolf let out a mournful cry that echoed through the forest. Without hesitation, Suwon stepped on the wolf's body, pinning it down. She then grabbed a sickle and decisively cut the wolf's neck. Blood, tinged with a foul smell, gushed out. Guian looked at the wolf's open mouth and sharp teeth, feeling a wave of fear. She tightly hugged Xiao Waner, gently patting her back and saying, Little Waner, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Xiao Waner stared blankly at Suwon, who was still stepping on the wolf. She looked dazed, as if she had lost her wits, unable to even move her eyes. Suwon drained the wolf's blood and packed it into a basket. Although the fur of this wolf wasn't very good and might fetch a lower price, it could still be sold for at least 10 taels of silver. Yen Yen, let's go quickly. If the smell of blood attracts other predators, it will be trouble. Okay, Guian replied, lifting Xiao Waner in her arms. But Xiao Waner suddenly struggled and broke free from Guian's hold. Guian was startled and hurriedly tried to stop her, but Xiao Waner ran straight towards Suwon, grabbed her hand, and, just like when they arrived, obediently walked with small steps behind Suwon. Suwon turned to look at Xiao Waner. She was quite pretty, with a small, delicate face, fair skin like peeled eggs, and a neat bangs cut by Jiang. Her big, bright eyes looked lively, with curled eyelashes like two small brushes. Xiaowen'er also looked at Suwan. Suddenly, she gently patted Suwan's hand with her small hand and softly but firmly said, "No fear." Suwan crouched down to touch Xiaowen'er's face and seriously said, "Xiaowen'er, be good. Fourth aunt is not afraid." Suwan and Guian took turns carrying the wolf basket home. Before they entered the door, a small figure rushed over like a little cannonball and hugged her thigh. "Wan, I was only gone for a little while. Why did you run out again? And you even went up the mountain. The mountain is so dangerous. What if you meet a wolf or a tiger? That annoying brother-in-law really should stay with you and take good care of you. Wan, next time you go up the mountain, remember to call Jinger. The annoying brother-in-law can't be trusted. Jinger will protect you." Jinger patted his chest proudly and said seriously. Then he seemed to remember something. He looked up at Suwan with bright, shiny eyes and said firmly, "Wan, don't worry. When Jinger grows up and earns money, he will definitely buy you a new one." Suwan looked at Jinger, who was standing very seriously with his small hands behind his back and pouting his little mouth, and couldn't help but smile and poke his chubby cheeks. "Okay, I'll call you next time. Come on, today we're eating wolf meat." Suwan held Xiaowen'er with one hand and Jinger with the other, walking home. But after taking a step, she noticed Jinger standing still in place. She looked back at the little guy and asked, "Jinger, what's wrong?" Jinger's small face looked serious. He had just seen through the gap in the basket that the wolf was inside. Did Wan really encounter a wolf on the mountain? And did she really kill the wolf? Did he protect Wan? Or did Wan protect him? Jinger felt like his small world was collapsing. Of course, he didn't think this was his problem. He couldn't protect Wan because he was still young. But the annoying brother-in-law didn't protect Wan and let her face such a fierce wolf alone. That was the problem with the brother-in-law. After Jinger followed Suwan home, he started searching everywhere. The adults at home were busy skinning the wolf and processing the meat, so they didn't notice him. But Guian did. Guian approached him and asked, "Jinger, what are you looking for? Call me little uncle."
No manners. Jinger scolded Guian seriously.
"Oh, little uncle. What are you looking for?" Guian responded politely, changing how he addressed him. "I'm looking for a bag." "Why do you need a bag?" "To play a prank." Hearing these words, Guian's eyes lit up. He grabbed Jing's hand. "Little uncle, come with me. I know where to find a bag." "Really?" Jing's eyes also brightened. Guian quietly sneaked into his parents' room, found a bag in the wardrobe, and generously put it into Jing's arms. "Little uncle, here you go. My mom usually uses this bag to play a prank on my dad." Jing looked at the size of the bag, gestured, and thought it could easily fit Big Brother Goo's bag, and definitely could fit Uncle's bag too. He folded the bag multiple times until it was small, then tucked it into his own clothes. Secretly, he sneaked out of the yard, with Guian following behind like a little shadow. Everyone in the village knew each other well and knew which family the children belonged to, so the kids played freely in the village. Suwan and the other adults at home weren't worried at all. Guian tiptoed next to Jing. "Little uncle, who do you want to prank? Do you want me to help?" Jing stopped and looked at his small frame, then at Guian, who was half a head taller than him. He nodded honestly yes. Then he whispered his plan into Guian's ear. Guian, who had just been ready to defend his little uncle fiercely, suddenly looked hesitant. "Little uncle, maybe we shouldn't do this to Uncle, see?" Jing pinched his small waist with both hands, looked up seriously, and said, "That means sister-in-law bullies Wani. Whether it's Wani or the mean sister-in-law, you decide." As for why Guian's crime changed from not taking care of Wani to bullying her, Jing didn't know, and Guian didn't know either. Guian hesitated, biting his fingers. On one side was Uncle C, and on the other was Aunt Fairy. Both were family. How could he choose? But his hesitation only lasted a moment. He looked determined at Jing. "Little uncle, I'll help you. Anyone who dares to bully Aunt Fairy is unforgivable, even if it's Uncle C." Yes, although both hands belonged to the family, the palm had more flesh than the back. "Good nephew. Jing said seriously, standing on tiptoe and patting Guian's shoulder heavily. After finishing his work in the field and checking the water pump at the river to make sure it was working properly, Yuan headed home. There was some distance between the house and the small hill, and he noticed two tiny figures lying on a large rock not far from the door. He worried that if he made noise and called out to the children, they might get scared and fall off the rock. Luckily, the rock was along his usual path home, so he planned to walk over and then pick up the children afterward. But he didn't expect that when he saw the children, they had already been watching him, waiting for him to get closer. Jinger pointed his small finger at Guian and said, the annoying brother-in-law is here, get ready. Yuan had just reached the big rock and hadn't had time to pick up the children. Suddenly, he heard Jinger shout loudly, action. In the next moment, a big shadow fell from above. Yuan didn't even have time to react. He saw the two little kids each grab a corner of a sack and jump down from the rock. The sack was about to cover his head, and the kids were clearly about to fall to the ground. He quickly reached out to catch them. He managed to hold each child in one hand, but the sack had already slipped over his head. Jinger gave another command, hit. Unfortunately, before Jinger finished giving his order, Yuan had already placed Guian on the ground, freed his hands, and took off the sack over his head. His deep, dark eyes met Jinger's bright, sparkling eyes. Jinger's small fist suddenly stopped midair. After a moment of surprise, he quickly changed his fist into an open palm and raised his other hand, saying hit, hit, hit. Hit the mosquito slap. He clapped his small hands together, and when he opened them, there was a tiny mosquito corpse resting in his soft palm. Yuan didn't say much. He put away the sack and took each child by the hand, heading home. His usual serious expression made people feel so tense that they wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly nearby. Jinger and Guian hung their heads, looking downcast as they followed him to the door. Just before stepping inside, Jinger finally couldn't hold back. He looked up seriously at Yuan and said, problems between men should be solved by men themselves.
No telling Wanan.
Yuan looked down at him from above and sneered, haha, you still remember not to tell Wanan. Jinger, with his small hands behind his back, furrowed his delicate eyebrows into a serious John shape, looking at him maturely. Just say it, can men solve their problems on their own or not? Yuan's gaze fell on Jinger. He paused for a moment, then turned and entered the courtyard. Hey, you bad brother-in-law, stop. You're not allowed to complain. Jinger quickly followed after him. Just then, Yuan, who had finished peeling the wolf skin, wrapping it in dry straw to make a pouch, and hanging it out to dry in the yard, was there. Yuan looked at Yuan with a puzzled expression, then shifted her gaze to Jinger. What's wrong? Did something happen? Jinger pointed to his two small, white, tender fingers. Yuan calmly said nothing much. Jinger and Anna were playing with a sack and accidentally poked a hole in it. Is that so?
Van looked at Jinger. Jinger was momentarily stunned.
He didn't expect his mischievous brother-in-law to help him hide the truth. After reacting, he quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. That's what happened. He even tiptoed closer to Yuan, reached out his small hand, and tugged at her sleeve. In a soft, sweet voice, he said, Wan and I know we were wrong. Please don't be mad. Yuan gently pinched the small bump on his head and squatted down to speak to him. Don't worry, I'm not mad. The sack can be sewn up and buying a new one isn't expensive. I won't be angry. Jinger hugged Yuan and gave her a kiss on the cheek, saying, Wan, you're the best. Yuan tousled his little head, feeling how soft it was. Go play now. While Yuan was busy in the kitchen handling the wolf meat and didn't notice, Jinger sneaked into the room. Inside, Yuan was copying a book. He stood at the door, straightened his back, and clasped his small hands behind him before walking in confidently. Cough, cough. He stood beside Yuan and cleared his throat. After Yuan looked at him, Jinger seriously said, Don't think I'll thank you just because you helped me lie. I'm telling you, when I grow up and earn money to buy a big house, I will still take Wan away. As a man, you can't even take good care of Wan. What kind of man are you? Do you know Wan met a wolf in the mountains today? She even killed the wolf herself. Jinger puffed out his little chest and said angrily. Yuan saw the wolf skin in Su-won's hands when he returned. Although he had already seen Su-won's skills when she fought the wild boar last time, he still felt a sharp twist in his heart when he realized she had encountered a wolf in the mountains. He was instinctively thinking at that moment that he would never let her face such danger alone again. He looked at Jinger, whose cheeks puffed out in anger, resembling a little pufferfish. With a helpless sigh, he poked her small face and said, "I will take good care of Wan." "What kind of care?" Little Jinger was even angrier. "I heard that you used to be good at studying. If you keep studying, maybe you could become an official and earn a good title for Wan."
But you?
After encountering bandits in the mountains, you don't even dare to read anymore. With such little courage, how can you take care of Wan? Forget it, I can't rely on you. I should grow up quickly and take care of Wan myself. As she spoke, little Jinger, with her hands behind her back and a worried old man look, shook her small head. Yuan watched her small figure, walking away with the gait of an old man. His slender, bony fingers clenched around the brush he was holding. Having experienced this once, he was tired of the corruption in official circles and didn't want to repeat his past mistakes. He decided not to study anymore. Was that really the right choice? He thought of the starving refugees outside the city gates, their eyes glowing with desperation. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Su-won entering the room. Usually, they kept their distance and gave each other space, so Su-won didn't plan to ask him anything. When Yuan snapped back to reality, he saw Su-won taking a set of clothes from the wardrobe, about to lower the curtain in the bathing corner to change. The curtain wasn't thick enough. The evening sunlight shone through the window, casting Su-won's graceful figure onto the curtain. Yuan's mind suddenly went numb, and his face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly looked away, took a few deep breaths, and calmed his rising heat. Su-won finished changing, and was about to take her blood-stained clothes to wash. As she reached the door, Yuan called out to her, "Wan. Hey, I'm here. Is there something you want to tell me?" Su-won turned around quickly, her round, bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Yuan.
Yuan.
He felt like she was just waiting for him to call her. He straightened his expression and asked, "Wan, do you want me to keep studying?" Su-won tilted her head, looking at him seriously.
Do you want to keep studying?
Yuan frowned slightly, unsure. When he first returned, he was very determined. He decided he would never take the imperial exams again or enter official life, and instead live a simple life as a farmer.
But things didn't go as planned.
Disasters struck year after year, and the people were forced to leave their homes. Like Xiao Jinger said, he now couldn't even take care of Wan. How could he protect the common people? Su-won looked at his expression and thought for a moment before saying, "When you are poor, you focus on yourself. When you are successful, you help others." "All right, I'll go wash the clothes now." Yuan thought about her words, stood up, and took the dirty clothes from her. "I'll do the laundry. You rest a bit."
Su-won didn't argue.
She moved a small stool under the eaves, took a piece of rope, and happily played with some children making flower knots while watching her little grass helper wash her clothes. In the kitchen, the aroma of braised wolf meat with spices like star anise and cinnamon was already filling the air. After dinner that day, Yuan still sat at his desk copying books. His eyes swept over the bookshelf. Recently, Yuan had been teaching her how to read. Although she couldn't write the complex characters of Qinghua, she had learned to recognize some. She picked out the 4 books and 5 classics needed for the imperial exams and placed them in front of Yuan, confidently saying, "Husband, you read your books. Don't copy anymore. I'll earn the money. I'll support you." This was the first time she called him husband. Yuan was a bit surprised. But then he realized that calling him husband or a yuan was the same, just a neutral way of addressing him without any special feelings. Yuan looked at the pile of books and hesitated. Su-won blinked at him curiously and asked again, "Aren't you trying to earn me a noble title?" Yuan realized that Xiao Jing had tricked him, but at that moment, he felt as if a heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart was lifted. He felt very relieved. He took the thick stack of classical books from Su-won's hand and firmly said, "Yes." Su-won smiled, her big, round, beautiful eyes forming a little crescent shape. The next morning, when Suwon got up, Yuan and Xiao Jing had already woken up. She stepped out of her room, and Mrs. Chun happily grabbed her hand. One fourth brother said he's decided to go back to study.
Thank you.
You're really a blessing for our family. Mrs. Chun didn't give her a chance to speak and quickly clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. May heaven bless us, and may the star of literature protect us. It was clear that Yuan was willing to study now, and Mrs. Chun was very happy. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door of the courtyard. Mrs. Chun quickly wiped her tears and went to open the door. She saw a man outside wearing a long robe and a scarf, and she recognized him. It was not the shopkeeper Tao from the herbal shop where they sold ginseng last time. Who else could it be? Shopkeeper Tao saw Mrs. Chun and smiled politely. Old sister-in-law, I came to find Dr. Su. Is she at home? Mrs. Chun looked back at Suwon and nodded repeatedly. Yes, she's here.
Come in, Shopkeeper Tao.
Shopkeeper Tao entered the yard. He didn't look at Suwon first but sniffed the air. As soon as he stepped inside, he smelled a medicinal aroma and saw Guian carefully washing the tianma, a medicinal herb. His eyes lit up instantly. This tianma is amazing. All of it is 3 years old. Unlike ginseng, the longer tianma grows, the better. Generally, 3-year-old tianma reaches its peak medicinal value. If not harvested, it will send out shoots, bloom, and produce seeds. After pollination, the nutrients in the tuber will be depleted, and it will slowly rot in the ground. Shopkeeper Tao was very excited when he saw the tianma, wanting to buy it but feeling shy to ask. He was also thinking about his main reason for coming. Suwon noticed Tao's thoughts and walked toward Guian and Tao. Shopkeeper Tao, how do you harvest the tianma from your shop? The shopkeeper Tao was pleased and greeted Suwon with a respectful bow. He then said, Dr. Su, if you want to sell this tianma, fresh ones are about 1 silver coin per gene. If you process and sell it yourself, it can be 10 taels of silver per gene. After processing, tianma loses some water weight, but from 10 gene of fresh tianma, you can get at least 4 gene of processed tianma. The calculations are simple. Selling processed tianma is definitely more profitable. All right, Shopkeeper Tao, I will process this tianma and bring it to your shop to sell, Suwon said. Then she asked Shopkeeper Tao, you came here personally today. Is there something you need? Suwon was actually worried about the dysentery in the city. She was afraid if it got worse and out of control, and since Lord Fan was too busy, she asked Shopkeeper Tao to find her. Tao bowed again and said, Dr. Su, it's like this. Our Siji Hall's Dr. Song is quite old and has gone back to his hometown. I'd like to invite you to work at Siji Hall. What do you think? In Tsinghua, female doctors had a low status, but male doctors were highly respected. The usual pay for doctors who worked at clinics was standard. They kept about 50 to 80% of the consultation fees, and the clinic took a commission. When doctors prescribed medicine, the pharmacy also shared profits with them. Seeing that Suwon didn't immediately refuse, Tao quickly added, if you're willing to work at Siji Hall, we only take a 20% commission from your consultation fees, and at the end of the year, you'll get a bonus. Suwon thought for a moment. Although Tao's offer was tempting, she didn't want to spend all her time in a pharmacy as a consulting doctor. She considered and said, Thank you, Shopkeeper Tao, for your kindness, but I'm not interested in that. Tao was a bit anxious and quickly said, Dr. Su, I'm not inviting you to work at the town's pharmacy. I mean, you could work at the county hospital. And if you're unhappy with the pay, we can discuss it. We can even waive the commission for you. Since the plague in Rani County was under control, Suwon's reputation had grown in the town. Now, she was seen as a little divine doctor by the people. If any pharmacy could invite her to work there, business would surely be booming. Suwon smiled and said, Shopkeeper Tao, you misunderstood. It's not because I think the Siji Hall in town is too small, or because the pay is too little. It's because I don't like staying in hospitals all day. Master Tao quickly thought of a plan. Dr. Su, how about this? You don't need to sit in the hall. You can go out to see patients 3 times a month under the name of our Siji Hall doctors. What do you think? Suwon thought for a moment. Treating illnesses is like practicing questions. If you don't practice for a long time, your skills will fade.
So she agreed. That's fine.
But I will only treat difficult and complicated cases, and I will set the consultation fee myself each time. Also, Suwon's bright, lively eyes shifted as she looked at Guian. She called out, "Yen Yen, come with me for a moment." Guian had just finished washing the last batch of tianma and was drying it in a woven bamboo basket when she heard Suwon call her. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and followed Suwon into the room. "Yen Yen, I want to ask if you're willing to become an apprentice at Siji Hall," Suwon asked seriously. Most people who learn medicine start young. Since Guian is only beginning now, it's a bit late. Plus, she's a girl, and Mrs. Chen already has plans to arrange a marriage for her. The current conditions make it difficult for her to become an apprentice at a clinic. But since Suwon has promised to teach her, she will do her best.
Guian seemed to have thought about this too.
Usually, she was a confident girl, but now she was nervous, clutching her apron tightly. Her eyes were full of hope as she looked at Suwon. "Fourth sister-in-law, can I? But mother is planning to arrange a marriage for me," Guian said, her head drooping in disappointment. "It's okay," Suwon nodded with a smile. "I want to be an apprentice," Guian said brightly, her eyes shining. "All right," Suwon agreed, and then left the room. Mrs. Chen had already invited Master Tao to sit inside and drink tea. Suwon first pulled Mrs. Chen into the room and told her about Guian wanting to become an apprentice at Siji Hall.
Well,
Mrs. Chen looked a bit hesitant. Suwon had already prepared her reasons to persuade Mrs. Chen, but before she could speak, Mrs. Chen suddenly patted her thigh and said, "Wanner, I agree to let Yen Yen go learn. I'll also talk to your father about it." Suwon was surprised. Although she knew from Mrs. Chen's attitude that she was very open-minded and didn't favor boys over girls, she didn't expect her to be this progressive. Mrs. Chen seemed to realize Suwon's thoughts. She looked at her with kindness, patted her head, and explained, "Wan, Yen Yen is the same age as you and is already at the age to get married. But look at the current situation. Ordinary families don't want to marry off a daughter-in-law now, especially when they can't afford to have another mouth to feed. Yen Yen is just an ordinary girl. In a good family where they don't lack food, we can't really compare. It's better to let her learn a skill now. When she has some ability, she won't be starving if times get hard." Hearing this, Suwon wondered if Mrs. Chen might also be from another time. She found it hard to believe that a woman born in ancient times would think like that. Suwon told shopkeeper Tao about this. He had already noticed when Guian was washing tianma earlier that she was careful and detailed. Although he didn't know if she had a talent for medicine, the last time Dr. Su helped save Zheng Tuho's son, preventing a big crisis at the pharmacy, and now she agreed to treat patients again. Dr. Su's reputation was important, so Tao's shopkeeper agreed without hesitation and asked Guian, "Little Gu, do you want to go to the pharmacy with me now, or do you want to tidy up at home first?" Guian was also a quick-tempered girl. Since she didn't have much to pack, she quickly said, "Uncle, wait a moment. I'll pack a change of clothes and then go with you to the pharmacy." "All right, I'll wait here," Tao's shopkeeper said, and sat down on a bench. After sending off Tao's shopkeeper and Guian, Suwon took the tianma Guian had just washed to the kitchen to prepare it. She planned to finish preparing it before taking it to Siji Tang, which would also be a good chance to check on Guian's situation. Tao's shopkeeper came by carriage, which caused quite a stir in the village again. As soon as Tao's shopkeeper and Guian left, gossip-loving Tian Suehua came knocking. She leaned close to Mrs. Chen and said, "Old sister-in-law, I saw that Yen Yen was carrying a bundle and leaving with a man in a carriage. Are you saying she's talking about her future family?" Tian Suehua's words almost openly suggested that Mrs. Chen had sent Guian to be a concubine for a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could a girl leave her home without proper formalities, not even wearing a red dress or a flower? Mrs. Chen said with a serious face, "My girl, Yen hasn't found a husband yet. The man is the shopkeeper at Siji Hall in the county town. Yen went there to become an apprentice." Mrs. Chen glanced at her, feeling proud and not worried about villagers' jealousy. Many young men want to become apprentices in medicine shops or pharmacies, but they have no connections. Yet, her daughter is going, and she feels very proud. Tian Suehua was surprised. She hadn't expected that Guian, a girl, could become an apprentice at Siji Hall. Getting an apprenticeship in a pharmacy is very hard, especially for someone from the countryside without connections. Sending a child to be an apprentice is even more difficult than sending them to school. Yen is going to be an apprentice at Siji Hall? That's really good news, really good. Tian Suehua awkwardly said, then continued gossiping with Mrs. Chen. Old sister-in-law, have you heard? Ling Xiao is also talking about marriage for Finfang. I heard they've already agreed. She's going to be a concubine for the only son of Master, he in the county town. Isn't it wrong for a mother to do such a thing? When Finfang wanted to marry into your family, she cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. Everyone thought she was just doing it for Finfang's sake. But now, she's sending her daughter to be a concubine. Yesterday, you didn't see it, but Master He's family sent a lot of betrothal gifts. I heard Ling Xiao didn't plan to let Finfang take any of those gifts back. They say the gifts are for Finfang's younger brother's education, but who really knows if they're for that or just to help her own family's son. Yang Lijing's daughter, Yang Finfang, is married to Zhang Lingxiu's brother, who is also a scholar. He only became a scholar at age 30, and it's been over 10 years since then. He's still just a scholar. He started studying so hard he neglected his parents and family. After marrying, he had children but didn't care for them. Only Zhang Lingxiu secretly supported them so their family could survive. Gossiping is a woman's nature. When Mrs. Chen heard this, she immediately forgot about what Tian Suehua said earlier about Guian. She didn't bother to think about Gu Yuan. Instead, she was surprised and said, yesterday I heard drums and gongs in the village while I was in the fields. It turns out Master He came to give Finfang a betrothal gift. But I heard that Master He's only son is quite the... He's already married to more than 10 concubines. Can Yang Lijing really let his granddaughter jump into such a trap?
Oh.
Old sister-in-law, you just don't know about this. This matter, not only Yang Lijing is unhappy, but even Finfang's father can't be pleased. Selling their daughter to be a concubine is something that would make people look down on them. Tian Suehua winked with a gossiping look and said, but what good does it do for Yang Lijing and Finfang's father to be unhappy? Just like last time when they wanted to marry Finfang to your family, Lingxi's wife cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. Yet, in the end, she decided where Finfang should marry, and that's where she went. Mrs. Chen clicked her tongue and said, Finfang is also a girl with a hard life. Tian Suehua rolled her eyes at Mrs. Chen with a look of disdain and said, Old sister-in-law, if you ask me, back then when Lingxi didn't want to marry into your family, she caused a fuss and wouldn't let Finfang marry Yuan. Honestly, it was a blessing for Yuan and your family. Finfang isn't a good girl either. Do you know how she got engaged to Mr. He? Her mother took her to the city to make clothes, and before she knew it, Mr. He came to return her handkerchief, standing right on the street, even touching her hand. Tian Suehua spoke vividly, then shifted back to Gu Yan's matter. She learned from Mrs. Chen that shopkeeper Tao only accepted Gu Yan as an apprentice because of Su Wan's influence. She loudly told Su Wan, look, your two brothers are just sitting at home doing nothing. Why don't you all talk to shopkeeper Tao again, so your two brothers can also become apprentices at Siji Hall? The two brothers she mentioned weren't the two oxen of the Gu family, but her own sons. Since they all share the surname Gu, they are considered brothers of the same clan. Suwon hadn't had a chance to reply when Gu Yuan came back from outside, having checked the water wheel. Hearing this, he entered and said, Andy, that's great. If your two brothers also go to Siji Hall as apprentices, Yen Yen will have someone to look after her there. Hearing this, Tian Suehua's face lit up with excitement. Really? Brother Yuan, can this really happen? Gu Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, Annie. Wanwan helped shopkeeper Tao, and he said it's definitely possible. But to be an apprentice at the pharmacy, you need to know how to read first. Big brother Dazhuang and second brother Erzwang might need to go to a private school for a couple of years first. Also, being an apprentice at the pharmacy doesn't pay money, and they have to pay for their master's tuition. Andy, why don't you go back and prepare the tuition fee for the private school and the money for becoming an apprentice? Tian Suehua's smile gradually turned awkward. Learning at the pharmacy without earning money and having to pay silver? Guian knows a few characters. Yuan is very knowledgeable. Every time he returns home from his studies, he teaches the children at home to recognize characters, and Guian also learns along with them. So, the children in the Gu family are not completely clueless. However, if he wants to send his son to become an apprentice, he needs to pay for the pharmacy lessons and also send him to a private school first. Not every family has as much money as the Chin family, where money is practically burning a hole in their pockets. Sending children to school costs a lot. Tian Suehua finished speaking, and then playfully pushed Chinshi. Old sister-in-law, you're really something. Spending so much money to send a girl to be an apprentice. What's the point? As she spoke, she headed out of the yard. Although Yuan was busy preparing Tianma in the kitchen just now, she also heard the conversation clearly. She took a moment to come out and asked Tian Suehua's back, Aunt Suehua, do Zhuang and Heir Zhuang want to become apprentices at Siji Hall? Tian Suehua waved her hands repeatedly.
No.
Why should the strong men at home go and pay others to work? Yuan looked at Yuan with a smile in her eyes, like a small crescent moon. You're back? Yuan looked at her, and his expression naturally softened. Yes, I've already told third brother about the water wheel. Today, Yuan went to check the water wheel, but it wasn't just to look. He also went to teach Gu Senyo how to use and maintain it. That way, after he goes to county school, someone will take care of the water wheel. After Tian Suehua left, Chinshi was happily busying herself in the kitchen. Although she knew that the trip from home to the county by cart only took half a day, she still carefully made 2 large pancakes from fine flour for Yuan and boiled 5 eggs as dry food. Yuan hadn't been studying during this time, so he didn't get this treatment. During this period, the family's fine food and eggs were for the children, and Yuan was one of the children. Yuan was not. In his room, Yuan found his book box and carefully packed all his books inside. He also folded the clothes that needed washing, which Yuan had already prepared for him. When everything was ready, Chinshi came over with the packed pancakes and boiled eggs. After stuffing these dry foods into Yuan's luggage, she pulled Yuan into the kitchen. On the kitchen counter was a bowl of brown sugar eggs. She handed it to Yuan. Wanner, eat the brown sugar egg to strengthen your body. Yuan didn't really like eating brown sugar eggs, so she usually shared them with the children. But today, the children weren't home. Since the water wheel and canal were built, every day when the water wheel was in operation, it became a joyful time for the children in the village. Because the water carried by the wheel often had small fish and shrimp, the children would reach into the canal to catch and play, having a lot of fun. Yuan finished eating her brown sugar eggs in one go. When she put down her bowl, she noticed that Chen's figure was no longer in the kitchen. Instead, a tall figure stood in front of her, blocking the sunlight. Yuan looked at her with a little sugar stain still on her lips. He couldn't help but gently use his thumb to wipe the corner of her mouth. This action was a bit too intimate. The rough touch brushed past her lips, and Yuan felt her whole body stiffen, as if an electric current was passing through her, making her tingle in a way she had never experienced before. Yuan looked at her with big, bright, doe-like eyes that were a bit obedient and a little cute. His heart seemed to be touched, and a faint blush unconsciously appeared on his ears. He cleared his throat and, trying to hide his embarrassment, said, I'm leaving now. Yuan came back to her senses. She had just been a little flustered. She instinctively said, I'll see you off. Yuan looked at her and nodded. For some reason, just thinking about walking with her made him feel very peaceful and warm. However, this lovely feeling was broken when they stepped outside the courtyard and saw a hesitant figure emerge from behind the large stone outside the gate. Yang Fenfang's eyes were swollen and red, looking like walnuts. She looked at Yuan with some fear but still bit her lip and, appearing gentle and weak, looked at Yuan. A Yuanji, I didn't take advantage of my mother pulling cloth when she went out to sew. I didn't voluntarily become a concubine for Mr. He. As she spoke, large tears, like big beans, rolled down her cheeks. Yuan looked up at the sky in frustration. She was crying again, crying and crying. Why didn't she just go be a professional mourner? She had a talent for crying and could make money. Seeing Yuan standing expressionless and unmoved, she couldn't help but step forward suddenly, trying to grab his sleeve. Yuan-ji, please believe me. Today, Yuan was wearing the official attire of the county school, a light gray-white long robe with a matching belt. With his perfect face, which had no dead angles from every side, he looked less charming than Su Zhe, but more upright and resolute. Yang Finfeng looked at Yuan's clothes, struggled to hold back her tears, and said sadly, "Brother Yuan, are you willing to go to school again?" Yuan didn't look at Yang Finfeng and took several steps back. Then he spoke coldly, "Miss Yang, men and women should not be close. Please mind your manners. Whether I study or not has nothing to do with you." After speaking, he bypassed Yang Finfeng and went to Suwon. His cold expression softened a little. "Wan, let's go." They hadn't gone far when some mischievous child had dug a hole in the ground and filled it with water. Yuan instinctively held Suwon's hand. "Wan, be careful." Only after Suwon stepped over the small water pit did he let go of her hand. Yang Finfeng looked at Suwon's delicate back and then at Yuan's tall figure. Finally, her gaze fell on the small water hole, and a determined light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she walked toward the water pit, stepped into it, twisted her ankle, and fell to the ground.
Ouch.
She deliberately fell in a graceful pose, then looked longingly at Yuan, who had already walked far away, tears in her eyes. As soon as Yuan turned his head, she could let her tears fall at any moment. Unfortunately, Yuan never looked back. He continued walking with the small sprout toward the village entrance, occasionally glancing sideways at the little girl. The tenderness in his eyes was something she had never seen before. Yang Finfeng watched their departing figures, and the hopeful light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Suwon saw Yuan off to the village entrance. At this time, Uncle Shimizu's ox cart was about to leave. Seeing Yuan dressed in the county school uniform, everyone greeted him warmly. "Yuan, are you going back to the county school to study? Your father said you didn't plan to study anymore. I thought you really quit. It's a pity, it's been a while."
Good boy, study hard.
"If you pass the exam and become a top scholar, our village will benefit too." Yuan politely responded to everyone. Then he turned and looked at Suwon with deep, slightly affectionate eyes. "Wan, I'm leaving. When the school is on holiday, I will come back."
Nari.
She originally wanted to turn back, but for some reason, as she watched the ox cart grow smaller in the distance, she suddenly felt anxious. She firmly turned around and chased after the cart. Yuan's gaze was still on her at this moment. Seeing her chase after him, he quickly told Uncle Qing Shui to stop the ox cart, then jumped down and walked toward her. "Wan, what's wrong? Is there something else?" Suwon looked at him with bright, determined eyes and said firmly, "I'm taking you to the county town." Last time, when Yuan went to deliver wine to Xinghua Tower, she felt anxious as soon as she woke up. That's why she begged Mrs. Chen to let her ride the ox cart from the neighboring village to the town. Mrs. Chen thought she was just being playful and let her go. She only made up the excuse of going to buy needles and thread in the town to avoid gossip from the other 3 daughters-in-law. Yuan wanted to refuse at first, but as he opened his mouth, he saw Suwon's small figure already climbing onto the ox cart efficiently. His lips moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Forget it. The time he spends at the county school now is completely different from before. He probably won't encounter such things again. Suwon obediently leaned on Yuan as they sat on the ox cart. Yuan carefully used his body to shield her from behind, so she wouldn't be accidentally bumped when the cart jolted. Throughout the journey, Suwon listened attentively to the sounds around her. Uncle Qing Shui's ox cart only went as far as the town. To get to the county, they needed to transfer to another ox cart heading directly there. The weather remained dry, making life increasingly difficult for the common people. Naturally, few ordinary folks had extra money to go to the county. So today, only Yuan and Suwon took the ox cart to the county. Neither of them talked much, but being with each other made them both feel safe. The driver of the ox cart, who looked similar to Uncle Ching Shui, was about 40 years old. Yuan had previously studied at the county school, and during breaks, he always rode in this man's ox cart.
So, he knew him.
Seeing Yuan get on, the driver greeted him, "Mr. Gu, you're heading back to the county to study? Is your injury better now?" Yuan politely replied, "Yes, going to the county to study. My injury has healed. These times are so chaotic. A talented scholar, like you, almost lost your life because of bandits. No one seems to care." The driver sighed as he drove the ox cart toward the county, unable to find more passengers. Hearing the driver's words, Suwon wondered if the reason she felt anxious earlier was because of those bandits. "Uncle, have the bandits who injured my husband been caught by the authorities yet?"
Suwon asked.
The words "my husband" felt like a sweet spring flowing through Yuan's heart, making him feel relaxed all over. The coachman also looked at her more carefully after hearing this, and said to Yuan, "Mr. Gu, you're already married?" "Yes," Yuan replied softly. The coachman then told Suwon, "Miss, these days, the government soldiers are too busy to control the bandits in the mountains. They are mainly busy dealing with refugees. Aruni County's official, Fan, is quite a good officer. He tries his best to gather food and give out porridge to the refugees, so they haven't rebelled yet. I've heard that in other places, when the refugees are starving and angry, they even attack the county office. Next door in another county, there's a plague and many people are sick and starving. The dead are being taken away in large carts to the mass graves." The coachman kept talking about what he had seen and heard as they traveled. Yuan's face showed no particular expression, but Suwon noticed that his hands, resting on the wooden seat, clenched tightly. Silently, Suwon placed her small hand over his large one. Throughout the journey, Suwon kept a watchful eye on her surroundings. When they reached the foot of a mountain, she suddenly saw Yuan tense up slightly. At that moment, the coachman said, "Mr. Gu, was this the place where you last saw those bandits? Luckily, you're lucky. If it had been someone else injured like that, they wouldn't have survived." A gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Suwon's ears twitched. Something was wrong. The sound wasn't just the wind. She heard voices. Bandits. Just as she was about to say she needed to go to the bathroom, Yuan stopped the coachman and said, "Uncle, please wait a moment. I need to go somewhere." The coachman stopped the cart. Yuan told Suwon to stay seated and not move. After getting off, he walked toward the direction of the sounds he had heard. Suwon's bright eyes blinked. What was this young girl about to do? Challenge the bandits alone? So brave? "Uncle, I also need to go. Please wait here for us," Suwon said as she got off the cart.
"Hey!"
The coachman called out, wanting to stop her because Yuan had just asked him to watch over his young wife. But in a flash, the girl had already walked far away. He didn't have time to call her back. She knew that the spot was ambushed with people, but she also knew her own limited skills. If she were fighting bandits or mountain thieves, there might still be a chance. If the enemy had many people, she would only be waiting to get beaten. Thinking this, Suwon unconsciously quickened her pace. Before she could get closer, a loud explosion suddenly came from the mountain ridge, causing the ground to shake a few times. She was stunned. An explosion. She realized that Little Tendergrass actually had a bomb. Was this era already using bombs? Or was she wrong earlier? Was Little Tendergrass not reborn but? While she was pondering, she saw Yuan hurriedly walking over from the mountain ridge. He looked surprised when he saw her, but in an instant, he kept his composure, took her hand, and headed toward the ox cart. "Let's go." Suwon didn't say much. She quickened her steps and followed him swiftly back to the cart. The driver continued driving toward the county town. As they passed the mountain ridge, Suwon instinctively looked toward the explosion site. There was no crater on the ground, only the surface scorched black. Although it was a bit far, Suwon, as a doctor, was sensitive to the smell of blood in the air. She could faintly smell a hint of blood. She thought for a moment, this probably wasn't a bomb but just explosives. They could hurt people, but their power was far weaker than modern explosives. It seemed that this era had already invented gunpowder, and firearms had developed to some extent. However, Suwon didn't know that in this era, specifically in Qing Kingdom, there was no gunpowder yet. Only the mysterious Night Kingdom possessed it. Yuan, in his past life, had traveled to the Night Kingdom as an envoy and learned about gunpowder there. After returning home, he researched it himself, enhancing its power and the use of heat weapons. But she didn't ask Yuan about these things, and he didn't tell her either. After traveling a bit further, Suwon suddenly felt something was wrong. Although they were now far from the explosion site, she still detected a faint smell of blood in the air. Looking down, she saw a patch of fresh blood dripping onto the cart's board. She frowned, squatted down, and lifted Yuan's trousers. A deep, bone-visible knife wound appeared before her eyes. Yuan hurriedly tried to pull his long shirt down to cover the wound. Wan, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious.
Don't move.
Suwon's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly into a chan shape. Her voice was quiet but firm, leaving no room for argument. Yuan obediently remained still. Suwon took some alcohol from her small bag and carefully cleaned Yuan's wound. Then she used a syringe to numb the area and did a simple stitch, finishing with a layer of healing ointment. While she was doing this, Yuan watched her hands closely. He didn't know what the clear liquid in the strange device she called a syringe was, but it was strange. After she injected the liquid, his legs stopped hurting completely. Even when she stitched his wound with a needle, he felt no pain, only a dull sensation. Throughout the process, both of them were so focused that neither noticed the ox cart had changed direction. It was no longer heading toward the town, but was now heading toward a deep, dangerous cliff. Less than 100 meters from the cliff, the ox pulling the cart didn't stop. In fact, it seemed to go crazy, rushing madly toward the edge. The driver's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed it fiercely into the ox's rear. The already frantic ox kicked wildly and ran even faster. The driver jumped off the cart smoothly and rolled on the ground. At this moment, only 2 meters remained between the ox and the cliff. In an instant, as Suwon reached out to hold Yuan around the waist, Yuan's strong, firm arms also wrapped around her. They moved in perfect coordination, jumping and rolling together. But as they hit the ground, the driver was already waiting with a gleaming curved knife. Suwon didn't hesitate. She pushed off the ground and leapt up. As the driver swung his curved knife at them, she kicked his arm. He felt a numbness in his arm, but it wasn't enough to disarm him. At the same time, Suwon shot out a silver needle. The driver's arm, holding the knife, suddenly lost strength, and he dropped the weapon. Suwon quickly grabbed the curved knife, pressing it against his neck. "Who told you to kill my husband?" Before she finished speaking, Yuan reached out to grab the driver's chin, but it was too late. The driver bit into a hidden poison in his mouth and died. Although Suwon had trained with special forces, she had never experienced real combat. She was unaware that the driver was hiding drugs and didn't guard against it. She frowned, threw the driver's body aside, and looked at Yuan. Although Yuan had sensed the driver's suicidal intent earlier, he didn't expect the driver to die so cleanly and decisively. Suwon was a bit confused. Besides being a genius who passed the imperial exam at 12, Yuan was essentially a farmer's son. Why would someone keep trying to kill him? Even though he had previously been injured by bandits and became a vegetable, and then encountered bandits again at the county school, these were all accidents. But this driver clearly wanted to kill them. It couldn't be just an accident, right? Yuan looked at the driver's body with a deep frown. He couldn't understand who wanted to kill him. He used to think that meeting bandits was accidental, including when he woke up in his previous life and met bandits again on his way back to the county school. He just thought it was because the world was dangerous. In his past life, he was saved by a secret royal guard. When he was traveling with the emperor to the county town, they talked a lot about governance. Later, the emperor came to his house to ask for water and had long talks with him by candlelight. Yuan suspected that the emperor's visit wasn't a coincidence, but intentional. But he couldn't ask the emperor directly about it. Now, he didn't understand why Even though his return to the county school was different from his past life, he still encountered those bandits. And after using prepared gunpowder to deal with the bandits, someone who had never harmed him before, like the driver, suddenly attacked him. Did he offend someone? Yuan couldn't find an answer himself. He had always focused on studying for the imperial exams and wasn't good at talking or socializing. In other words, if he had offended someone at the county school, he wouldn't even know. Yuan came over and helped Yuan by holding his arm. Yuan, can you still walk? Yes, Yuan nodded. Then, let's go out to the main road outside, Yuan said as she helped him walk out. They were currently on the halfway point between the town and the county. There were no villages ahead or shops behind. Yuan's leg was injured, and whether they went to the county or back to the town, it was not practical. They could only wait outside on the main road, hoping that a passing ox cart or horse-drawn carriage might give them a ride. Yuan helped Yuan sit on the ground. Yuan had an injury on his leg, and she was worried that moving around too much might cause his wound to get infected. Fortunately, they didn't wait long before a fancy carriage approached from the town. From afar, it looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, the coachman also seemed familiar. Yuan's bright, lively eyes lit up as she quickly stepped into the middle of the road to stop the carriage. Whoa! Su Chong hurriedly stopped the carriage and looked at the small figure blocking the road. Dr. Su, what are you doing here? Su Zhe heard the voice and stepped out of the carriage. He had been thinking that this little girl, as a doctor, was quite irresponsible. It's been several days, and she hadn't come to check on his mother again. But recently, his mother had been eating the strange pills she gave her, and her health had improved a lot. Her face looked rosy, and she no longer fainted often. Even when she felt chest tightness or shortness of breath, taking 10 of the small brown pills she gave her would help her recover quickly. Yuan's bright, sparkling eyes looked at Su Zhe. Without hesitation, she said, "Help me." Today, Su Zhe was dressed in a pink brocade outfit, with a crabapple branch wrapped from his chest to his waist. Such a bold and feminine color on him didn't look awkward at all. In fact, it made him look even more attractive. But when he saw the bloodstains on Yuan's collar, his expression turned serious, and his gentle demeanor became sharp. He jumped down from the carriage and strode over to Yuan. "Young girl, what's wrong? Why is there so much blood? Are you hurt anywhere?" Yuan looked at herself and replied, "It's not my blood. It's my husband's. He's injured." Su Zhe's tense expression immediately softened. After glancing at Yuan, he said, "So, how do you want me to help you? Lend me your carriage," Yuan said as she helped Yuan into the carriage. Su Chong saw that Yuan's leg was injured and quickly helped Yuan and Yuan get the footrest ready. While Su Zhe was leisurely fanning himself and saying, "My carriage costs 100 taels to borrow," Yuan and Yuan had already sat inside the carriage. Originally, Su Chong was about to remove the foot pedal, but he hesitated, awkwardly hanging in midair, unable to decide whether to remove it or not. His young master liked to show off, so he preferred to use light skills when riding the carriage and never used the foot pedal. If he simply removed the pedal, it would be unclear whether the carriage belonged to the young master or to Dr. Su and her husband. But if he didn't remove it, it would delay his young master from showing off in front of Dr. Su. Su Zhe lost the chance to negotiate with Yuan and shot a sharp, fierce glare at Su Chong. Su Chong rubbed his nose, looking at his feet and minding his own business. He understood that removing the pedal would make it easier for his young master to show off. Just as Su Chong took away the pedal, Su Zhe, in a bright red robe, swung his arm and stepped onto the pedal. Suddenly, he missed his step, stumbled, tilted to the side, and his head bumped forward, landing right on the horse's belly, with his lips pressed against it. The air instantly fell silent, until the horse, feeling the kiss, turned its head back, snorted, and blew out a puff of air. Su Zhe quickly got up, glaring fiercely at Su Chong with a sharp look, while Su Chong sheepishly touched his nose. When Su Zhe got on the carriage, his face was dark with anger. Yuan's bright eyes sparkled with a smile, but she looked seriously at Su Zhe and said, Don't worry, I and my husband will definitely not tell anyone that you secretly kissed a horse.
Chauffeur.
He took a deep breath to control himself from throwing the girl off the carriage. His gaze swept over Yuan's blood-stained robe, and he slightly raised his chin, signaling him to speak. He asked what happened.